Peggy 16.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Halo Championship Series European Pro Series. We are into week 3 here and my goodness have we had some storylines emerge for EU, and we have the best narrators possible for our EU Pro Series. We do have the wonderful casters. We have Gaskin, Sherzy and Tony joining us. My name is Lottie. I'm going to be hosting today, but boys, damn, it's good to see you again. I feel pretty blessed that we get to watch Halo every single week. We have so much action happening in Halo Infinite, and I just want to know if Ascend are going to give the throne to somebody else this week. I want to know if these guys are just going to be reigning supreme, or if somebody else is going to be on top of that pedestal. Gaskin, I got to get your thoughts quickly out the gate for this.
My job is to make it exciting, so I'm going to say yes, someone else is going to win, and it's not going to be Ascend getting another back-to-back victory, but realistically, I mean, they're so good, aren't they? Like, Ascend have looked on fire, and yeah, okay, they did drop a few games last week, so maybe there's a few chinks in the armor. I'm very excited to see what will happen this week. Can anyone get that extra step closer and finally take them down?
That is the question. I feel like teams have been creeping closer, Sherzy. We've seen a lot of teams kind of come up to the par, but just haven't been able to run away with any of the games in the finals with them. Are you excited to see if anybody's up to that challenge today?
Yeah, I think excited is definitely the word I would use. We've seen Navi make them bleed last week, taking them all the way to a game 5, which is the first time I think we've seen that online in the history of ever. We've also seen the lads in grand finals take a game off them and look very good in a couple of strongholds games. So there's definitely some, like Dan says, holes in the defense there. So it's just whether these teams will continue to exploit.
Absolutely are. Now, I've got to ask Tony, first of all, we've missed you, man. It's so good to see you here, of course, in Europe. And I want to know what you think of the Europe scene right now with all the competition we've had across the past couple of weeks of the Pro Series. What do you make of Europe Halo right now?
I mean, well, first of all, it's great to be here, and yes, Europe is really stepping up their game, and it's not just Ascent. You know, Navi were looking absolutely incredible, and Raleigh really stepping up their game back in North Carolina. They were also able to take Ascend to a game 5 in the winners finals, like we said before. The lads actually getting second place, making one of the most incredible runs that we saw last week, being knocked into the lower bracket in round number 1. And then having to fight their way into the grand finals was absolutely incredible. Let me tell you, EU is back.
Oh, I love it. Bold statements. Bold statements for bold events that are also coming up, folks. If you don't know what you have in store this season, take a look at this roadmap because we have so much to look forward to. And this is what the Pro Series is all about, right? Bringing as much competition as possible to gear up for these events. And I hope to see a lot of you guys at these. Hopefully the pandemic will kind of quieten down a little bit. We do have Anaheim coming up next, which is going to be a live LAN event, so you can catch all the action on the broadcast. And everything is leading up to that Halo World Championship in 2022 in Seattle. So really, really excited to see that happen. But my goodness, what an epic roadmap we have. And thanks so much to the partners right at the bottom for making this all happen as well. But we need to talk about how this works here for the Pro Series, because obviously, you know, we do have a little bit set in place here, and it's a little bit different to what a lot of people are used to here. The Pro Series is really exciting for a couple of different reasons. It's because, of course, it is 16-team double elimination bracket, but to get into the Pro Series every week, you've got to work for it. So you're not always guaranteed to make it. You have to play in an open bracket if you haven't been the top 8 from the previous week to get into the top 8 to compete with the top 8 who won last week as well. It's a little bit confusing, but it is straightforward, I swear. So really exciting. Obviously, double elimination, you do have that safety net underneath you. If you do lose in the winners rounds, you can also try and work your way back up into that grand final spot, which makes it very exciting. We've seen a couple of different storylines emerge to meet Ascend in that grand final, but I'm hoping to see somebody make a winners bracket run that is an Ascend, and then maybe see Ascend pop back up into that grand final spot. Who knows? I'd like to see a little reverse on the cards here. But we just saw the bracket for a second. Let's bring up the bracket. We'll have a little look and see exactly what we have in store for you guys today as well. We'll start off, of course, with the upper bracket. So Quadrant making some moves already, having to meet Ascend in our semi-final number 1. They beat Who Knows 2-0, and then Quadrant took out TYSK 2-0 as well. And then we have the lads versus Na'Vi in our second semi-final happening here. Pretty strong start from both of these teams. Na'Vi actually beating HMCA 2-1, and the lads having a pretty decent shot there. Interesting one, because actually Team Twisted last week knocked the lads down to the losers bracket, if I believe so, right, Gaskin, right? Was that the storyline that we saw last week?
It was, yeah. Lads were the shock upset. Team Twisted were able to get that victory, but then they still fell short and were in top 12, so had to play through Open once more. I think the story of this week for winners bracket round 1, which you can't see on the screen there, is TYSK beat Mocket to get to those quarterfinals. Then they dropped down to the lower bracket. They were able to win their game and find themselves in lower 10 now. So that's a guaranteed top 8 spot for TYSK. Of course, Mocket are there on the other side despite losing to TYSK earlier. But so important that TYSK now have managed to secure their spot in Pro Series next week, get that top 8 they were so desperately searching for. And they were able to get upsets as well. They beat Fantastic in the lower bracket, Fantastic with the 8th seed. TYSK were a little bit lower, of course, because they came from Open. So I'm really impressed that we're starting to see teams now bridge that gap from the Open teams towards those who are in the Pro Series. I do think that from top 6 onward, like team 7 and lower, it's a very big difference as the top 6, but certainly it's good to see them start to get a little bit closer here now.
Yeah, it's really cool to see teams start breaking into that. And like you said, they secure their spot for next week, which is absolutely huge because they don't have the grueling effort of having to play through the Open and try and get back in once again. But incredible effort overall. I'm excited to see how they do today as well. But folks at home, if you're wondering how you guys can actually support your favorite teams in Halo Infinite this season, then all you guys have to do is go in game, which I know you're already in there right now, probably playing on the side. You probably got us on the side on a second monitor somewhere, and you're probably, whatever it may be, grab a skin. You head over to the store, grab one of these absolutely gorgeous looking skins to support your favorite teams this season, and they make you play better. You know, I honestly, look good, play good. That's exactly how it goes. But absolutely stunning stuff. We also do have an epic video to show off how good these skins really look. Take a look at this. And there you have it. Those skins are available right now for purchase in-game on the Halo Infinite store. Grab one and support your favorite teams too. Amazing stuff. We also actually have some epic sniper skins that I want to show you guys as well, because if you are a supporter of a region, if you're from a particular place, or you just really like how they play Halo, then you can also support your regions as well by grabbing the sniper skins. They look damn good as well, I gotta say. They look really, really good. We're a big fan of ANZ. We love the croc on there as well. LATAM is pretty cool as well, but if you're also from America, you already know repping NA is the way to go. And we also have Mexico as well, which is absolutely stunning too. So stunning stuff all across the board, and you guys can look good in game. That's what we're doing here on Halo Infinite. We're making you guys look good so you can play better as well. Folks, we're going to bring it back now to obviously this week in the Pro Series and what is going to be going on in Europe. And we need to talk about some of the hot topics that could be happening here and some of the up and coming teams maybe breaking out through the open. I need to ask you, Shazzy, anything that's been going on that the folks at home need to know about?
I think I'd be remiss not to mention my brother is playing for top 8 right now up against HMCA. They're currently in a game 3 Bizarre CTF, which was 2-0 last time I checked to HMCA, but Jersey's Angels were 1 kill away from 2-0ing HMCA, which would have been the 6th seed, and they would have solidified themselves as a top 8 team. It looks as though the CTF game is going against them this time, but it just goes to show you that those open teams can give the higher seeded teams a run for their money if they're not taken seriously.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we've seen it happen a couple of different times now. We saw it last week with Team Twisted, with the lads. You know, there's a couple of teams you have to watch out for. And it's really important to have that amount of respect when you're playing other teams because anything can happen. Tony, I got to ask you overall with Europe right now, you know, what do you see happening from the open coming into things and seeing kind of the switch ups, the storylines? Is there something that you've got your eye on that you want to be following through the bracket?
Well, yeah, I mean, Dan kind of alluded to earlier, TYSK kind of the surprise team of this week. And it's pretty funny, you know, Talik, I mean, he was coaching Team Psy back in 2017 during the Halo World Championship. And now I guess he just took, just threw the clipboard, said, I'm done with this. I need to show you guys how it's done. Because now he's sitting here going toe to toe with some of the best. I would say that's a squad that I really want to watch. And then also Mocket. You know, Mocket's kind of had like this roller coaster where their highs are really up there. I'm really proud of the boys, but they've also had some down points as well. So I want to see how they kind of end leading up into the next few weeks at the end of Pro Series, where they end. Are they going to be a top team contending for top 3 in the grand finals, or will they fall down to maybe like a top 12, top 16, which I'm sure they're not going to be happy with?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think we've heard a lot from Mocket in the past couple of weeks, but we haven't really seen the results I think that they obviously want to be getting. With that being said though, Gaskin, where do you see Mocket's ceiling being right now, and what kind of things do they really need to kind of improve on as a team to really start hitting those numbers?
I think it's their mental game. I think they're rocked very easily, which is why you see the low lows and the high highs. I mean, them beating Quadrant last week and getting top 4 was amazing for them, but they probably could have gone one step further, and they feel like they dropped the ball once they got into that matchup versus the lads who went on that amazing elimination bracket run to secure top 2 in the end after losing in winners bracket round 1. I will say though, with it being top 3 for the majority of games through these brackets, that's why we're seeing such a big fluctuation in games and why we're seeing these upsets happen, because best of 3s can be difficult. All it takes is like just a couple of games to go the other team's way, or maybe have some bad game types here or there that you're not as well practiced on, and suddenly you drop in top 8 or you drop in top 6, but then next week you might come back and have better game types, and it makes it quite exciting because we're getting a lot of different results and we're getting these upsets come through. But I think as we get further into Pro Series, as we get closer to Majors and to Valencia, we'll start to see, I think, Europe find their feet and find their footing in terms of where people are currently placed, and seeds will be a little bit more secure. The top 4 will probably be there or thereabouts, then top 6, then top 8 and onwards, but there's always going to be the occasional upset, right? And I think that's what makes Halo so exciting.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm here for the upsets. I'm terrible. I don't wish on well, but I love upsets. They're fun. They're exciting. They create storylines as a broadcaster, and we love to see it. Lads, we need to move on. We need to move on to, of course, the game that's coming up. We have actually a repeat of last week's elimination finals. We have the lads versus Na'Vi. I think this is actually going to be a really, really big game. I was so impressed with the lads, obviously making it all the way last week to a grand final against Ascend. And I got to say, they did pretty well to try and keep up with Ascend. And they did very well to take down Na'Vi. Having now, of course, coming back into this, a Na'Vi that is definitely well-versed, would have gone back, watched things, tried to work on their mistakes. Coming into this one today, I think they're going to be more than prepared. Shirzi, what do you make overall of this match, and kind of how do you see it spinning this time around?
I think energy levels is going to be important. I think last week, after Na'Vi going the distance with Ascend all the way to a game 5 and then heartbreakingly losing in the Slayer, perhaps they went into the game against lads thinking, we'll just roll these boys pretty easy, and what they actually seen was the lads put up more than a good fight. They ended up taking them down. So I think energy levels are going to be big. These two teams haven't played as many series today just yet, so I think we'll see a much stronger Navi, but also a much stronger lads if they've made sure that they haven't dropped any games early on and taken these teams much more serious.
Hey, look, we're going to find out exactly what's going to happen right now because we have our game ready to go. So, Fez, I'm going to hand it over to you to get our first semi-final underway. So, let's go. Tony Gaskin, you're up.
Cheers, lot. And Tony, I'm excited for this one, and I think that it's going to be a pleasure to have you back alongside me. I'm sure you're excited to get back in the casting booth. We've missed you over the last couple of weeks, but Europe has been heating up. You said it yourself that, you know, the European scene, it's back. Well, it's back with a bang. I think it's become very exciting around this top 4, top 6 region. And now we're going to see two teams who have already played each other last week go at it once more. And the Navi roster are going to be out for revenge here, aren't they?
They really are. You know, obviously, as we know, Scherzy's going for in the back, a little bit of bias in that one. But you know what? I'm kind of rooting for the lads as well. You know, I'm always rooting for an underdog squad. And like I mentioned before, getting knocked into the loser's bracket round number 1 and having to fight your way into the grand finals and almost take, well, at least being within striking distance, I'd say, of taking it was absolutely incredible. And I want to see if they come back even better than last week. So the lads was my team to watch, and I'm really happy we're going to get them here first.
Yeah, I think that last week the lads, they dropped the ball a little bit in that winners bracket round 1 matchup. They just got out of bed and they jumped straight into the game, and they were not there. They were, I mean, half of them I don't think were even awake at that point. They hadn't had their coffee, they hadn't had their cups of tea, and they underestimated the team in winners bracket round 1. I think that's a lesson to be learned about all these teams in Pro Series right now, is that you can't underestimate anyone. These open teams are out for blood. It's so important for these open teams to get seeding points. You could argue even more important than those who are in the top 4, in the top 6 right now. So you've got to make sure you're on the ball. Otherwise, you are going to be kind of overturned by them and embarrassed a little bit when you do drop down. But at least the lads were able to make that comeback. I think they showed great resilience, and I'm sure they're going to show something similar here today. But Navi versus the lads, like, we know these players, they know each other, they're good friends, they've scrimmed against each other. I think it's going to go right down to the game 3. I hope it goes down to game 3 because it's what it deserves, Tony. These are two amazing teams.
It really is. And as much as I talked about the lads, you know, you got to also talk about Navi. Navi are absolutely incredible. It seems like this team is actually built for LAN. Like, this is 3/4 of that roster. I believe it was Fab E roster. They got top 8 in both 2018 and 2017 Halo World Championship. And then at Raleigh, they were looking in top form. It looked like they hit another tier. So it's a squad that obviously they're very good on online as well. But when it comes to LAN, that's when you see how dangerous they really can be.
Well, it's going to be live fire to kick things off, and Strongholds is where we begin. A very difficult game type to play, and certainly one that you have to keep on top of. Watch those spawns, rotate as a team, and there are 2 different playstyles that are emerging in Halo Infinite with how to play this game type and how to play Strongholds in general. You've got those who like to constantly rotate, keep putting pressure on your opponents, and you've got those who like to try and hold a setup and try and hold those sight lines. I don't think there's been a guaranteed way of winning games yet, but it is nice to see different playstyles emerge.
And something tells me that although Navi's very good at changing the pace, I really like when they slow things down here. But Jimbo actually really up in the tempo, going right in for an early kill, getting the assist as well, as the Slays advantage shortly going in favor of Navi, but the lads simply bouncing back.
And I think what you said about Navi being a LAN roster, I think that is something they believe as well. And I don't want to say it plays a huge part in their performances and maybe why they've had a couple of disappointing ones, but I think they know that they will perform when it comes to those LAN events. They are just built differently. They seem to have a lot more success, and they do struggle a little bit here or there online, but they've got to put that behind them. They've got to make sure they still focus on these games. They're very important for practice, and they will still allow them to improve so they can try and get to that top 2, get a little bit of prize money, and keep improving their seed.
Oh man, Cristola almost making lemonade out of lemons right there. His team actually going 3 down, and he had the sniper rifle in hands, was still putting massive amounts of damage, bought enough time for his teammates to come off the spawn and hopefully bounce back here. Heat wave in the hand of 2 Foxy, and he's simply looking for another player to click on as they're rotating over towards Bravo and trying to steal it away.
Nice trip cap will be overturned eventually, but you can see Foxy is just being a nuisance at the moment, and that's one thing that Navi will do very well against any team, is they will always have that one player left who knows how to play their life. And I'd say a lot of teams in Halo Infinite are good at that at the moment anyway. The last player either A, playing for spawns, or just being a nuisance to try and milk and try and delay so that when the spawners do get up, they can actually assist and maybe find a couple of players who are weak or a bit disorientated. But at least the lads have managed to get this one back rolling. They've now taken the lead as well here on Livefire Stronghold, which, again, is one of those game types that is very difficult to play.
Love the movement coming out of Jimbo to try to stay alive with the sniper rifle, but sadly he's going to be put down, and now Cristola is going to get his hands right back on the power weapon, currently holding on to a BC setup. Damage starting to come in from the garage side of the map, almost tagging the player right to the head on Respectful, ends up getting the assist just as good, goes right in the player that actually getting really aggressive towards Nest, and Cristola is starting to heat up.
Now, the biggest mistake Na'Vi can make here with their A hold is try and all push round kind of overshield or camo side and go for C, because then they leave themselves very vulnerable to that team shot. And even if they were to get C, it's so easy for the lads to rotate into A and secure A, and then they just constantly are on that flip. So if you are Na'Vi, you do have to take that fight for B. It's very difficult to do so, but as long as you're working together and you push out in those right areas, you should be able to grab it. They have gone for the C because they were forced out of A by the lads. The lads decided they wanted to go for that trip cap instead.
Jimbo going in for the challenge onto pillars and able to steal away the sniper rifle once again. And once again, the repulsor coming into use, the advanced movement coming in, able to get the secure on C, stealing away Bravo, and now getting the double up on the ammo here with the sniper rifle. Jimbo and Na'Vi are looking good, but they're currently down on the scoreboard. They're going to have to make a run off of this power weapon.
Really important that you take numbers advantage when they're presented to you in any Strongholds game, as well as Jimbo starting to heat up with the no-scope. That's going to be a really important shot, because that's going to just slow down the lads a little bit. They were getting very aggressive, and now Jimbo just going to move over to C, go for this trip cap, but he knows full well they're going to be at B, so I love this. He hears the call-outs and decides, look, C is not important right now. Instead, the slays and helping my team out.
Still on board now with Jimbo. Easy, able to stay alive as his teammate ends up getting the kill onto back B. Love the idea of trusting your teammates right there. Now gonna earn himself a killing spree, but still has 2 more players in front of him. Jimbo does not care, and that's 3 out of 4 players down here for the lads, and Na'Vi once again taking the advantage to change the tempo that we were talking about earlier. Like, when they need to slow things down, they have no problem getting that slays, but once they do, that's when they up the tempo and start to get aggressive here, but they're losing Bravo as I'm saying that.
Now, the lads roster really have solidified themselves as a top European squad ever since the origins of this roster was the boys, who you would have seen compete at Rally, and they didn't win a series, they didn't even win a map at Rally. They made 2 changes. Septic and Morga stayed in this squad, and they picked up Quadios and Cristola in favor of Sandel and Snipel, so they traded out the S's for the Qs. And I'm so impressed with where they've gone. They've become a team who are determined, are practicing, are putting up big results. And of course, they got top 2 last week. They got to those grand finals. They did fall short in the grand finals. Maybe it was 1 step too far, but I think it was a massive learning lesson for them. And they still have the lead in this game.
On board now with Quad. Excellent cross-map shots, buying enough time for Morga to steal away Alpha, and now he's going to trade things off for the sniper rifle. All of the cavalry going in towards Bravo. They're going to try to steal that away, and now we're seeing a double cap once again go in favor of the lads, but Morgan's going to go down here. Kimbo getting right behind enemy lines, and all 4 players down for the boys in blue. Na'Vi, once again, too much firepower coming in, and now going in for the trip cap as they're losing C.
You got to say the lads in blue, surely, at this point. I mean, they've changed their team name and everything, Tony, but, you know, they go down, and now they have to try and do something off spawn here. It's difficult when you're spawning over towards tower. You can be suffocated. You can be pinched by those who are pushing up from B and pushing through top middle. But Na'Vi have done well to hold on to some good points here. They were behind for a considerable amount of this game. It seems like they're starting to find their footing.
Love watching Kimbo's point of view. Has a really smooth shot, barely ever touches that right reticle and just kind of strafes into all of his bullets. Just a really fundamental shot coming out of Kimbo. One of the reasons why he wins all of his gunfights, it seems like, as the camouflage is going to go in the hands of Septic. Beautiful flank coming in, taking down Kimbo, and that's going to be 2 down for Na'Vi, and Septic with the heat wave and the camouflage. Let me tell you, they're already dangerous by themselves, but when you combine them together, you can really feel like Master Chief stealing away Charlie. The collapse is going to come in out of Na'Vi. There's going to be 2 Foxy getting the first kill, ends up getting the double kill, does 2 Foxy, and once again, the double cap stays in favor of Team Na'Vi.
So desperate Foxy was to try and make it a triple as well. Even though he was on no shields, he was very much facing and challenging top middle with a sniper rifle, knowing that even though you don't have the shield, sometimes you can make a big influence and a big impact to the game, and he's trying to make an impact here, and he just attacked Morga twice. You can see how this lad's roster is trying to flood themselves towards B, really trying to put their foot in the door and ensure that they actually can overturn B, which they will, so it was a successful push.
So Foxy still having the sniper rifle in hands, watching the B side. Now to hold on to C and A, gonna be a really tough setup for them to hold on. So I think once they get the slays, they're gonna rotate towards Bravo. And as I say that, they're gonna lose Alpha almost immediately. Player sliding over towards Sandbags. Beautiful heat wave shots, and somebody coming right behind them for the flank, having no clue. That's gonna be a beautiful flank by Cristola, but still, once again, 3 out of 4 players going down for the lads. Jimbo doing a great job supporting the rest of the team. The nade's gonna come in, and an easy kill for Jimbo as he defends C, and Na'Vi rotating over towards Bravo, but Jimbo's gonna stay behind and simply anchor this side of the map.
It's a difficult spawn for the lads. They spawn over towards the power-up, but they've managed to at least take control of tower here. But after triple cap going in favor of Na'Vi, they need to try and work their way towards B, and Na'Vi being such a nuisance. I say both teams have done really well as that kind of last player or one player on the other side of the map, just to delay as much as possible, to milk as much stronghold time as you can. And even though Na'Vi have taken, what, a 70-point lead at this point, you know full well that the lads just need one set of slays to get full control, and they can bring this one right back. But Na'Vi will be delighted with how this is going right now.
But they're running out of time right now, so lads need to make something happen. They're well aware of it, so stealing away A. Morgan gonna try to stay alive here with the Mangler, almost able to get the big kill. Jimbo sliding in, taking him down with the double kill, almost getting the triple kill, but the damage has been done. Quad is gonna be the last player alive, over towards Bravo, and I doubt he's going to take it by himself. He's finally going to hit the black screen. Man, Na'Vi are looking good, and because of that, they're stealing away C, and Kimbo's starting to get aggressive over towards Sandbags.
Na'Vi weren't scared then as well. Even though A and C was in favor of the lads, Na'Vi held their ground. They knew they had to fight for B. They knew that was what the lads would be prioritizing. As soon as they won that B fight, that's when they then transitioned and said, hey, now we can take either A or C. In fact, they took both in the end, which has allowed the lads to retake B. This has certainly been a messy one. It's difficult to have structure when you're going up against a team who is so evenly matched against you, and slays are going blow for blow when you don't see 4 down very often. Instead, you're seeing maybe 2 or 3 in trade for just a couple of kills on your side. But the lads, they've got 2. They're looking to try and make it 3, but it looks like A and C are going to be traded out.
And once again, at least the lads able to get their hands on the sniper rifle and using it well at that. Beautiful slay, taking away Alpha, but it takes 2 in order to tango, and it's 2:09 and counting here for Na'Vi. So the slays have to come in quick, and they have to hop onto a base, but Foxy taking advantage of the Mangler. Quick kill comes in, going right over to support his teammate, and that's how you hold on to a setup. Unselfish gameplay coming out of Na'Vi, and no timing loss whatsoever. I love this spot too. Foxy hiding over towards Sandbags. Looks like he's not gonna wait for the response to come in. Instead, he's going to go in for the trip cap.
Na'Vi have done so well at reacting to callouts. Every single time there's a player weak on the map, Na'Vi are there, and they just fly as a unit. Their teamwork is really just excelling week in, week out, which is what we needed to see. I was worried they were going to be on a little bit of a downward cycle after some of their performances a few weeks ago, but it seems like they really are starting to find their footing. As a team, they're confident in each other, their callouts and their chemistry is certainly on point.
That it is. Kimbo gravitating over towards Bravo here. Meanwhile, Cristola gonna trade off kills with Jimbo. Foxy just gonna keep tight over towards C, because they know if they dedicate too much resource, the flank's gonna come in. But either way, it looks like multiple players coming over towards the C ramp. So Foxy gonna try to stay alive, puts as much damage as possible, but finally going to lose Charlie. Jimbo coming in a bit late to the party, but it's not gonna matter, because that's gonna be a big kill for Jimbo. Gets himself the heat wave, and Charlie is gonna quickly switch gears over towards Na'Vi. The lads' backs are against the wall. They gotta make something happen. 237 points, and now about 10 seconds away from taking game number 1.
Kimbo's just gone massive in B as well, ensuring that it wasn't going to be capped. The lads now desperately trying to get into anything just to ensure that this game doesn't finish. They are in B right now, but if that is stopped, then the game will be over.
Here comes 2Foxy going after A. The 3 down for the lads, and it looks like that might be it. They're sliding over towards Bravo as well. And so it's going to be a trip cap. It looks like that's going to be not enough time for lads to come in. Game number 1 going to go in favor of Team Na'Vi.
Na'Vi looking to try and get revenge from what happened last week when they lost to the lads in those elimination finals, and going 1-0 up in a difficult game type like Stronghold's live fire is probably the perfect way to do it, because that's going to give them a lot of confidence going into this Slayer game 2, which is sometimes difficult. A Slayer in a game 2 of a best of 3, if you're already down 1-0, maybe you're going to be saying to each other, hey, could we have done something a little bit better in that objective game? And it's like, no, focus on the Slayer. But sometimes, you know, the Slayer can just get out of hand. But now let's look at the statistics. Jimbo, 22 kills, as well as Kimbo, the K and the J, doing their job. Plenty of assists all around, and you could just see they got outslayed, did the lads. They didn't have as much on board. They were behind several times in the game where they just couldn't really get off their spawn. Na'Vi were doing very well at quickly rushing to any call-outs to making sure no one would survive for a long period of time. Really impressed from what we just seen in the boys in yellow and black.
And almost 7,000 damage coming out of Jimbo. Man, this man really went off in the damage column. And going into Slayer, I think Na'Vi are one of the most dangerous teams because, again, like I said, they're one of their specialties is controlling the pace of the game. They have no problem slowing things down, getting that initial kill that they need, and then once they get once they get the bodies or the health advantage or even the numbers on their side, they're going to up the tempo. They're going to get aggressive. They're going to start sprinting and flying on the enemy and keeping the pressure on. Na'Vi play a very, it may not be fancy, but it's a very fundamental game of Halo, and they do it well. And going into Slayer, I think they're one of the most dangerous slaying teams that we have in the EU.
They're a really structured team. You're completely right. They love to play the game in a way that if another team starts playing a bit sporadic and they're all over the place, it's going to frustrate them, because that's not how they see how Halo should be played. So they're going to usually perform better against another team who also plays in a similar way, but perhaps struggle against a team like Ascend, for example, who can be entirely unpredictable in different scenarios. So that can sometimes be a little bit of the damaging side to Na'Vi and their structure. But I think what will help them is it's Aquarius Slayer, which I would argue one of the more structured Slayer game types that we have. It plays like the old traditional Halo games where, it's an arena-based map, it's symmetrical, you're going to be able to be into a position where you can hold angles or you can be aggressive. And I do think that Na'Vi enjoy Aquarius, whether it be Capture the Flag or whether it be Slayer, because it is more like the older style of Halo.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of like a midship or even like a Fathom kind of feel to it, controlling the 50% portion of the map, sitting up towards top P or top car and raining down shots. And once you start to funnel those spawns over towards the fridge, that's when you start raining down nades. That's when the enemy team gets predictable and you can watch those cutoffs. And once that happens, it just kind of snowballs from there. But it all starts with controlling the 50% portion of the map first, getting those rounds of slays, and then also being aware of the spawns, which, let's be honest, both of these teams are very well aware of that.
Yeah, definitely. And even though everything I was saying about the Na'Vi roster is entirely true, you could put a lot of it to the lads roster as well. They do like to play a similar style. There's a lot of OGs on this roster who have been around the block and played all the traditional, or older Halo, should I say, rather than traditional. And now Jimbo grabbing this camouflage, he's got a fantastic opportunity to just make a little breakthrough for the rest of the team. I think that's your job as camo, is to get a couple of kills or at least one to give information, but he did get spotted out. At least gets the trade.
Yeah, he does. Now we're going to switch gears over towards Morga from the Netherlands. He's just starting to fly over towards mid-car, but that player being really good with the movement, hopping right over to top car and avoiding all the damage possible here. Meanwhile, Cristola is going to be taking heavy damage, so the lads starting to get stuck over toward the car side of the map. The slays are coming in. 2Foxy ends up getting a double kill, and he's not done. He's not satisfied. Putting shots and ends up getting 3 out of 4 members down. Does 2Foxy.
Really good trade from Foxy to ensure he got that third, but hats off to the lads as well, ensuring that they stuck together as a two. That's what you've got to do on Aquarius. If you are going to go for a little free roam, as long as you're within the vicinity of some other teammates so they can help out, they can put in those extra shots, or they can get the trade afterwards, then you're going to be in good nick. You almost need to have 2 players who are going to play a little bit more of a slower pace and 2 who are going to go a little bit faster.
I just saw on the kill feed, Quadios actually pulled a fast or pitched a fastball, so getting that direct impact kill with the nade, you don't see that much in Halo, especially not in competitive. Jimbo trying to stay alive over towards bottom mid, ends up getting the assist, goes in for the challenge onto Septic, forcing him to back down. Jimbo's shot is absolutely ruthless, and now he has a teammate with them, so what do? They get aggressive, they change the pace. Again, no problem slowing things down when they need to, but once they're gathered up together, they work that bait and switch to perfection, and look at the scoreboard going heavily in favor of Team Na'Vi.
Na'Vi getting another camouflage as well. That's something the lads are going to have to be careful of. They can't allow Na'Vi to have all of these free camos because it is, if it's used properly, it's a free kill. At least one anyway. Look, the lads, they're staying together. Foxy trying to keep up. Of course, you can't sprint, otherwise you do give up that camouflage. At least he's able to get one. He gave the information as well to Kimbo, who joined him. And Na'Vi are pinching so successfully at the moment. They are flooding any base. As soon as they see the lads are kind of stuck and trapped, they make sure they pick up those kills.
And let me tell you, Kimbo and 2Foxy really going off right now, having 13 of the team's 20 kills and only dying a combined 3 times after Kimbo falls. Actually make that 4. 2Foxy going in for the challenge on Morga, but the bait and switch comes in, but he doesn't care. He puts massive amounts of damage and able to stay alive, and now he's meleeing bodies, letting the lads know about it. The teabags are coming in, and I don't know if they like that flavor.
Well, they want to be making a statement, don't they, here, Na'Vi? They want to show the lads that they are still the better team, despite the fact that they lost that series last week. Not used to seeing a team like the lads, you know, overturn Na'Vi. Na'Vi are supposed to be one of these top European sides, and they wouldn't have been happy with 3rd place. At the start of these European Pro Series, they were very much 3rd behind Quadrant and Ascend. Then we saw Quadrant drop off, and Na'Vi take that top 2 once more. But now the lads stealing that spotlight away from them. Now Na'Vi are going to look to retake it here because they have quite a significant lead. 13 kills ahead right now.
2Foxy now going to drop down over towards bottom card, going right back in for the re-challenge on Morgan, but looks like he had no idea that Quad coming up right behind them, getting the easy flank and kill. And now going for the challenge on top card. Beautiful shots coming out of Quad, finally going to be taken down, but a couple of heat check kills coming out of him, putting his 8th on the board.
Camouflage is there as well. That one goes in favor of Na'Vi once more. You feel like this might be all she wrote for the lads in this series. Remember, it's just a best of 3 in this winners bracket semi-final. So this is a game for guaranteed top 3. Of course, 1 placement away from the prize money, top 2 being paid out in these Pro Series. A 12 kill difference, but it's 1 more camo for Na'Vi. And 12 kills is very difficult to get back into on any Slayer, let alone on Aquarius.
Especially the enemy team is just roaming around with the camouflage being unseen at the moment. Finally, someone going to drop right in front of him. What timing on that one, but luckily respectful, being disrespectful right there. Easy kill coming out of him, making the player 1 shot over towards bottom P, and the team shot coming in. The assist always fairly high here for Team Na'Vi. They're always playing for each other. Once the call out comes in, there's 1, sometimes even 2 or 3 players swarming in. 2Foxy ends up getting the double kill, and Na'Vi are on a roll.
They're finishing all those 1-shots, and that's what you've got to do in not just Slayers, but any game type in Halo Infinite. You can't allow people to get away too easily and play their lives. I know it's sometimes so comfortable for others to sprint away, put their head down and actually survive, but Na'Vi are not allowing the lads to do that. And then the lads are forced into a position where they're 2 versus 3 or 3 versus 4, and then Na'Vi, the team shot is on point. 39 to 26. It's still a significant gap, 12 kill difference. I have seen comebacks like this, but with the way Na'Vi are playing right now, it's difficult to believe it.
You know, Gaskin, you think I didn't see that? I know you're throwing shots at me because I love to put shots and stay alive and try to, I tucked my head strong side and run away with my head between my legs. And I know you were taking shots at me. I'm not going to let you be disrespectful. I'm going to let you get away with that one, but it's not going to happen again. 42 to 30 going in favor of Team Na'Vi as multiple players are going to go down. Jimbo now throws an excellent 8, ends up getting the double kill, and that's what these professional players do. I mean, they're in a 1v2 situation. What does he do? Plays his life, gets aggressive when necessary, isolating those battles, and a big double kill coming out of Jimbo. 45 kills in counting here for the boys in red.
Lads need to get 17 kills, while Na'Vi only need 4. And that means that lads have to get all 4 down over and over and over again, uncontested, but it's not happening. Jimbo showing his dominance. Na'Vi only need 1 more.
And it's just a matter of time here. Jimbo going in for the challenge on Morga, and that's going to be it. 50-34 in a dominant win coming from Na'Vi, 2-0ing the lads.
I feel a little bit bad because when we were looking at these two winners bracket semi-finals, of course, on the other side, we've got Quadrant versus Ascend. And I was very much saying to production, like, oh, I think the lads in the Na'Vi game is going to be a really close one. This is going to be, we have to watch this. We watched Quadrant versus Ascend last time. We will watch this one instead. And yeah, it was a 2-0. I think that was, I'll take the blame. It's my fault. But at the same time, Na'Vi can take the blame for being that good. Such a successful game one that naturally transitioned into game two. They're feeling confident. The shots are on. The chemistry is there. They're just finishing all those kills and not allowing those one-shots to escape. I feel like the lads were kind of stuck in a rut right from the start of that game. You can see Cristola struggling a little bit, 5-12, but statistics don't always paint the entire picture. Sometimes that could be the rest of the team falling before him, and then he's just getting stuck in a 2 versus 1 or a 3 versus 1. But the damage output just wasn't really there for the lads roster, whereas on the side of Na'Vi, plenty to be put in, and I'm really impressed with what Na'Vi have done, which now should set them up for a game against Ascend, depending on what happens, of course, in that other winners bracket semi-final in the all-French affair against Quadrant. But Na'Vi, they want to secure themselves, don't they? They want to get back to that top 2 position where they feel like they rightfully deserve.
Oh, absolutely. This is a squad that has already tasted success, and once you have a taste, you just simply want more. You get greedy, and Na'Vi are one of those teams that I was talking about that just seem to get better and better week after week. I always say in Halo, you can't cheat the grind. You have to put in that work. You have to grind pubs and ranked. You have to especially grind scrims with your team, doing the film review. You literally cannot cheat the grind. You have to put in the work. And let me tell you, Na'Vi are one of those teams that 100% have put in the work. And obviously with the lads, not the last time we're going to see them. They're getting dropped into the elimination bracket, and they're a squad that saw massive success last week. And if they can make it into the grand finals from losers bracket round number 1, who's to say they can't do it again? So we might see the lads bounce back in the elimination bracket.
I thought you were going to go into a little rock rap then. Put in the work, put in the hours, and take what's ours. It would have worked, Tony. I think that you would actually pull it off quite well. I mean, you're just one of these people who could definitely rap. I've heard you rap. You rapped a little bit earlier, didn't you? And it's a little bit concerning how good you were at it. Anyway, Lottie and Jersey were watching in the wings, and I'm sure have come back to this a little bit sooner than they expected, because Lottie, it was a one-sided affair, really. Na'Vi really took the storm.
They really did. Honestly, I was geared up. I got some food. I was expecting a full-blown, to the end battle, and that is not what we had at all. I think, honestly, hats off to Na'Vi. Na'Vi are on a different level today, and I think the main thing that I noticed was it wasn't so much what the lads weren't doing right, but it was more so what Na'Vi were doing. Their pacing is so beautiful. The way that they're able to execute all of their cleanups and their kills quite clearly. The comms are on point. They look great out there. Really, really good. In terms of a rematch, though, Jersey, was this what you were hoping for in order for a Na'Vi bounce back?
It looked as though perhaps last week the lads had angered the beast in Na'Vi, and that's what we seen them. They roared back to life and made sure that they made light work of the lads. I think I worried when I seen the game types. Live fire is certainly a game type that the lads struggled on. We seen that last week. That's why they lost to Team Twisted, was one of the game types there. Time and time again, it's a map they struggle on, and then a Slayer, anything can really happen. Momentum was against them, and that's exactly what Halo is. It's very momentum based, particularly in a Slayer. So I'm not worried for the lads. I think they're born and bred in the lower bracket, and we'll see them make a run, I think, and we could see a rematch of this thing very shortly.
Yeah, I got to agree. Gaskin, overall, do you think that the way that Na'Vi are playing right now, based on what you've just seen against the lads, that is the kind of gameplay that would excel them into that grand final spot, if not to maybe take this Pro Series week?
I think that for them to get to the grand finals, the likelihood is they probably have to beat the lads again. If, the seedings were to go the way they will and they face up against Ascend in the winners bracket, if they were to lose that, they drop to the elimination final and they play either the lads or Quadrant or maybe someone on a massive losers bracket run. So I'd say yes. I'd say they did show enough to get to the grand final, because with that much of a commanding victory over arguably their closest competitor from previous tournaments, then they have really shown up today, and they do look like a different Na'Vi, a different beast after what happened last week. But that being said, I think Jersey has hit a fantastic point that game types did go against the lads here. I think that you've got to be best on all game types, though. You can't allow to have yourself these weak game types where you really struggle, otherwise things like this will happen and you'll be overturned. However, Na'Vi did look very comfortable indeed.
They did indeed. And what is it, do you think, Tony, about live fire and about the weak game types for the lads that makes it so that they struggle to get a win or to get something going, on any of our series layout? Because like Gassian said, really shouldn't be having really weak game types to the point where it's like, okay, great, the two that are lined up first, probably not going our way. What is it about them? Is it something to do with their objective efficiency, their teamwork on some of these maps? What did you notice?
I think it's just a lot. I think it's a lot simpler than that. I think just the fact that live fire is so open, where like teams can just have that team shot. Where I think lads, they want a little bit more closure. They want to actually close you off and isolate these individual gunfights, and even force these 2v1 scenarios where on live fire, as soon as a call out comes in, you have 3 or 4 BRs trained at you, and it's really tough for the lads that want to play their brand of Halo. So I would say, I think it's really simple. I think it's just a map layout that they're just not fans of. That just like, it's really hard. It's really hard for them to isolate those individual battles or even those 2v1 battles that they simply want to force.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, they need to be fans of them, don't they, Tony? Because otherwise they're going to be falling to the elimination bracket over and over again. But I have faith in the lads. I've seen them do it before. I'm sure that they can make a decent run right now this week. We're going to head to a break, but when we come back, folks, we have more Halo Infinite action in Pro Series Week 3 here in Europe. We'll see you right after this.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Electric kill.
captured. The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS European Pro Series. We're into week 3 and before the break we saw Na'Vi take down the lads in a rematch that we were hoping for, and it was a little bit different from last week. They had a convincing 2-0 sweep against the lads and really didn't give them much room to breathe. Of course, the series layer always does count for something, and this exactly wasn't the best idea about the lads' fun for sure in a series. Obviously the maps didn't really go their way, however Na'Vi really worked together very efficiently. The teamwork was there. And I think they're going to be a little bit surprising, hopefully, this week, especially for some team like Ascend to go against, which would be absolutely amazing to see an epic match. We've seen them a couple of times against Ascend. It hasn't been always the best, but Na'Vi look a little bit different today. They look a little bit, I think they're ready to go this week. But with that being said, we actually do have another match coming up, and we have Quadrant versus HMCA. Mocket actually were just taken out by, I believe, HMCA, and Gaskin, they received, is it top 6, I believe? How does the bracket work?
Even
is it top
worse,
8?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Mocket have gone from top 4 to top 8, which,
yeah.
I mean, that just preys on what Tony was saying about the high highs and the low lows. With the way the brackets worked, they've had to face, a top 6 team for that position, but again, that's their own fault for losing winners bracket round 1. It's unfortunate for them, but it happens.
Yeah, it does indeed happen, and Halo, it tells the story perfectly of Mocket exactly as Tony told it. But Quadrant versus HMCA this time round, and I got to ask a little bit about HMCA because they've been a little bit all over the place, kind of like Mocket, but have made some moves here as well. And I want to know, Gaskin, while I've got you, what do you think of their team right now? Because they haven't made a team change. Rami's still there. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I think I alluded to it last week that they were scrimming with other players, and whether that was just because Rami wasn't available or whether they were thinking of a team change, we can only speculate. But I was very adamant that I wanted them to stay together. I'm a big fan of Rami's IGL abilities. I think he has a lot of Halo knowledge that is certainly going to help the team, but sometimes he can be a little bit of a scapegoat for teams because he doesn't necessarily put up the statistics like others do. He plays Halo in a very different manner where he's one of those dirty players. He does the nitty-gritty. But they've stayed together. Now it's the chance for them to show what they're really made of here against Quadrant. They've got to top 6. That's what they should be able to achieve every single tournament. With players like this, top 6 is where they should be. But now they need to push themselves that little bit further, get back into that top 4. They've done it before, and I'm sure they could do it again against a Quadrant roster who have been on the downward slide. They have been really struggling as of recent weeks and haven't looked like the Quadrant roster we saw in the opening stages of Pro Series.
No, they really don't. Every time I think of Quadrant, I do feel like they're such a really good team, and I do feel like they're dangerous as a competitor to other oppositions. However, you're right, they haven't really been themselves. Shazzy, what does that kind of come to? What do you chalk that up to?
It's difficult to really put your finger on it, right? Because they were the top 2 team along with Ascend for 4 or 5 weeks coming into Halo Infinite, just before Rally, basically. And ever since Rally, they haven't looked like the same team. I don't know whether they're struggling for confidence, if it's a pacing issue with the team, but I think something they need to work on is getting back to basics. These are the sorts of teams, these are the sorts of matches against HMCA where they didn't struggle before, but now they're starting to see themselves in the backward foot and they're trending downwards. So they're starting to spiral just a little bit. And these are the games, these are the series that they, will prove their mettle.
Yeah, it certainly will. And Tony, obviously with HMCA kind of trending upwards and Quadrant trending downwards, you'd probably want to say that potentially HMCA might take this series, but do you have any other thoughts about that? Do you feel like Quadrant might be working on things behind the scenes and might have figured things out?
Yeah, Quadrant started off really hot, and they're one of those teams that they just pick up a game, pick up a controller for the first time, and they run hot with it. But I just want to see them just keep putting in the work, keep putting in the grind. I mean, they've showed that they already can find success. Now it's about just executing from there. Meanwhile, HMCA, like you said, are really on that grind, and I feel like we shouldn't even be surprised. I think Gaskin said they were looking to replace Ramirez, which is such a surprise to me. I think Ramirez actually got first place in the 2016 EMEA Halo World Championship, got top 12 in the entire world. 3/4 of this roster got top 32 at Raleigh, so I feel like you can build off of that. So I don't want to see them, just like Gaskin, I don't want to see them replace anybody right now. I want to see them continue to grind here with Lunny and maybe make a run for grand finals. And under the side of Quadrant, you know what you need to do. Keep playing fast, keep slaying out, keep doing exactly what you were doing in the first few qualifiers, get back to form, and I'm sure we're going to see them back on top very soon.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think they're a very talented roster. I definitely think they're a lot better than I think we've seen them as of recent. But with that being said, HMCA kind of worried me a little bit last week against the lads. I think, just based on the way that they were playing, I just couldn't really see any kind of synergy coming there with the team. Does that worry you at all, Gaskin, for the long run here?
I think in best of threes, yeah, I think it's always going to worry me that if, those first game types don't go your way, like if they're not your strongest, then you might be dropping out a little bit earlier and then you flop and then you're like asking the questions of, is it someone's fault? Are we bad at these game types? They feel probably like they should be beating a team like the lads, but this HMCA roster just seemed to have a few worrisome things that happen here or there. I think there's just a few times off spawn where they make questionable decisions or they get caught out with one player kind of pushing out on their own at times. They were almost knocked out of this tournament mere moments ago against Jersey's Angels, which is what Jersey was talking about. His brother was in that team. They were 1 kill away from losing that entire series. They lost the first map, they got into the second, and it was then a 50-49 on Slayer. Ooh. That, for me, is more worrying than the performance that I saw against lads, because the lads are a well-accomplished roster, have got players who've been there, done that, whereas the Jersey's Angels roster that we saw compete have just come from open bracket. They were the lowest seed in the tournament today, and they were 1 kill away from beating 6th seed. And that goes back to what we were saying about these open teams are really starting to bridge that gap now between the pro teams and the open teams, which is what Europe needs. There has been such a big difference between pro and open teams for quite some time, but it seems like they're starting to get a little bit closer now.
Yeah, I think, especially with the close game that they just had, HMCA, is that really Jersey coming down to the fact that they're just on different pages and trying to do different things at different times as a team? Because I feel like every time I've seen them kind of perform or play, I feel like they are like in almost like duos, or somebody's going off doing something completely different, and there's not really like that teamwork or team chemistry there. And I think that's kind of dividing them to the point where they are losing maps and they are losing close maps because they're talented. However, I think that they could have got the work done or got the win way more efficiently. Is that kind of what's lacking on their side?
It looks as though this team, like, it's one of those things when you're trying to build a roster, you can put 4 really good individual players onto a team, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to work. You need to have different players to fulfill different roles. And what we're kind of seeing here is the cogs in the HMCA machine, they're a little bit rusty, they're not well greased. So perhaps, Rami walking around with a bullseye on his back, what if the issue isn't exactly Rami? What if it isn't his play style? What if it's one of the other players that, although we're putting up the stats, they're not quite doing something somewhere else that is needed? So something is off with the team. Certainly, with the caliber of player that's on that roster, they should be top 4 all of the time, all day of the week. But we're seeing them struggle time and time again. So questions will be raised every week when they don't perform to where they believe and they should be.
Yeah, I think we got to talk about it. It's a storyline for sure. And I think, if they don't perform well this week, Tony, do you think a team change is needed on their side?
I mean, I'm never on the side of a team change. I'm really about putting in the grind, growing together, doing the film review. You can find out what your weaknesses and turn them into strength within a matter of weeks. So I feel like if you already have a core there that has shown that they can find success and they can go the distance with some of our top teams, I think, at that point, just, filing off the rough edges, we're just really trying to fine tune the team and put the polishing on there. I'm very against the team change. Now, if you're going tournament into tournament, say 3 online events and then even a LAN as well, and you're having a tough time. Now at that point, okay, look, we tried to put it together. We've gotten a month or so in, and we're not seeing improvement. Maybe then, but as of right now, keep grinding, keep growing together, and finding out what those weaknesses are and attacking them. And I promise we can see HMCA really make a run.
I love that belief, Tony. Love that belief. I want to see them make a run too. I think on the opposite side, though, on Quadrant, Gaskin, I got to ask you about something that I've definitely noticed since the kind of downward trend of Quadrant. Now, when they were kind of competing with the best, they were up there, in grand finals. They were playing Get to Send. SLG had a kind of a role switch for him. You know, IGL, obviously he's the most experienced on his team, and it was working. He wasn't slaying as much and he wasn't getting the numbers. But ever since they haven't been performing so well, I've noticed he's been slaying pretty well. He has been getting the numbers. He has been doing kind of the regular SLG things. Is that changing the dynamic of the team actually in a worse way? Yes, he's getting numbers. Yes, he's getting slays, but something is not clicking. Something is not right. And maybe they're not getting the leadership quality that they need on the team because he's kind of picking up his old role.
Yeah, I think this was a point I made, and it was a kind of a joke towards Shyway when Shyway was talking about how, you know, SLG had been not getting the slays, but then suddenly in the tournament he was getting the slays, and that is entirely a possibility. I mean, the mental power it actually takes to try and lead a team, thinking about spawns, directing who's going to be going where you need to be pushing, who's going to be grabbing those flags, even though it sounds simple. Actually, when you put it all together, it is going to take away an ability to actually focus on your own individual ability. So certainly if SLG is stepping things up again in individual ability, you can question, is maybe his focus not on IGL as much? Have they changed IGL? That could have entirely happened.
Yeah.
And even though some people will say, well, in Halo, you don't need an IGL as much. You've got coaches who might be able to direct things. They don't have a coach who's there for them. It's entirely just the four of them working. I think the bigger problem for Quadrant is individually, they were amazing at the start of the game. They picked it up very well. They transitioned from Halo 5 into Infinite fantastically, but they haven't necessarily adapted to the pace of Halo Infinite in comparison to Halo 5. It's a very different feel. It's a very different mood. And individually, I mean, I've faced some of these boys in matchmaking and, you know, I'm going toe-to-toe with them. So I think that says enough. Like, if I'm matching them individually, they're not doing anything special, right? I'm a good player, but I'm not an amazing player. I have come up against other European players in matchmaking who have, you know, absolutely rinsed me. And I'm like, wow, okay, I can understand what they're doing different. I understand that they are just that step above. There's nothing that's really stand out and special about this roster right now of Quadrant. And they need to change that. Yeah. And you can do that through teamwork rather than individual ability. And maybe that's what they need to find. They just need to find that clicking ability once more.
You know, if you know, something isn't working on the side of they're not quite sure who they want to do the main call outs, you know, where they're going to be going, what they need to change and adapt, you know, is there anybody that you can kind of see having that ability rather than SLG? If SLG is very fixated on kind of doing what he does best, which is slaying out, do you see somebody like Fragger maybe picking up that kind of that slack?
Yeah, I think Fragger is definitely the next player that you would turn to in terms of experience on LAN and all the things that surround it. I think, is Sonny comfortable with that role? Is that something that he's ever done before? I'm unsure. And I think they are definitely struggling for, you know, when every team has sort of bridged the gap, they've started to improve. Quadrant have sort of stagnated. They haven't gotten any better. And you have to start asking questions within. Why are the issues arising? Why are we having such problems against teams that previously we were 2-0ing, 3-0ing? So I think maybe it is something that need to look at. Maybe SLG reverts back to that in-game leader role and relies less on the slays. But we have to see how they perform today, and perhaps they shake the goose and they get the job done.
Yeah, you never know. I'm interested to see kind of like how it does shake out and how they are performing, because I have felt like Quadrant have changed significantly with the way that they play. Just in general, you can see it from a mile off. So I'm interested to see how they line up against HMCA today as well. And I got to ask you, Tony, if you had to pick right now based on how these two teams have been playing recently, who would you kind of be backing here?
You know, I mean, this not too long ago, Quadrant literally beat Na'Vi 4 times in 3 weeks. I mean, there are 3/4 of a roster that made top 12 in the 2017 World Championship. I know that this is an amazing squad. And just like Na'Vi, for example, Na'Vi knows exactly what they want to accomplish. And at this point, you know, week after week, they're just kind of falling into place faster. And I feel like that's what Quadrant needs to do. They know what they want to accomplish. At this point, just like just being comfortable, grinding, scrimming. So this way, things just become a little bit more polished. And I know for a fact that Quadrant can bounce back. And, you know, I think maybe, just maybe, today is the day where they take on HMCA, advance forward, go after whoever comes out of the lads and who knows, and continues to make their way into that lower finals. We know how good Quadrant can be, and today's the day they come back to form.
Yeah, indeed. I think even just looking at that bracket there as well, exciting to see who knows coming forward as well. I think that's, you know, that's a roster we haven't spoken yet about, you know, in all of the 3 weeks we've been here. We've got Cloney, Mose, Snakey, and Shad. Some names I definitely recognize going back in the day. I think when I first started Halo in 2018, I could go on about this all day, but apparently the game is ready to go. We've been talking enough. I'm ready to get this one started. So boys, without further ado, please take it away.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Dan, we've got CTF on Aquarius as our game one. With the way these two teams are both seemingly struggling for form, what way do you see it shaking out?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because there is so much riding on this first game. Because if you can get that lead and go into that Slayer, then we saw what happened previously with the lads versus Na'Vi. Momentum can very much be firmly on your side. The good thing is Aquarius Capture the Flag can usually be quite an elongated game and will, for the most part, go the full distance, the full time limit. So you've got time to work your way back into the game, even if you are struggling in the open stages. As long as you don't allow them to get several flag caps, even if you're getting heavily outslayed, you usually can do enough to stop those flag runs so you're only maybe 1 or 2 caps behind. And you can really assess what the other team is doing and why they're finding success. I do think that HMCA are going to be feeling themselves a little bit, mainly because Quadrant have been on a very much downward spiral. They will be saying, look, if there's any time we're going to beat this roster, it's going to be now. Because it's not happened so far in any of our Pro Series tournaments. They've only played each other twice. One was in the Open Series prior to Rally, and the other time was in Pro Week 1. When they did face up against each other in Week 1, Quadrant won it 2-1. So it went all the way to the best of 3. It wasn't necessarily an easy sweep for Quadrant. But certainly Quadrant have been lacking in recent weeks, whereas HMCA maybe are going to start to pick things up. Remember, they did make that roster change. Casey Lunny, he joined the roster instead of Clone Lee, and they've kind of just been putting the pieces back together ever since.
And here we go then, through the eyes and ears of Chick in our game number 1, Aquarius CTF, Heatwave in his hand, already patrolling over towards this P side, gets Lunny down to no shields, and that's going to be cleaned up immediately, but 2 members of Quadrant down. Not the best to start for either one of these teams, still jostling for position.
I think what's important here for Quadrant is you have to shut down Riots. You can't allow Riots to get off and start slaying like a madman, because we've seen Riots do it on Aquarius in both Slayer and Capture the Flag. It's a map that naturally fits his playstyle. He likes to just be a little bit of a nuisance, take angles that maybe people won't expect, and also get in and behind enemy lines. So expect him to be putting up stats if he's in a position to do so, but if Quadrant can consistently single him out and not allow him that free roam ability, then maybe HMCA will struggle. But you can see already, Riots is the one with the frags on the HMCA roster.
It was 3 dead momentarily as well, with Quadrant coming up off the respawn now over towards P side. There was a flag pulled to Boo, and that, just like that, flag gets punched in, and HMCA take the lead.
Nice quick early cap to give you that confidence and make you believe that actually, yeah, maybe we are going to be able to finally take down this Quadrant roster who have been seemingly struggling in recent weeks. Like this from Flux, though. Even though he got the flag halfway, he paused. He made sure he got his shields back so that he could continue this flag run. The rest of the team have done enough that he's in a comfortable position to at least get it into the base. It looks like a flag cap is potentially going to happen, but there is going to be someone there to stop it.
Urix is that man on hand to stop it for now. He's going to win that 1v1 engagement. Unfortunately for him, another player in and around that flag to get an extra touch. But now Chick on the return, trying to send it home. 4 dead now for HMCA. It looked as though they were going to go 2-0 up, but all of a sudden flags out, and there could be a counter cap on their hands.
That's Aquarius CTF just summed up in those mere moments as well. So close to getting that capture, but you're so exposed when you do run that flag. And off the back of it, Quadrant now are going to have their chance to punch one in. And with 3 dead on the side of HMCA, you have to imagine this is going to be far more comfortable than it was as the other side. And we're all tied up. And that's exactly what you want to see if you're a neutral, you're a fan of European Halo. You want these teams scuffling out on the map, going blow for blow when it comes to these flag caps.
Chick picks himself up a killing spree. It is going to be ended at 6 though, along with the camouflage. Just over 2 minutes into this game, we've already seen 2 flag caps, 4 flag pulls. This game is fast and furious right now, Dan.
Yeah, and now Flux again is going to be the player pulling the flag. Nice movement as well. This is why your preferred side would be to run it on car, because you've got those stairs and you can just project yourself a little bit further. Riot's there to just train this one in, and certainly Flux seems to be the player for this HMC roster who gets that flag going. The rest of the team around him just need to be finding these slays and not allowing Quadrant to be overextending to the point where they're contesting it in the base.
Seen another pull come through once more. It's going to be Fragger who swords across the base, throws that flag out, preventing any score happening as of right now. Chick, though, getting back down by this heat wave from Flux, and he's going to lose his life as a result of that. 2 members down apiece momentarily. Will we get the flag returned? Lunny's going to trade his life out, and that's why we're going to see Riot overextend here to get this flag returned.
Big return from Riot, big return from a big man, and that should be a cap, will be a cap. HMCA regain their lead. So important there that Riot was in communication with Lunny, knew that the trade had come through, and then just getting that thrust as well so that he could project himself a little bit closer to the flag a little bit quicker. As for Quadrant, they do seem to be on the back foot, don't they, Sherzy? They seem to be losing out on Slays, HMCA taking control, HMCA giving up that control purely to run the flag, and then Quadrant are kind of desperately pushing into the base to try and get the return.
Fragger then's pulled a flag out once more. Flux is in the respawn screen, but as is Chick, and Nurex is about to join him very shortly as well. You see that player position top middle, throwing a couple of plasma nades down, maybe going for that insta-explode. Dave Wall should be a big fan of that, but Lunny's going to come through and get the trade. That's 3 camouflages now that have gone the way of HMCA, I believe.
Yeah, you can't allow that to happen if you're Quadrant as well, and this is going back to the IGL thing we were talking of. Even though it's very simple to put 4 good players together and expect them to play Halo, I feel like Halo Infinite, just like other Halos previously, you really need to have a direction. Someone has to be leading the team so that you can be pushing for these power-ups, pushing spawns, or going for flags. You've got to all be on the same page, and a lot of that will come down to a strong IGL. As speaking of strong IGLs, Ramirez, who is not known for his slaying ability, picking up a big double there.
Big double for Ramirez, relaying this flag all the way home. You can see teammates there just to escort them home safely too. Riot is going to die, as is Nurex, but that's 3-1 now, and HMCA showing no hangovers in that game against Jersey's Angels, or indeed Mocking.
And as a reminder, this is a game for top 4, so losing team will be top 6. This is where both of these teams finished last week. And unfortunately, like, they were that 5th and 6th seed, but because of Rocket losing out to HMCA, it does mean that one of them is going to be able to break into top 4 this week. And, you know, it was mad, really, that neither of them were able to get that top 4 placement. You'd expect both of these rosters to be there or thereabouts, but that certainly comes down to the lads shaking things up with their roster and really changing all these seeds.
Seen quite a lot of flag runs coming the way of Peace side, which is something we're not usually accustomed to. Shots getting tagged up at the back, and you don't really have the cover that you so desire on that Peace side. They have made the flag all the way home, but we're seeing Chick a little bit reluctant to get that flag touched, and you can see why. He's going to be waiting for fresh death as Ramirez soars in with that heat wave, looking for get the return, soars that flag out towards front base once more, and he's going to trade out his life here in the end, but he's already done the damage, and the flag's out on the other side. And we're going to see a return come through, unless someone can stop that on the side of Quadrant, and their flag's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, SLG just prioritizing getting the kill top middle. Was anyone there to get the touch? No, they were not. So now HMCA running this flag should be able to make it 4. Even though SLG won that battle of top middle, he wasn't able to assist his own flag. Quadrant find themselves 3 flags down, but there is still 5 minutes remaining. There is still plenty of time, and big slays coming out. 3 down for HMCA. Quadrant can now have map control.
Map control and a camouflage, and I'd like to correct myself. This is actually HMCA's 2nd of the game, so it's a 2-2 split in terms of camouflages on this side. Flux going to be handled by SLG with that camouflage. Riot's positioned over towards top base. He's going to fall, but he's going to take SLG with him, but SLG's done enough damage, it would seem, but out of nowhere, Lunny's got another flag, and he's got it all the way home. You said these games normally go the distance. We're only 6 minutes in, 7 minutes in. We're about to see this game come to a conclusion.
This should come to a conclusion with the slays as well. Pokes it home, and HMCA in quite a commanding fashion, 5-1. And we saw similar things earlier on off stream from Lunny when I was watching Bizarre CTF against Jersey's Angels. Lunny loves to flank, get behind those enemy lines, wait for a couple of kills in those kill feed, and then just pull that flag, get it going. Certainly on Bizarre, it is one of the best ways to actually get captures on a map that's usually difficult. But on Aquarius, it doesn't always work out. But the fact that the slays came around him then for Lunny, it was the perfect timing. And a 5-1 is such a huge scoreline on Aquarius CTF. That wasn't close. It looked like, 1-1. Maybe this was going to be one of those games that was back and forth and they were going to be so closely contested. Boy, was I wrong. Look at the damage that came out of this HMCA roster. They looked in their element on Aquarius CTF.
what a statement of intent this is for HMCA. We believed they were going to struggle just a little bit with the pacing of the Quadrant roster, but how wrong we were, and I'm happy to be wrong at times when we get series just like this. And looking at those stats, SLG getting the kills for his team, 13 and 12, but the other side of things, you said you have to shut Riots down, and although he did do that, the rest of his teammates surrounded him. Look at Rami's performance, 15 kills, 9 deaths, and that's one way to show that you're worth your ticket in this team.
I do think that map perfectly plays for Ramirez's play style, and he looked so comfortable and come up with some big kills as well, and he was always in the opposition's base, or he was in those priority positions to ensure that flag got returned. And I say that he likes to play the dirty work, and sometimes that dirty work can be rewarded with slays as well when you are playing it correctly, when you are putting yourself in those right areas. So Rami putting some big numbers up and playing excellently. I will say that was one of the doubles that he was able to achieve there, so he's still confident in his shot. As for Quadrant, my oh my, what is happening to this roster? It has to be said, ever since they became Quadrant, they really have dropped the ball. They were looking like such a strong roster, a top 2 in Europe. And okay, they still were able to achieve top 12 in Rally, which I'm sure they'll be extremely proud of. It doesn't seem to be working out now we get back to online once more, and they're falling into the top 6 bracket out of that top 2 bracket they originally found themselves in. But Slayer Streets maybe can be a fast-paced game type that we've seen them play that might be able to be more comfortable for them. But at the same time, this is one of those maps that's got a lot of easy routes of access. You can get out of fights very quickly, which adheres perfectly to the play style of the likes of Lunny, Riot, Ramirez, Flux. Oh wait, that's all 4 of HMCA. I think they're going to be comfortable here on Streets. We might be seeing a 2-0 going in favor of HMCA.
It's so strange looking at this Quadrant roster because they finished top 12 at Rally, and they would have been quietly happy with that, how they performed and for their first LAN all playing together. But then you look at it, they've had a complete capitulation, and they were handing the HMCA roster time and time again, clean sweeps left, right and center. But all of a sudden HMCA have closed that gap and only 1 match away now from completing the sweep over Quadrant themselves. So we've seen the likes of Lunny perform very, very well in the Streets game type. He's able to go through those little avenues, those little alcoves, get the backstabs time and time again. And here we go, game 2, Quadrant's tournament life on the line.
Which is always going to add an extra element to a game. That's why these best of 3s are so scary. If you lose that initial objective, it all comes down to a Slayer, and if the Slays don't start to go your way and you find yourself on the back foot, nerves start to kick in, and you realize that maybe this isn't just going to be your tournament day. At least rockets are in the hand of Quadrant. SLG getting 1. We speak about, you know, is he going to be that IGL? Is he going to step up with Slays? Well, certainly in this game, someone from Quadrant has to step up and be that thorn in the side of HMCA.
Early Slays then, just eking in favor of HMCA. 7 kills to 5. Another trade comes through here, so that's going to be 8 kills to 6. And off the early starts, nobody really able to dictate the pace of the game. It's indeed very, very scrappy. We're seeing no real setups for anybody. A couple of players just ducking themselves, getting their shields back, and all of a sudden we're seeing 2 members of Quadrant set up towards station. Urix with his backstab though, that's going to be a huge double kill for him. Not only for the scoreboard, but for his confidence too.
It's about taking advantage of when you've got more of the map than the other team as well. When you know there's a couple of players down on the other side, just push these advantages, get into the priority positions where you can make it awkward for them off spawn. This is one map where you really can control those spawns. You know Cafe is going to be a priority position, PD, Station. They're all going to be areas that these spawns are likely to happen. So if you're controlling the other areas of the map, then you can kind of work out who's going to be where, and you can start to pinch, and you can really start to make a gap between you and the other team. And right now, HMCA haven't been able to find that gap. This one is still very close.
Very close indeed, though. Rocket's about to pop in about 7 seconds or so. 3 members down for HMCA. They might be able to get themselves back on the map to be a factor and make this a more difficult task to secure than it might have been seconds prior. And look at that. Lunny has snuck in, swooped in, picked up the rocket launcher, head towards B stairs. He's been uncontested almost.
It does happen sometimes. And you're so focused on getting map control and getting those slays that it's very easy to forget about the priority. Focusing on those rockets as Lunny actually takes one with him, but it doesn't matter. He's managed to pick up a double kill, which, you know, that's all you're going to get from rockets for the most part. I think on average, you're probably getting 1 kill, 2, you've done your job. And I think that's why sometimes the rockets can go unmatched and sometimes do go uncontested, is because they don't have as much of an influence as previous Halos, when you'd have a few more rockets in the chamber. But at least you've made it work here for your HMCA. You've got a couple of kills, which has allowed you to get map positioning, and now you can try and push with this advantage.
3 dead, then the advantage going to come to fruition. Killing spree as well for Lunny. He's starting to heat up once more, and something we're seeing, and I'm noticing here, Dan, is the members of Quadrant, they're getting isolated in this layer quite often.
They are, and I don't know whether that's just because they're kind of caught on the spawn cycle, or whether it's because they're making really silly decisions to push out on their own. Like Nurix, again, there, he's on his own. Is this just a case of they're trying to flank and they're trying to collapse and it's not working for them as Lunny tries to make this a triple? Does make it, no, doesn't quite, gets the last shot, but it's not going to be a triple reward. 6 kill advantage now for HMCA, and Quadrant, they certainly are being punished for their pushes here, Richie. You're completely right. Very often caught on their own. I think sometimes it's because they have a plan, they go for the pinch, it's just not working.
Lunny proven to be a thorn in the side of Quadrant at the moment. He got himself 14 kills, and if my maths are in check, they're usually not now, you know, with my education, but he was only one or two off killing
say Torn
Frenzy.
instead of Thorn, so it does worry me, because not only is your maths not there, but your English is also struggling, it would seem.
Yeah, English is my second language. Gibberish is the first, but Lunny into another gun engagement here. Ramirez set up over towards tower. He's going to get himself down to a quarter or so shields. Rockets, though, for the first time have gone the way of Quadrant, but all of a sudden, Flux has got that backstab and a free set of rockets for himself. Thank you very much.
Whoa! That's a rocket to the wall, which is right in front of your face. You hate to see it, but it does happen. He just didn't fire it quick enough. He thought he was going to put it into Cafe. And unfortunately, after getting those rockets, Flux did nothing with it. I was going to actually commend HMCA with how they played those rockets. They baited it, they waited for Quadrant to pick them up, and they just watched the jump-ups with grenades. But Flux not able to get those kills, but at the moment, HMCA still have a 5-kill advantage, so we don't need to focus on it just yet.
There has been a couple of weeks now in succession where we've seen 2 Foxy try and make renovations at that particular spot, and now Flux joining them. So perhaps the player trying to tell us something. They don't like the narrowness of that one particular part of the map, but shots go down once more, and Urix gets the better of that player with the Bulldog, and that's going to transition that weapon in his favor. And all of a sudden, Dan, it's a 5-kill game.
Nice shots from Nurix, or nice shot, should I say, with the Bulldog. You've really got to play very confident and aggressive when you do have the Bulldog in hand, because you can make such a big difference. It is one of the power weapons on the map, of course, and Nurix is doing just that at the moment. As soon as he gets any sort of call out and he knows he can take an angle where he can get that first shot and a beatdown, he's there. Just doesn't want to expose himself too much, leave himself vulnerable to a team shot.
We've seen Fragger trying to head into that base, but unfortunately, HMCA all spin on a dime and light him up, and Urix is going to use that Bulldog, and it can be rough when you're on the receiving end of that. You see what I've done there, Dan? That's a dog reference.
I've heard that one before. Not from you.
Oh, no.
From a few people. I've heard people bark. But anyway, 40-40 is what we're going to be seeing. So after a 5-kill difference, Quadrant have done so well to get back into this one. You've got to be careful of your HMCA. You've given up quite a commanding lead.
All tied up then, as Dan alludes to. 10 kills all both these teams require. Make that 9 apiece. They trade back and forth, and did he get that melee? Indeed, he did. Take that player down to no shield. So these two teams trading back and forth all the while here, and this could come down to just one push. One fresh forward dead. This player down to no shields once more, but Lunny, unlike before, isn't able to get the kill this time.
Yeah, just wasn't able to get that melee, but he did give a lot of information to the rest of the team. Rockets down now on B stairs and being picked up by HMCA. No kill. Oh, okay, you do find it if you're right. So you get the melee, and now he's just got to survive. He's going to be getting called out to high heavens at this point. Nades are going to be flooding in from every direction. 45-44.
Set up on the stairs then. Sentinel beam in his back pocket if he does so choose to use it. Trades it out for the red gun instead. Stalker rifle now. Put down some damage in those extended sight lines. Fragger's going to eat a couple of shots and taste the flavor of the red gun. And we're seeing again Riot's dropping that once more, opting to use this Sentinel beam up close and personal to try and fry the shields, but a player behind him here. 2 kills go in favor of HMCA. It's 47-47. We're all tied up, only 3 kills required.
Well, HMCA really trying to take the initiative there. Riot's leading the charge, and Lunny very much taking that alongside him and saying, look, I'll push, I've got the commando. 47-47. You cannot afford to give away an easy death. As I say, that Flux goes down to a grenade, so now Quadrant have the player advantage.
Man advantage then. Will there be a collapse? Fragger putting a couple of shots down the right. That will back him all the way up. Lunny's also down to half shields, but you can see reluctance on the side of Quadrant, and we're seeing HMC exploit that just a little bit, but unfortunately Ramirez is going to run into 3 members of Quadrant here. He says, whoa, 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 I thought this was the bathroom, and he backs himself way out of there before he gets himself lit up. 1 kill required here for HMCA. Ramirez putting damage down all the while. Tower's going to be the setup now. It's a 1 kill game apiece. Which way is it going to go? Over towards HCMCA, a 2-0 lead. They did the complete clean sweep.
And Quadrant were just sticking as a 4 because they were so scared about giving away that kill, but they didn't want to make the play. And this is what I was alluding to a little bit earlier. When you are 1-0 down in a best of 3, it's so easy to play scared, to play reserved, to turtle up a little bit. And especially at 49-49, when you know what's on the line here. Look at what Ramirez was doing. He was always looking for that kill. He went up pink ramp. He said, okay, I'm not getting this one. I didn't finish it. I'm going to actually try and join my teammates by going through bottom middle. And even though he wasn't the one who got the final kill, the fact he was always roaming, always looking for it. It was HMCA who were taking the initiative. They were the ones who were really trying to get that kill and get those pushes. And similarly to what we saw earlier on off stream when they were playing against Jersey's Angels in a 49-49 situation or something very close to, they were the ones who were pushing for the last kill. They weren't waiting for the other team to come to them. Instead, they took the game into their own hands. And their reward, HMCA, is they get top 4. Quadrant fall to top 6 once more. And now HMCA, you know, they're going to be laughing. They're going to be so happy with that one because they were so close to being eliminated at a very early stage in this tournament. And now they're top 4.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. This HMCA roster was just 1 kill away from being completely eliminated from the tournament in the 2-0 sweep against the 16th seed. All of a sudden, they've made a run here, and they're showing no signs of a hangover from those early engagements earlier in the tournament.
It does suggest as well that Europe in general is a lot closer contested than maybe we first thought, or certainly if 16th seed is able to, you know, get that close to 6th seed, and 6th seed who's now finished top 4, it says a lot. And I think it says that these open teams are starting to perform a lot better. It also shows great resilience from HMCA to not only come back in that previous game off stream, but then to push through and have a display like this against a Quadrant roster who would have desperately wanted to put on a show this week to try and get back into things and say, hey, look, we haven't disappeared. Remember us? We were getting to the grand finals every week. We were Ascend's cannon fodder. Well, now it just seems like a lot of rosters are getting better of them. They lost to Mocket last week, and now they've lost to HMCA this week. It really is a big struggle bus here for Quadrant.
Well, Lottie, Tony, Quadrant's troubles, they keep on rolling. Talk to me about what we just seen.
Yeah, I gotta say, again, I mean, you know, I just feel like Quadrant just aren't on the same page at all. And I think it told the story perfectly in that first CTF game in Aquarius. I mean, the efficiency coming across from HMCA, Quadrant couldn't handle it at all. And I think a very well put together team who are on the same page and know exactly what they want to do would be able to stop that. HMCA were just completely unstoppable there. And I do feel like a lot of that did come down to Quadrant not being able to handle that kind of pressure and aggression, pulling those flags. I mean, at one point, Tony, we saw Quadrant getting HMCA's flag in their base, and they had to let it go because they were trying to prioritize slaying power. I feel like they could have got that cap for a split second. I don't know if you know about the moment I'm talking about. They literally held it in their base, and they could have slid to get that cap, but they felt like they needed to outslay and potentially maybe to take another cap from them back to back, but it didn't work out. And I think that's just lack of communication. What did you make of the series?
I mean, I'm just trying to find a way to take my foot out of my mouth because I said Quadrant were going to come out on top and then even make it to the elimination finals. And man, this is not the same HMCA squad that we saw in Raleigh. They got top 32, which wasn't bad at all, but man, they have really ascended since then. I'm gonna make sure that I keep my eyes on these guys because they are the real deal. My gosh.
Hey, Tony, by the way, just unmute on Discord because I can't hear what you're saying, dude.
The whole stream heard it, though. I'm sure it was a fantastic point that he did make.
Yeah, I know stream can hear. We cannot hear you, Tony, just to let you know.
Oh, well, I was giving them the secret sauce. That's why I had to keep it a secret to you guys. I wanted to only communicate with my people in the chat. But like I was saying, no, honestly, HMCA, this is a different squad that we saw over in Raleigh, and I'm really impressed with what they put on the board. Man, I'm gonna make sure I keep my eyes on them for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely being extremely dominant in that. I mean, overall, Gaskin, I think Quadrant just need to reevaluate right now. I just don't seem to. It just doesn't seem like they're on the same page at all. I've said it 100 times, but that really is what is coming across my screen. Is there something that they need to rework here overall, or is there a significant issue in that camp that they need to maybe potentially kind of weed out there?
Are you alluding to a team change, Lottie?
Maybe,
no.
maybe.
No.
Naughty. No, we don't like team changes here in Europe.
I know we don't like it,
I know,
but I think
you're right. Like
sometimes the
something has
synergy
to
isn't
change.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that something has to change. I don't want it to be a team change because this roster looked so good at the start, but you have to start asking questions when you've had that fall from grace. Like, you were top 2, you were playing so well, other teams were really struggling against you. Now you're off the pace, and this is back-to-back top 6s. And now, don't get me wrong, top 6 in Europe is a good placement now. There would have been a time back in Halo 5 where a team finishing top 6, I would have been like, meh, they're okay. Because there was like 2 or 3 teams that were really good in Halo 5, and then others, they were just a little bit off the ball. Whereas now we're getting a far hotly contested region where top 6 could go anywhere from 2nd place to 6th place, which is awesome. But Quadrant now, top 6 back-to-back, they're starting to fall into that, okay, well, maybe they're going to be a team that we could beat if you are a top 8 team. Like, you might be able to maybe take them down and push yourselves into the top 6. So they need to be careful. They need to keep working on things. Okay, it's best of 3s. Okay, it's online. But historically, French teams have been pretty good online. So I would say that they can't use that as much of an excuse, and it's going to be more down to playstyles and other teams just stepping up a little bit more. They need to get back to the drawing board. Far more practice is what I want to see out of these teams, scrimming every single night if they're going to make things better for next week.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we have more Halo Infinite action for you from Europe. The best of the best, actually. So make sure you stay with us, and we'll be back right after this.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS European Pro Series. We're into week 3 here, and before the break we saw HMCA give Quadrant quite a run for their money, showing exactly why this team should be taken seriously. An incredibly strong team objective performance on Aquarius CTF left Quadrant struggling to even pull a flag. But on the slaying side of things, Quadrant kept it pretty close on Street Slayer, but couldn't quite find the lead to take the series any further. And HMCA lived to play another day and continued their elimination bracket run into round 5 very convincingly. And I of course have our boys on board to talk about what we've got coming up next, and that is our winners finals. And not only, folks, is it a winners finals, but it's a rematch of winners finals, which I gotta say, I feel like this rematch has happened many a time now in the Pro Series. It's happened many a time on the online qualifiers and our opens leading up to Raleigh. It's Ascend versus Na'Vi once again, but something that is very exciting, of course, is the fact that last time that they played, they took it to a game 5. Na'Vi really kind of had that full steam ahead attitude, and Ascend were left kind of struggling just a little bit. You know, obviously picking up on things that potentially they needed to work on, which is something I'm sure Ascend really wanted, especially coming into potential live LAN events coming up next, Anaheim. But Na'Vi looking pretty strong. Gaskin, how are you feeling about Na'Vi right now and their ability to go up against Ascend and potentially take a series this time?
I think there's some good game types for Na'Vi. Actually, looking at it, I mean, usually when you start with Strongholds against Ascend, you're terrified because they are one of the best teams, well, if not the best team in Europe, if not the world, at Strongholds in general. I think this is something that some North American pros, Formal, was saying how good Ascend were on LAN on Strongholds. But I think Strongholds Recharge is an entirely different story. It's not necessarily as quick as the other maps like Streets or whether it be Live Fire. Instead, it's more about holding 2-cap and holding a setup. And something we know Na'Vi is very good at is structured Halo. They like to hold setups. They are very good at doing so. So if they can get ahead, if they can get the lead, then perhaps they're going to be able to take down Ascend in a game 1. And then we've already seen what's happened on Slayer Streets for teams that struggle and don't seem to be able to keep up with the pace. So I think this is a good set of games for Na'Vi. Even though Na'Vi have yet to get the better of Ascend in any competitive play, I think that maybe this could be today. You know, I'm gonna put the feelers out there. I think that they came so close last week, and the fact that they came that close but then lost in the lower bracket, they didn't even get a chance at a rematch in grand finals, would have pissed them off. I'm going to put it lightly. It would have really annoyed them. Foxy would have been yelling at the rest of the team. This is a team who want to be at the top. They want to be number 1. They don't want to be number 2. They want to be number 1. They've got to get it here done now.
Yeah, they did fall to the lads in the lower bracket, which I was really surprised about. I remember teeing that one up with you guys, and we were kind of talking about the confidence that Na'Vi would have had coming off that incredible Game 5 with Ascend, but just didn't happen for them. It was really strange. It's like they kind of were feeling a little bit defeated maybe after that, getting so close there. But bringing us back into this series currently, Jersey, I'm excited about Na'Vi because I felt like watching them last time play Ascend, they had what they had to do down. They changed their pace up so well. They had Respectful and 2Foxy being very aggressive and in the faces of Ascend and really matching that aggressive attitude that Ascend bring, which was really, really exciting. So I'm thinking that we've got a pretty good game potentially lined up here. And with that being said, Shazzy, I'm actually going to hand it over to you because I've heard the game's ready and I want to find out this result. So Tony, Shazzy, please take it away.
Thanks so much, lots. Tony, we've got ourselves a winners finals. We've seen this here before. Na'Vi have never been able to get the one over onto Ascend. We've got Recharge Strongholds as game 1. We did see, as good as Ascend are on Strongholds, the lads beat them on this grand finals last week in a Strongholds gameplay, albeit it wasn't this map, but they've shown before that they can bleed.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi has been the only squad to take Ascend the distance and have really gotten there. And you know what? I love me a good underdog story. So let's see Na'Vi be the first ones to knock Ascend into the elimination bracket right here, right now. But it starts in game number 1. And like you said, it's going to be Strongholds on Recharge. You better control that shock rifle. You better control the sword. And don't forget the camouflage is in the middle. It is make or break grabbing onto that equipment.
Something you talk about is the power weapons, and also there's some positions in the map, Tony, in particular, that's really good to hold. One thing we're seeing teams do very often is have a player positioned over towards that top glass area and really have those lines of sight over towards that top catwalk. How important is that going to be for one of those teams to control pipes?
Oh, I think it's going to be huge. I mean, one thing I've noticed about Halo Infinite, especially on this map, is how strong putting a singular person on the map to watch across is. And Halo Infinite, like you have teams that want to overload a side and, you know, push through that, say, control room side and try to get towards top A. And it's so hard to do when you have somebody sitting on top gold, putting down those shots and giving off that information, and then as they enter top A, they're weak. And even on the other side of things, if you're controlling the C or the A side of the map, you can do the same thing. As teams start to rotate, you can sit towards top tower and put down that damage. Damage and information is so important on a game like Halo Infinite. So I've really been taking advantage of watching the cross on multiple maps, especially here on Recharge.
And something Dan alluded to, Tony, is the pacing of these two teams and how Na'Vi generally like to benefit from a structured type of gameplay. And here we go into winners finals, our game 1 Recharge Strongholds. A massive fight going to happen down bottom middle to secure this camouflage.
Legend going right at Kimbo, but Kimbo actually going to accept the challenge, ends up putting him down, but it looks like Kimbo's going to hit the black screen as well, and so do 3 out of 4 members for Na'Vi. Respectful to final player alive. Meanwhile, Shady able to get away with the camo, and now is staying alive, taking out that final player, and it looks like Ascend are doing exactly what Ascend do.
Ascend doing the regular schedule program and then getting kills and staying alive. 3 dead once more, back-to-back 3 deads make that for Na'Vi. This game starting hot and heavy, but like we've seen time and time again, Ascend getting the better of their Na'Vi counterparts. And excuse me, triple cap comes through and 2 big kills go the way of Na'Vi. Snipe drone position, back turbine, back sword, excuse me. He's going to get himself a couple of kills and be able to get this energy sword as well. So the Englishman trying to compound the misery of Na'Vi and looking to hold C all by himself.
Luckily for Na'Vi, coming off the spawn, it's going to be no problem for them whatsoever. They're a very structured team and almost like the exact opposite of Ascend. They don't mind slowing down the pace of gameplay, where Ascend almost always seem to be at 110%, or at least miles per hour, as Snipe going to come in with a beautiful sword, taking down Respectful, going all the way down to 1 shot, but able to stay alive and going right back to defending C. They're funneling the spawns over toward the A side of the map, and it looks like Ascend are looking to collapse and go in for the trip cap.
Here goes Snipe Drone then. No sword use this time. Will not need to slice and dice his way in towards A. As a matter of fact, it was relatively easy for him. 3 dead once more for Na'Vi as 2Foxy finally gets himself back on the map, but we're going to see a triple cap again once more as this reset comes through, and Na'Vi yet to register a single solo point as this game begins.
And And it looks like Camouflage actually just came up. Legend holding down top gold right now. He sees Respectful going after Alpha, so they're still holding on to the double cap. But Snipe Drone actually trying to win his gunfight. Looks like it's not going to happen here. Legend ends up taking out 2 Foxy, and then he spots the Camouflage player, but he's not able to take him down. This cleanup is going to come in, and once again, 3 down go Team Na'Vi.
Kimbo then unable to get anything cooking with that Camouflage. 2 Foxy and Jimbo, a combination of the pair, get the job done over Shady and Sika. C gonna transition, as is A though. They're gonna trade Stronghold for 1 apiece. That's gonna keep scoring in the favor of Ascend, but we're seeing B transfer over just a little bit here. There's gonna be a contest over there as well once more. Will they be able to get the better of that? Yes, they are. That Ascend come out on top once more. C transitioning over again, trading back and forth A and C all the while. B seems to be a very pivotal stronghold here, Tony.
It is 114-0 run going in favor of Ascend. They are playing at just another level right now. Respectful doing a great job of holding down top gold. Ends up dropping down, but Legend's shot is simply too good. Another 2 down go Na'Vi and Ascend are playing again on another level. It's crazy the dominant performance that we're seeing here in game number 1, and they are not slowing down whatsoever. It seems to be too much for Na'Vi at the moment. Maybe, just maybe, Na'Vi can bounce back. There's still enough time for them to come off the spawn, get the slays, and start to convert that into objective efficiency.
Ascend then, Sika with the sword, firing all cylinders, really going through the gears. I've never slowed down for a second here. They've kept the foot on the proverbial throat of Na'Vi, not let them breathe. Still yet to register a point all this time. Ascend looking so dominant. But we're going to see Sika and Legend fall. Now for a second, we do have Na'Vi with a numbers advantage in their favor. Respectful going to soar over towards top control with that sword in his hand. And he's got some menace in his eyes.
Ooh, Respectful coming in, slicing and dicing, taking down Legend, and maybe that's the momentum they need to finally put some points on the board. The last thing you want to see if you're a fan of Na'Vi is going to be a shutout, as Sika ends up getting a beautiful, perfect kill, holding onto this Camouflage, getting damage on the second player as well. 2 Fox having no idea where he is. The assist is going to come in, and somehow not a singular point being put on the board here for Team Na'Vi.
Jimbo gonna receive a couple of BR bursts in his back, and that's gonna put him right onto the lap of Snipe Drone. Beautiful teamwork coming there, and the communication definitely on point once more for Ascend. Snipe Drone and Shady now going to fall. Jimbo and Respectful, and now Kimbo will join them. They're all completely out of the fight while this trade comes through. Respectful gonna get the better of his opposite number this time, and look to turn his attentions back towards A and convert that in his team's favor. Although they have 2 strongholds, unfortunately for them, they've lost B in the blink of an eye. C about to be controlled once more. We might get Na'Vi on the board. Contest is coming through, and Na'Vi finally scoring their first point. The issue is they're down 215.
Yeah, the question I have, is it too little too late here? I mean, finally, I think I would put a point on the board, but just as you say that, a double cap now going back in favor of Team Ascend, and they're working on the triple cap as well. Jimbo doing a great job of out-rotating Team Ascend, so now they're going to steal away A, but look at the scoreboard. It's not getting any prettier here for Na'Vi. Jimbo staying alive over towards top tower, ends up getting the assist, and just waiting to get the slays that they need. They have to get these slays before they're able to go after this objective and to hold on to any kind of setup.
Here we go then. Respectful and Co finally have a foothold in the game, and Shady there evades the attentions of Respectful. He almost smelt the spidey senses of tingling and repulsed himself out of danger. Lovely shots out of Respectful. A fresh 4 into Legend's visor, and that's going to turn this game in his team's favor for the moment. Unfortunately for him, 2 strongholds against them. Legend positioned over towards Turbine, going to eat a mangler for his troubles. Camouflage still in the chest of Respectful, so he's going to get a relatively easy. 2 strongholds now still in favor of Na'Vi, but I'm liking this from Respectful, playing it slow, waiting for a player to come to him.
That is, makes it over towards Whirlpool, doing a great job of supporting his teammate from across the map. Meanwhile, there's a player actually right next to him over towards back goal. Tries to get him with the Mangler, ends up getting the trade off in kills, but 2 down go Na'Vi. They're trying to up the tempo here because the scoreboard is almost at that 240-point mark. So now every life matters. Every point matters if Navi's going to try to make some kind of comeback here. Now, you're going to notice the moment they take foot or at least step foot into a hill, even if they're not able to capture it, they're able to slow down the clock and also actually not slow down, actually stop it as that body's actually floating right above him. So a double cap, momentary trip cap going in favor of Na'Vi, and now they have to defend C, which 2 players are coming in. Excellent shots coming out of 2 Foxy. That player going all the way down to 1 shot, goes in for the challenge and tries to get the second one, but sadly it's not going to be enough. Sika ends up taking him down, 243 in counting here for Team Ascend.
Na'Vi clinging on in there, desperately trying to make a series of it. Game 1 though, they've been heavily outgunned. Certainly early doors. 2 strongholds in favor of Na'Vi still though. They're hustling, they're bustling, they're trading strongholds all the while, and though they haven't really been in control of the map for any real sustained amount of time, they're still desperately trying to stay in there. But unfortunately what happens here now, Tony, with the old cliche rings through, they're going to have to play perfect Halo or they'll be going down in game 1.
I mean, Na'Vi have really dug themselves into a hole here as they're trying to stay alive. Respectful and Jimbo off the screen getting back-to-back kills, but 3 down goes Team Na'Vi. Shady now trying to steal away B, and while Charlie's getting stolen as well, that's going to be a trip cap, and it might just be mathematically impossible for Na'Vi to come back after that one. Game number 1 going to go handsomely in favor of Team Ascend.
Ascend doing what Ascend do best, and that's just winning a strongholds game, and that's what we've seen. Never really gave Na'Vi the inch that they required, and perhaps, you know, we've seen Na'Vi at times scrap a little bit, get their foot in the door, but unfortunately, when you give Ascend that much control of the game, they'll take it and run with it.
Yeah, I don't want to say that Na'Vi were playing bad. I mean, you saw them actually out-rotate an enemy team a few times despite not having the slays that they wanted and still able to make things happen. And even the slays department, they weren't that far behind the squad, but man, Ascend were just playing at another level. They were just playing too fast, and the moment that they got those slays, they were being so objective efficient. The moment 1, 2, or even 3 players went down, they had their butts in the hill and was taking the stronghold. So again, I don't think Na'Vi played that particularly bad. I just think Ascend were playing that at that much better, and kind of like you and Dan kind of alluded to before, this is one of the best strongholds teams that we have in our league. Not even just this region, in our league. They are that fast and that efficient in strongholds.
Indeed, if you look through the highlights, and we've seen a couple of moments that 2 Foxy had where he got a player down to no shields and almost banked that kill was going to come for him and turned away from it only for that player to still be alive. And little mistakes like that when they go against you can really pay. We've seen just how dominant Ascend were in the Slays category, and that doesn't put them in good stead for Na'Vi when they head over towards Street Slayer now, Tony. And with the way this Ascend roster are playing, they're showing no signs of slowing down.
And, you know, although Streets is a very small map, so you're just going to favor the teams that can play really fast. So once again, maybe Ascend might have an advantage on that. I do like the setup that most teams that can slow things down, they'll try to control that PD and that B side of the map and funnel the spawns over towards bottom C. I think if Na'Vi are going to come out on top, that's exactly what they need to do. Almost play like an oddball, where you're literally holding down top PD side, using the ground as a head glitch, looking down on your opponents and counting on your team shot, and continuously spawning them over toward the C side of the map. I think if Na'Vi can have a similar game plan to that for at least 60% of the game or 70% of the game, I think they can come back on top and tie things up. This series is not over yet. We're talking about a best of 5. There's plenty of Halo to be played.
The issue I have, Tony, is that with the way Ascend play, particularly in Streets, whether it be Strongholds or indeed Slayer, they don't play too dissimilarly. As a lot of pro players are saying that Strongholds basically is a Slayer, but you pick up objectives along the way, and something that Ascend do very, very well is slay you in one place, move to your next spawn point, and kill you once more, and they go port to port, and so that's something Na'Vi need to stop nice and early here.
but we're going to find out what they can do. Obviously, controlling the sandbox is going to be very important for either one of these teams to give themselves an edge in these individual gunfights. So even the drop wall, the thrust, giving that edge in that individual gunfight, and then controlling things like the Bulldog and obviously the rockets that spawn in the middle are going to be crucial. One of my favorite combinations is if you manage to have the thrust and the Bulldog at the same time, because the Bulldog is really close quarters, that close quarter specialty, but then you can close the distance on your opponent utilizing that thrust. So if you manage to get both of those, you can really make things happen. Hopefully Na'Vi are going to be able to do so. If you spawn over toward the PD side, I want to see them take advantage of that drop wall spawn, and that's exactly what Sika does. Goes right after the drop wall, now has the Bulldog and maybe Rocket soon.
Game 2 then gotten off to a hot start here for Ascend. 2 kills to 1. Rocket's still down bottom middle. Nobody able to get their hands on it just yet. But Kimbo, the last man alive, just like that. That's going to be a free set of rocket launcher for Snipe Drone. And he takes that, signs for it, and says thank you very much.
Snipe Drone having the rockets in hand. There's a player over towards PD. Shoots a premature one. Now controlling B-side literally by himself. The player comes out of PD. The rocket not going to get the one shot, but luckily the headshot is going to finish him off. Meanwhile, off the screen, Legend gets the cleanup kill on 2. Foxy, and once again, Slays heavily going in favor of Team Ascend. It's an 8-3 lead in favor of the boys in red.
Premature rockets affect 1 in 4 players. Don't be ashamed about it. Seek help. Here we go then. 10 kills to 7 in favor of Ascend, and they have got a couple of members down in the respawn screen and a full complement of players for Na'Vi. Through the eyes and ears of Respectful here as he collapses over towards this arcade side and might get his hands on the thruster pack to boot, but Kimbo's picked up a couple in the feed. Legend is also going to get this 1v1 engagement. Like to see Respectful stay alive, unable to do so, it would seem. 12 kills to 11. It's a 1-kill game.
Beautiful kill by Snipe Drone going after the double kill, but Jimbo taking him down. So great kill for Jimbo. He did not want to put his team 3 down at that big of a disadvantage. The nade comes in, making Legend one shot, goes in for the finish, but the trades are going to come out. Both players are going to go down. And just like that, we are tied up at 15 apiece with 15 seconds for Rockets to come up.
This next set of rockets then going to be pivotal in what way this destiny shapes out. 3 members go down here for Ascend. That should be a set of rockets going over towards Na'Vi. Their first of the game is going to be a 1-1 split. Respectful getting tagged up in the back. Able to escape with his life, though. Drop that Bulldog to his teammate. Beautiful teamwork.
But there are 3 players actually funneling over towards the B side of the map. Meanwhile, Sika and that one player actually going for a little bit of a flank over towards bottom mid. Sika tries to come out toward the B stairs, but ends up catching a rocket to the face. So now we're back on board. Now it's Snipe Drone. 2 players down, make that 3 players down. Final player waiting for his teammates to spawn, so ultimately can come out with a push. He's gonna make his way over towards Purple Street.
Na'Vi then with a 2-kill advantage. They've taken the lead in the game, and how they would like to take the lead in the series in a couple of games time. 22 kills to 20. More engagements go down bottom tower. We're seeing Snipe Drone try to escape with his life, unable to do so as he looks to reach out to help his teammate out. 2 members go down for Na'Vi to Ascend's 1. 24-23 on the scoreboard now. These teams are back and forth. We're not going to see another set of rockets for another minute or so. It's going to be trade for trade here.
Excellent shots coming in out of Shady, taking down Jimbo, puts Respectful down to 1 shot, going to force him to back down. He does have a teammate over towards bottom A, so the shots coming from 2 Foxy, who goes in for a flank but ends up being spotted. Meanwhile, for Screen's able to take out Sika. Jimbo actually gets a big kill as well, so Na'Vi are starting to make a run.
Here comes that run then. Bulldog in the hands of Jimbo. What can the Brad Book do? Helps get 1 kill, secures 2. Kimbo and Jimbo. The names rhyme for a reason because they work so well in tandem. And here goes Jimbo then. Up towards the station stairs. Peeking inside. No players there to say hello though with him and his dog on a leash. And he's had to back down towards Garbage Truck instead. Snipe Drone trying to predict that movement. Unable to do so. Jimbo gets the kill. 34 kills to 28. Make it 35. And Na'Vi starting to put some distance between them and Ascend. And another set of rockets going to go their way too.
They're simply controlling the power weapons on the map, and it is paying dividends here for Team Na'Vi. Rocket launcher and Bulldog in the hands. Utilize the rocket launcher to take down 2 Foxy. Make that a double kill coming out of him. advancing forward. They're not going to slow down whatsoever because they know the spawners are being stuck over toward the seaside. So here comes the cavalry out of Na'Vi.
What can the cavalry do then? Not a lot, it would seem, as Snipe Drone and co battle their way out of C station. Shots go down here over towards red corner. Respectful's going to get the better and turn that one into a double. 43 kills now. Na'Vi only 7 away from tying up this series.
And the assault rifle takes the most skill in the game, so the fact that Respectful is able to pull off a big double kill with it just shows the skill that he has right there. Meanwhile, Shady now going to make his way over towards B. He has a teammate on the C side, and now he's working a little 1-2 combo with Legend. Going to look to bait and switch, but both of his teammates are going to quickly go down. It looks like he's going to join them here, as Legend going to be the final player alive over towards PD. Meanwhile, his teammates are spawning up, and he's trying to buy some time, but Jimbo hunts him down.
Trying to buy some time, but Na'Vi not interested in what he's selling. Shots go down over towards Arcade and Pillars, and that's going to be 2 kills in their favor, and that's the closing 2 kills they required. Series is 1-1. Na'Vi take our Slayer on streets. The Bizarre CTF going to be game 3, Tony, but the way that game shook out, Na'Vi are right back in things.
And now we don't know who to root for at this point, who's going to be taking this, because there was a dominant win in game number 1, obviously going towards Ascend. Meanwhile, Na'Vi answer right back and put a dominant win of their own. And now we're going into game 3 kind of confused, but I'm a firm believer in momentum. And Na'Vi now have it after that one. But let's take a look at the stats, and that's really going to tell the story of this game here.
It's important to note as well, with the score being so convincing to Na'Vi, 50-34, it's not often we see the likes of Ascend almost get staked in. Looking at those stats, Jimbo having a very, very impressive game by his standards. What a game from the man. Respectful also putting in decent damage, but you're seeing there across the board, 3 players on the side of Na'Vi have hit 3k damage, and you can see the struggles on the other side. Shady with 2,300, and unfortunately slow game for him.
That it was. 3 out of 4 players hitting the 3K club here for Team Na'Vi. And let's take a look at some of the replays. Let me tell you, there was some replays on both sides. Team Ascend played that very well, but eventually Na'Vi bounced back towards the midway point of the game, and they kind of ran away with it a bit. So great job for them. The last thing they wanted to do is fall 0-2 in the series. Not to say that they can't pull off a reverse sweep, but it's really tough, especially after that big of a loss in game number 1. They bounced back. They knew that they wanted this win, and they simply took it. And now we're going into capture the flag on Bizarre, which we've seen Ascend and Na'Vi match up on this very map. And let me tell you, Ascend are a damn good flag team, especially on this map. Very rarely do we see this map even go to 5 caps unless Ascend is involved.
Yeah, Ascend really have those flag routes nailed down, where they bring it double doors or in through the palm 3 and run it across top doors. I've seen them do some really impressive things. They waste no time in getting flag out and all the way home. And I think it's an interesting point you raised about Na'Vi, is that, you know, they really didn't want to go down 0-2 in the series. And last week, that's exactly what we've seen them do. And then they clawed it right back to a game 5, but unfortunately, they fell by the wayside. But now they've got themselves back on level terms before having to go to a game 3 or 4. So do you think now, like you said, momentum is in their favor just a touch, but are they running into a Bizarre CTF game? And that's not going to be an easy task for them, particularly against this Ascend roster.
Well, you know, the one thing I'm noticing about Na'Vi is that, you know what, they're confident right now to come in with the mental fortitude after getting kind of ran over in game number 1, and to bounce back like that and to have almost just as dominant of a win going into Slayer. That tells me that their mental is simply on point, and they're looking confident. They know in their minds that they can knock Ascend to the losers bracket, and they want to do it right here, right now. We're talking Bizarre CTF. You have the grapple. You obviously have that overshield that spawns over toward the middle of the map, but don't forget about those Manglers and the Bulldog as well.
Here we go then. Game 3 of our winners finals in this best of 5, and Snipe Drone looking to waste no time in securing that overshield for his team. He has lost 2 members in the meantime. Rockets also have gone against them. But the way it's spread out, Seeka's the last man alive, and this hot start's gone the way of Na'Vi.
Seeka now putting in shots on Kimbo, ends up pulling off the double kill. The nade's gonna come in, and that's gonna be a triple kill, taking down Respectful. 3 out of 4 members of Na'Vi are gonna go down, and those are the slays that they need. But now they gotta turn that defense into offense. They have to get into the base, which is exactly what Shady ends up doing.
Seeka by name, Seeka by nature. Unbelievable shots and performance out of him to get those 3 kills all lined up. when it looked as though the tide was turning against them. Shots go down. Shady and Snipe get the job done over to Foxy, this time positioned over towards that thruster pack. Flags out again this time. Snipe's got his hands on it this time around. He's running it over towards the Sizzles, and like we said, they waste no time in getting this flag all the way home, but all of a sudden there's a player behind enemy lines.
That it is. The flag is going to make it over towards the double doors, and a beautiful 2v1 ends up taking down Respectful. So 2 members of Na'Vi going to go down, but the nades are doing the damage that Na'Vi needs to bounce back, and I'm not sure. I believe they're able to get that recover. He said multiple players there, and the nades really did most of the damage here. Meanwhile, Kimbo goes in for the challenge on Zika, but ends up going down.
Battle rifle shots then. Taking a pause for a moment, still ringing out all over Bazaar. Flag though this time in the hands of a Na'Vi player and 2 Foxy. Unfortunately for him, the Frenchman Legend's going to shut him down before he can get ahead of steam. They're making sure that flag stops still and goes absolutely nowhere. And now Legend trying to defend the bar bridge. Gonna try and push out over towards this palm tree area as well. We're gonna see Overshield pop up here, and we're seeing the grapple come into full effect, and Legend pops that Overshield into his chest, and he's gonna start a push of his own.
And the shot's starting to ring out because his teammate ends up going down thanks to 2 Foxy, but Legend gonna trust his teammate to get the assist, which he ends up doing, and Legend not slowing down whatsoever, wants to make use of all of this Overshield, but the nade, beautiful nade coming in from Jimbo, going in for the Ninja, but even that's not gonna be enough. Luckily, Jimbo was able to take down the Overshield, but Legend is still in their base.
Legend in the base then, being a bit of a menace to society, making sure that Na'Vi can't rest. They know they have to clear him out. Unfortunately for them, 2 Foxy's going to fall, but 2 members answer back on Na'Vi. Make that 3. They know exactly where Legend is positioned now. He's the last man alive. He has to scamper away and try to play his life. Unfortunately for him, he's got a Bulldog hunting him down. It's ripe with rabies.
That it is. Respectful ends up getting the recov on it. Meanwhile, Kimbo utilizing that assault rifle to slay out over towards Top Cafe, and does have a teammate with them on the rocket side. So Na'Vi trying to clear out this base here as spawners are starting to come in, and 2 Foxy's gonna up the tempo as well. Multiple players going down here for Team Ascend, so now we're seeing the first flag being pulled here for Team Na'Vi.
Team Na'Vi then getting that flag all the way over the halfway point, and it's important to note these 2 teams did play this last week and it went to overtime, and in the end Na'Vi got the better of them, so there's definitely signs there to show that they can get the job done here, and they've gotten the flag all the way home. Looks as though nobody's there in contest. The grenade comes through, not going to be able to do enough damage, although there is a chance of a counter cap. A huge trade goes down this time for Kimbo. Now Ascend, what can they do? Can they answer back immediately?
We're going to find out. Na'Vi coming off the spawn, but multiple players are going to go down here. The challenge is going to come in, and Respectful being disrespectful with that trading in, and now Kimbo sliding in for the recov. So Na'Vi end up capping that flag and also playing excellent defense, stopping the counter cap, and look at that. They're now upping the tempo again, getting the Overshield. Now gonna get himself a double kill, almost a triple, and he ends up getting it. Jimbo is starting to heat up. 3 out of 4 members for Team Ascend going down, and Jimbo might have opened up so many lanes for the rest of his team to now push up and to put the pressure on Ascend.
Beautiful entry damage out of Jim. Also gets 2 more. Can he be stopped? He can't. He won't. He's making a collapse come through onto this flag now. Seek is positioned over towards that Mangler side of the map, taking more shots, and finally Jim is shut down before putting 5 members of Ascend into the grave unanswered. Really putting the pressure onto Ascend here, and they're starting to buckle and wilt just a touch.
Legend throwing a couple of denial nades over towards the cafe. Does have its teammate with them. They have to stop this flag from going in. Kimbo ends up going in for the challenge, able to take down Legend. Now we see another challenge over towards palm trees, but there are multiple players for Na'Vi starting to funnel in, and look, just like that, Jimbo coming off his spawn. But as I say that, 3 down go Na'Vi. Great kill by Jimbo, but he has to prioritize his life here, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Jim's back for more. He's hungry. And Ascend, quite the dish that he's sinking his teeth into right now, but unfortunately he's going to get taken down. Great defense out of Ascend, and they've also got a man that's leaked through the lines. He's going to try and pull it over towards this sewer side. Shady going to be met with 2 Foxy and Bar. 2 Foxy has his number this time. 6 minutes and 20 left in the clock. We're going to see overshielded rockets very, very soon, and it's going to be very important to see what way this game shakes out.
Excellent cross-map shots coming out of 2Foxy. Again, prioritizing his life, gonna rotate out over toward the Rocket side of that. Meanwhile, Jimbo in heavy trouble. He's gonna be hunted down by multiple members coming in out of Ascend. And now we have 2 players over towards the pillars, but the Dynamo nades are coming in and doing damage to both of them. Shady makes it in the enemy team base. One more round of slays, and I promise this flag will be built.
Shady then, the master of movement. What can he do? Can he wriggle and get himself out of jail here? Unfortunately, he can't. And 2Foxy gives him the uppercut. And that's going to be enough to put him in the death screen. And Rocket's in the hands of Legend here. He fires with an anger over towards Kimbo, and it connects. 2 members down here for Navi and Ascend. Starting to be in just that. The Ascendancy, his flag's already made it over the halfway point.
Double kill coming out of Legend, holding down the bridge side, and that flag does end up making it through the double doors. 3 members of Navi gonna go down, and the relay comes in. We might just be tied up at 1 apiece. Yes, we are. And now Ascend have to keep the offense going. They gotta continue this momentum. Legend now making it over towards the bridge. Excellent shots across map. Goes in for the challenge, almost wins it. But it looks like 2Foxy is gonna play his life there. But still, Ascend continuing to control the 50% portion of the map, and now starting to get into the enemy's team base.
All tied up in the series. All tied up in the game. We spoke about how important those sets of Rockets and Overshield were going to be around that 6-minute mark, and we've seen just why. Ascend secure the goodies, they secure the flag cap, and Honor's even now on the scoreline. Jim getting shot up over towards that locker area. Here comes a sizzle just to back that player down. Snipe Drone doesn't want anything to do with that. He backs away and will live to fight another day over towards this front double doors area. 2Foxy getting face to face with that man Snipe Drone, but Kimbo on hand to help his teammate out. Spare the blushes of 2Foxy and perhaps getting outshot. Seeka though positioned over towards his double doors, and combination of the 2 will take him down. 2Foxy and Kimbo getting the job done. Here comes the Navi push.
Needler in the hands of Kimbo, trying to get maximum value out of it. Ends up stealing away the kill with the BR, and the nades are going to come in. Excellent denial nades. Now once again going to trust his teammate to finish off that kill while he gets the flag over towards the 50% portion of the map. Beautiful fundamental plays coming out of Team Navi, and somehow Kimbo is still alive. Navi do not fear Ascend.
They're not fearing the Reaper here. We're seeing Respectful get that touch. Unfortunately, that grenades come through. And 2 members now on the return. So momentum was in their favor. It looks as though they were going to get that flag cap, but Ascend stopped that in its tracks before they can retake the lead. And now with time starting to be a real factor in this game, we could be heading to overtime if it keeps going the way it is here and in this vein. See the bar push now from Ascend. Can they get the slays that they need? A ninja from Jimbo. He threatened to do it before, and he's done it now.
Jimbo was just waiting in that corner, hiding there as the player ends up rotating out, utilizing the audio cues to jump right over his head and to get the ninja. Meanwhile, 2 coming from Team Navi, trying to do as much damage as he can, but he's seeing multiple members on both sides of the map, and Snipe Joe going to make quick work out of him as the rocket launcher is coming up. So this is a crucial point in the map, and Team Ascend now have map control.
Snipe Drone recognized just how important it is to get himself back in there, and Rockets have transitioned over towards Legend and indeed Ascend, who gets himself a lovely double kill, snapping onto Jimbo's face. 1 rocket left to play with it, making a triple kill. He's screaming, "Where's my over?"
Legend now going to make his way over towards the cafe side of things. Meanwhile, Shady is taking some heavy damage. Look, he has the grapple coming right back into the lobby here. Now the flag's going to be pulled. That's multiple members going down here for Navi. Going to try to finish off that player towards bottom palms. It looks like it happens. Overshield is coming up here as he's running the flag. I wonder how exactly he's going to play this. Luckily, he has a teammate there who's going to grab onto that Overshield. And now the flag is still making it towards the market. But as we know in Bazaar, you need multiple rounds of slays to be able to pull off a flagpole. Snipe Drone able to take down the first one. The sizzle sticks going in for the second one. 3 go down for Navi. Make that all 4 players, and Ascend are going to run this home.
Ascend then, with just 1 minute and 30 left in the clock, take the lead in our game number 3 here on Bazaar. Navi have looked good in patches. Damn, they've looked better in patches. The issue is they've run into this monster once again. The unstoppable machine that is Ascend that keeps on grinding on. Just over a minute left now. Na'Vi need to get the better of these slays and need to make a push of their own, or they'll find themselves 2-1 down in the series.
Another 3 down go Team Na'Vi, and another flag being pulled here by Ascend, and now they're starting to funnel those spawns over towards bottom rockets, which they're ready for. So the nades are already starting to go in, the shots are starting to ring out, and it seems like it's only a matter of time before the slays come in. But Kimbo and Jim are going to answer back, taking down 3 out of 4 members for Ascend. The player going to slide in, going for the return to be respectful, who ends up winning that battle as well, taking down Snipe Drone.
Hold on a second. It's not over until the Fat Jersey sings, and the flag's already out over towards the double doors, and Na'Vi looking to answer back right here, right now. Sizzle Stick goes down, but Shotgun comes roaring through. It's been stopped once more. 2Foxy can get this touch, but he has to get this 1v1 engagement over Snipe Drone, and he cannot do so.
We almost saw a beautiful counter cap coming in out of Team Na'Vi. But listen, they're able to relay and touch the flag. And as I say that, nades are starting to fly over towards the double doors. And the damage has been done. A little bit of a fumble there for Respectful. Hopefully that's not going to cost them the flag cap as the shots come in. Shady ends up getting a double kill. Kimbo going to be by himself. And man, that fumble might have cost them the flag cap.
We're seeing them desperate to flag now, and like they need to, and unfortunately that little fumble from Respectful, as though he lost the flag in the clouds, is going to pay dividends here. Ascend take the lead, 2-1 in the game. It's now 2-1 in the series.
Now that is really tough, because let me tell you, Na'Vi dedicated all of their resources to saving that flag, and they did a great job of doing it. Those nades did all the damage they needed over towards the double doors, and it seems like maybe if the fumble didn't happen, maybe that flag could have made it to the base, or maybe Shady would have just pulled off a double kill in some other way and still stopped it to get the return. Either way, game number 3 going towards Ascend, who are now 1 game away from sending Na'Vi into the lower bracket.
If that game was to be just one still image, it would be the flag down, Respectful desperately trying to backtrack onto that flag, but unable to find it, it would seem. It was like he had to go digging for it, shovel in his hands. That was how much he had lost it, but unfortunately for him, that timing that he lost only opened the door for Ascend to come roaring back and get that return. And as good as they looked, as coordinated as they looked, they managed to lose that game somehow, some way. Bizarre CTF going in favor of Ascend, and here's some of those highlights to show us exactly what way it shook out. Seek is setting the pace nice and early with a lovely triple kill to open us up and open up the map. But now we turn our attentions towards Recharge, Oddball, and the heartbreak that's just ensued for Na'Vi. Will they carry that into this next game, Tony?
Well, you know what? Na'Vi still ended up looking really good in that game. You know, we're talking about 1 or 2 mistakes, and maybe they're the ones that are winning 2-1 or possibly even 3-1 going into an overtime. Na'Vi still looked very good, especially there was one point where it seemed like Ascend had a flag running home, and it was going to be easy for them. Respectful ends up sliding in, wins a huge individual gunfight, gets the return, and as we say that, at the same exact time, I believe it was Kimbo that was running the flag a counter pull, and that was absolutely incredible work coming out of Na'Vi. So we saw moments of greatness coming out of the boys in blue, and maybe, just maybe, we might see that once again here in game number 4 to force the game 5. But that was a double kill right after the fumble right there. Really heartbreaking, but you know what? These are professional players. Professional players have to have the mental fortitude to almost have like a mental reset button in the back of their, like, oh, I'm gonna click this, forget everything that happened up until now, and let's just simply take it one game at a time. Na'Vi, if Na'Vi able to take this, they're gonna force a game number 5, and we will go to a Slayer on live fire.
The issue I have here is that every time we've seen Ascend take a backward step just a little bit, maybe look a little bit weak on a map or show some frailties, every single time, Tony, they manage to clutch up, they ice up, and they manage to get themselves the win. We've seen Quadrant take them the distance every now and again. We've now seen Na'Vi back-to-back times. They've managed to take games off them and almost take that flag game on Bizarre, but every single time, Ascend come out on top. One of these times, surely, sometime soon, we have to see a team get the better of Ascend, because they're starting to close that gap, like I say.
Whoa, you almost saw it can't happen right now. I'm still a believer, baby. I know for a fact that Na'Vi have the capability to win this one out and force a game 5 and even win on a game 5 Slayer. They already did it in game number 2. So I'm still a believer here. Not for long, as they just went 4 down, Jersey. Not gonna lie, but still, they're gonna bounce back.
Tony's a believer. Ball set up over towards pipes though, and Camouflage also in control of Ascend along with that Mangler, and that can be a devastating combination in the hands of almost anybody. And Respectful desperately trying to play his life, unable to do so, and that's going to be another one in the books for Na'Vi. Still scoring all this time, 25 seconds unanswered and unable to break the setup, but loving this from Shady, downloading information this entire time, almost like a GPS, just tracking people, taking pictures and relaying that information. Respectful and 2Foxy finally put him away. Ball's going to be down over towards this Turbine, but a lovely bit of scoring for Ascend early doors here. But now we're seeing Na'Vi turn the screw.
A 34-0 run going in favor of Team Ascend, but Na'Vi end up getting the slays that they need, and now their setup is locked in, and Kimbo is clicking right into place. He wants to make sure that he's watching this cross coming out of anybody rotating from tower, ends up finding somebody in their sight, going in for the shots. He's doing the damage, but not able to get the kill either way. Every time that damage goes down, it slows down the push coming in for Ascend, which is just going to be more points on the board, and his teammates are going to come in for the cleanup kills, and that was 4 down for Team Ascend. Na'Vi are looking good.
The damage being done, and Ascend starting to bleed. We're back within things now. It's only a 9-point game. These huge kills going down over towards this pipes area, and it's gone the way of Ascend this time. 2 members down for Ascend, and only the 1 for Na'Vi, but fortunately for Ascend, they have got this pipe set up now, and teammates starting to spawn up around them. Na'Vi gonna have to make that push once more. We're seeing that grapple spawn coming up. Mangler in the hands, but he's gonna meet face to face with the sword, and Jimbo says, no, no, no. Sword wins. It's like a game of rock, paper, scissors.
Let me tell you, the Mangler is an absolute deadly weapon, but when it comes to close quarters, there is no other king than the sword itself. And meanwhile, Sika was able to get away with the camouflage. Now is going to go in for a bit of a flank. He has the player above him with ball over towards top gold, and he also has a player over towards long haul who ends up spotting him, but luckily Sika has that grapple and is able to play his life. Goes down to 1 shot. Luckily Snipe Drone able to come off with a big cleanup kill. While all this happens, 3 go down for Team Na'Vi.
Legend's got the blade in his hand, but he's taken down. Sika's going to put 4 into Jimbo, and that will eliminate him from the game. That communication comes through, that Legend relays that information to Sika. But the energy sword is down over towards that long haul area, and he accepts that with 2 hands. He's looking to play a little bit of defense here then on these blue nades. And now turning his attentions over towards top yellow, and for right and good reason. Respectful's up there, and he's going to meet the blade face to face, and it's going to be a kiss of death this time around. 2 members down now for Na'Vi. It's 2 apiece. It's a 2v2 split, but a lovely grapple hook comes through for Sika just to whip that ball away from danger.
And what a play coming out of Sika right there. I mean, he was the last player alive for his team. What does he do? Somehow able to grapple the ball to himself, toss it towards the middle, gets the slay he needs, then gets a double kill. 3 down go Team Na'Vi, and that was all play made by Sika himself. His team was literally 3 down, but it doesn't matter. The man's a 1-man unit.
And we're seeing now, as Legend went in like a wrecking ball, very much in the vein of Miley Cyrus, making sure he gets the job done for his team. 3 members down now for Ascend. Ball in the hands of Respectful, although it's not going to be for very long as he's immediately put down. Sika being the man to do just that. 42 seconds now. Camouflage in the chest of 2Foxy. Also to go with it is the shock rifle, but unfortunately for him, he's being tagged up. Snipe Drone's got the squint and sees that camouflage shimmering away.
Excellent movement coming out of Snipe Drone, utilizing that repulsor, gets a big kill, and then does some heavy damage onto Jimbo to find a player alive here for Na'Vi. The ball ends up being played over toward the middle side of the map. Spawners are going to come in over towards Whirlpool, and just like that, Ascend now going right into their setup over towards back gold. 2Foxy and Jimbo are going to answer back with back-to-back kills, and 3 down go Team Ascend. Na'Vi are not making it easy on the Frenchman.
Na'Vi refusing to go gentle into that good night. Respectful picks up the ball once more over towards this pipes area, starting to close that gap, and threatening now to take the lead for the first time in the game after being down very, very early on that 35 points threshold. Legend though going to get into a 1v1, and Respectful comes out on top this time, but Legend parts ways with him with a frag grenade, and that's going to take him down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Kimbo into another engagement with Snipe Drone, and Wisely, the Englishman, backs away, recognizing his number was up, but backstab comes through from Na'Vi once more. 2 dead apiece. Another trade comes through. Legend gets one. 2 Foxy gets another on the other side. But they're scoring points here. They're going to take the lead. No, he's just fumbled the ball off the edge. And he's retrieved that ball. Has Shady now with that grapple. We've seen it being used on more than one occasion. They only need 20 points to secure round number 1.
This game is going down to the absolute wire. Ascender 1 game away from knocking Na'Vi down to elimination bracket, but they can force a game number 5 right here, right now. Beautiful Slay coming in, but sadly, multiple players going to go down for Ascend. Sick going to be the final player alive, but not able to win this individual gunfight. Here come Team Na'Vi. They're poised to make a run.
Camouflage about to pop as well. No doubt players are going to be positioned over there, and this time it's going to be Kimbo. Back-to-back camouflage going in favor of Na'Vi. That's exactly what you need to see. They're going to get themselves into this game. Only requiring 7 more seconds now, do Na'Vi. 1 go down, make that 2. Snipe Drone and Seeka. They're going to squeeze all and every second out of this ball. Round 1 will go towards Na'Vi in our oddball game here in Game 4.
And now Na'Vi are 1 round away from forcing that game 5. It is just as possible as ever. And I told you, I'm a believer in Team Na'Vi, but they still have to close things out. They have to put the nail in the coffin, which is very hard to do against a team the likes of Ascend.
3 down for Na'Vi once more. A similar start as we had in the previous round. Jimbo, though, doing what he can, being the last man alive, but it was all in vain, as he ultimately does hit the respawn screen. Ball still down towards this pipes area though, and Seek is starting to score some points. Respectful, recognizing that, but waiting for his teammates to get within touching distance of him before they make this push. See a sword kill on the kill feed.
Wow.
Snipe Drone with the shock rifle gets a double kill, perfect, and a reversal to boot.
The no-scope with the shock rifle to get the double kill. That was beautiful work coming in, but it looks like Jimbo now trying to go for another ninja. Ends up getting the kill from the grave. 2 down. Go Team Na'Vi. Looks like Ascender still able to hold on to their setup. And now Shady gets the turn with the shock rifle. Something tells me that he's going to click some heads with that beautiful body shot. Ends up taking down Respectful. Goes in for the double kill. Oh. Can anybody stop Shady?
Ball taken.
Shady vibing. 5. 4 dead then for Na'Vi. Seeka, ball in his hands now. Still ball over towards this pipes area. We're seeing Respectful and Co having to claw their way, almost quite literally, with this sword now. Unfortunately, he's waiting for players to come to him, but they've got ball set up over towards pipes. They do not need to move. And he's going to be Respectful having to make the first move. Blink first, and that's exactly what he does. Gets 2 kills, make it 3. Dead for Ascend, and now 2 Foxy has that ball, and you're reading the script. 54 seconds was the lead this time. Unanswered points in favor of Ascend. They got a similar scoring total in the first round, but Na'Vi are able to claw their way back, and this could be the start and the sign of life.
Yeah, Na'Vi finally putting some points on the board, and once again, Na'Vi only needing 1 more round to go to force that game number 5. Meanwhile, Ascend need to win back-to-back rounds here in order to come out with the win. Camouflage in the hands of Legend ends up getting a big kill on Jimbo. Continuing to advance forward, does not have the numbers that they need, but it doesn't matter. Ends up taking down the ball carrier. 3 down. Go Team Na'Vi. Now going to switch over towards Respectful, who's getting to an individual gunfight over towards Long Haul. Somehow able to get the kill. Beautiful play coming out of Respectful, and now Na'Vi have a chance to run away with the ball.
Snipe Drone though, over towards top control, and we're seeing Respectful get shot from 2 different angles as well. 2 different lines of sight lighting him up, and ultimately going to get taken down a player position behind him. Shock rifle in the hands of Legend as he fires that over towards top control, and a body shot into Jimbo too, but he's got a teammate there to help him out. 3 dead here for Na'Vi. Ball reset.
Ascend, beautiful flank, ends up getting a kill because of it. 3 down. Go Team Na'Vi, but you see Ascend not going right after the ball here. It looks like they're not going to be comfortable unless they get a second round of slays. Legend with that shock rifle in hand. Shady now starting to up the tempo here over toward the seaside of the map. Legend ends up going down thanks to Jimbo. Snipe Drone off the screen ends up getting a big kill. Both teams trying to fight for the full map control, but neither team wants to give an inch because they know the enemy team will take a mile.
2 dead then for Na'Vi. Ball for Seeka, although a couple of members of his team have fallen around him. He recognizes that and looks for Sanctuary over towards this pipes area, and he's going to get it in the form of Snipe Drone. 2 Foxy Going to lose his life to that man once more. Snipe Drone playing expertly here over towards this pipes area. With 10 kills already in the round, only 4 deaths. A positive 6 for him in round number 2. 70 points to Navi's 26. And they're looking to get themselves all tied up in the rounds.
That's Jimbo having no idea there was a player actually coming over towards the gold stairs. Big kill by him. Kimbo was able to get away with the camouflage, but now he has to get back towards his teammates as fast as possible, but doesn't want to reveal his position. Shots go in. Legend ends up going down to 1 shot, but he's playing his life, being as annoying as possible. Finally going to be dealt with. 2 down go Team Na'Vi, and Kimbo just putting this camouflage to work. Doesn't have much time with it, but can still get much value, as now the ball gonna go in the hands of Na'Vi, and they're rotating it away from the spawns.
Love that from Kimbo. Waiting for his team to spawn up, seeing exactly where it was, over towards that C area, and rotates the ball accordingly. Waiting for a player to push through long haul. Fortunately for him, it's not going to come, and he's going to leave his teammates with a man disadvantage over towards this control, and ball is going to flip back over towards Ascend's control, and by the time Kimbo gets back over there, the damage has already been done. A play ball going to come through as that repulsor comes through, and the pink mist to boot. Kimbo gets that kill.
Back on board with Kimbo out of Na'Vi. Respectful already on the ball, but Shady having that height advantage ends up getting himself an assist that the Nines are to come through, but they're not able to make Jimbo one shot. Jimbo just barely whiffing, just going past that grenade, and ends up getting a big kill. His snipe drone right in front of him. The spawners are coming in from long haul. Jimbo does not care. He is just too good. The ball now going to rotate for Na'Vi over towards C. If they can get one more round of slays, they can hold on to the C side setup. What are Na'Vi going to do?
There's a situation here then where Ascend start to do a little bit of damage control, realize they have a points advantage, and they can maybe afford just to play Slayer with only 1:26 left on the clock. Shady's going to be forced here to drop down and indeed play that ball. Jimbo puts the pressure on, and it's enough to get that play ball. Repulsor now also secured for him, getting chased down towards his back store tunnel area, and he manages to escape with his life, whilst Respectful also gets a kill. Camouflage secured for his team. Information coming from Respectful, and he manages to get that kill, and now they have got the ball too. Snipe Drone recognizes that, shoots a shot, recognizing he's seen a shimmer. Not able to land anything though. 2 kills go in favor of Ascend here, and they're going to try and get this trade through, and Repulsor being used expertly just to deny that part of the map to Snipe Drone. Jim doing his best, just pushing players back all the way, using the force push. The Metachlorian's strong in this one. Has he got one more to push Seega off the map? No, he doesn't. The ball's also transferred over towards Ascend. They're scoring points, only needing 8 more seconds. They've got themselves a little bit of a setup here.
And that was a bit of a blunder here for Na'Vi. I mean, Jimbo did a great job of buying time with that repulsor and doing everything he can to prioritize his life, but Na'Vi never played the ball, and that allowed Team Ascend to grab onto that ball, end up putting the final seconds that they need, and now they steal that round away. We're going into a 3rd round, but man, Na'Vi simply had to play the ball right there. But excellent job by Jimbo utilizing that repulsor to, that was just crazy. He should have died literally 3 times over, but he was being such a hard kill.
Round 3, fight. That's what's happening between these 2 teams now. Ascend recognizing they need one more round to head back over towards grand finals, where they've been all this time. Never been pushed off this perch they've been standing on for months now. Legend trying to hit that shock rifle on the Jimbo. Unfortunately for him, just going to make his hair stand up a touch, and the trade will come through. It's 4 alive now to Ascend's 3. Ball still set up over towards batteries. Nobody really able to get their hands on it just yet. A 1 second advantage. It's barely any time at all. Seeka getting involved in engagement, but he's got help from a teammate in Shady, and got a friend in me, says his compatriot. 2 dead here now for Na'Vi, and early engagements going the way of Ascend, and that's not what you want to see if you're a Na'Vi fan.
Mangler in the hands of Sika ends up getting a big melee kill because of it. 2 down, go Na'Vi, but 3 for Team Ascend. Meanwhile, Kimbo trying to deal with that final player. The ball is going to rotate all the way over towards this A side map. Here, the long way Legend going down to one shot over towards Long Haul. So now Na'Vi not only getting the first round of slays, but already putting pressure on the spawns. But Snipe Drone trying to go in for a flank, trying to get an unseen. Ends up putting good work on 2 Foxy. Easy kill coming in, but now the information that he was there ends up coming in, and he's gonna get cleaned up. So does Legend. Na'Vi holding on to the setup and the lead.
1-1 then in this oddball. Very little time to separate these two teams in our round number 3. 2-1 the series score. Just a reminder to the folks at home, if you're just joining us, the Ascend win here, they go to the grand finals, and Na'Vi will dip down to that lower bracket to play in our lower finals. Legend expertly playing his life here though. 2 Foxy and Respectful pick up a couple of kills in the feed, and we're going to see Legend join them. Shady answers back with a double kill, could make it 3, and he does, but unfortunately for him, he could trade out Snipe Drone and 2 Foxy were the only people left on the map momentarily, and Sneaky turns his attentions over towards the ball immediately.
Sika now going in for the challenge here on Jimbo, ends up getting the win thanks for the easy help coming in out of Legend. Sika now going to try to drop down and play his life, but Kimbo was ready, and then Kimbo ends up getting the double kill right there. So multiple going down for Team Ascend. Na'Vi might be able to take advantage of this. Respectful not even having enough time to go in for the sword. He has to slay out. He has to cover his teammates back.
Attempting to do just that then. Kimbo picks up a kill on the Seek in the feed. 2 members down here for Ascend. 3 up for Na'Vi. They do have that man advantage and scoring some points. That's what the advantage is going to be for them. Jimbo with a lovely 1v1 win up against Shady this time, and he needs more and more of them to go in his favor if they're going to get the better of Ascend in this series. But now Ascend have got their hands on the ball, looking to transition that all the way over towards Sword, and it can be a difficult one to break, but Kimbo gets a kill on Seek It, and that should mean a collapse comes through. Snipe Drone expertly gets away, just evades the attentions, but it's not going to be for long as Jimbo's in hot pursuit, gets that kill. 39 seconds then in favor of Na'Vi to Ascend 17. 3, make it 2 members down momentarily for Ascend. Early engagements favoring Na'Vi, but it's not by much.
Great job by Na'Vi to break that seaside setup and force the ball off of the map for a little bit of a replay here, because Ascend were poised to make a run with that setup. Now we have Legend holding down the long haul side, trying to get over towards top goal. The ball still in the middle of the map. Both teams need a round of slays. Jimbo was the first player to go down here. 2 Foxy trying to answer back, ends up trading off kills. 2 down for each of these members here, and Snipe Drone now going to stay alive over towards Turbine.
Over towards Turbine then. Snipe Drone making moves over towards this red pipes. Trying to help his teammate in Legend, but fortunately Legend faced with 2 members of Ascend. Jimbo and 2 Foxy will fall, as now will Kimbo. All of them waiting their time before getting themselves back involved in the game, and a trade comes through. 4 dead momentarily for Na'Vi, with them now slowly but surely coming back to a full complement of players. Spawns coming through all the way over at Long Haul. Kimbo positioned bottom middle in the player outlines, we can just see. Shady top pipes. Mangler will get the job done over Seek It. Kimbo though will trade it out. Ball time all this while though. We're going to see a lead change for the first time in a long time. Ascend in the ascendancy. Got this pipe set up and getting the slays to boot.
Legend staying alive for as long as possible. The setup has been locked in for Team Ascend, but as the nades are starting to come in, Ascend actually looking to play the ball a bit and prioritize the slays. However, Jimbo ends up winning a good gunfight against Legend. Off the screen, Jimbo winning his individual battles. It looks like 3 down go Team Ascend. So once again, we're going to see a setup go in favor of Team Na'Vi, but the question is, can they get a second round of slays to ultimately hold on to this newfound setup?
What can they do then? But like Tony mentions, this newfound setup. Can they keep a hold of it? Keep it tight, keep it safe. Jimbo got the ball over towards pipes. It's going to be raining grenades and firing brimstone over there. It's getting hot in the kitchen. Snipe Drone gets a kill, but as does Respectful. Shady down to no shield, but has got the camouflage for his efforts. Ball over towards this blue box area. Now it's been thrown towards double stacks. Camouflage player in Shady getting back down all the way into Turbine. Nades coming through as well. It's raining. And it's starting to stick. Respectful turns around and hits those shots, and he really needed to get that camouflage player out of the game. A lovely pre-nade as well from Respectful. Won't be enough though to secure the kill for his team. 53 seconds. 63 seconds, excuse me, to 51. Only 30 seconds left on the clock, and we could see this turn into a game of Slayer if Na'Vi aren't careful.
That we can, but keep in mind, the moment that team actually has the ball in hand, it's going to stop the timer, so that might end up playing a factor here, as it looks like Ascend is well aware of it. They have to put points on the board. They're now going to rotate the ball over toward the C side, as Shady is taking some heavy damage from the enemy team and his teammates as well, but dropping down into pit. Excellent movement coming in, utilizing the repulsor, able to play his life here, and nobody's able to deal with Sika just yet. The ball finally going to be played, but excellent ball time coming out of Ascend. Respectful comes in with the side 3, momentarily go down for the boys in red, and Na'Vi are looking to take advantage.
The play ball came through, but unfortunately for Ascend, it's dropped straight onto the lap of Na'Vi, and they've gotten themselves a 1 second time advantage here, letting the time tick down all the while. Ascend only need to get their hands on the ball for 1 more second, but they're going to run out of time. Snipe Drone got it in his hand with 1 second left to spare. He's going to drop it and play it. Snipe Drone with an amazing play. That's won the series for his team. Incredible.
There was a 1 second lead in favor of Na'Vi, but it looks like there was 3 seconds on the clock, and then you see Ascend stealing the ball away for those final seconds, then simply dropping it and allowing the game to end. Ascend are going into the grand finals.
Ascend, I spoke about it, Tony. They clutch up, they ice up, and they've gone and done it again. Snipe Drone, that man, the myth, the legend, gets his hands on the ball over towards batteries when it looked as though all the odds were stacked against him. He picks it up, takes a couple of seconds to get his team back into the lead, and drops it once more to secure the series in his team's favor. Looking at the stats there, legend, 39 kills, 42 deaths as well. Kills were back and forth with these teams. No team really heavily outstayed, and you can see that in the oddball time as well.
I also saw Respectful with 45 kills as well. Look at the damage. Oh my gosh. All the damage in the world on the board right there. And once again, Na'Vi taking Ascend the distance, almost just forcing that game number 5. And again, Na'Vi have gotten closer to taking down Ascend than any other team that we've seen so far. But Ascend refuse to be knocked down. They're going into the grand finals, and Na'Vi, if they want a second crack at them, will have to fight their way throughout the elimination bracket.
Ascend then punch their ticket into the grand finals, and Na'Vi unfortunately have a reservation at Heartbreak Hotel. And they'll have to do it again in losers finals. The way it shook out last week, they were unable to get the job done. I'm hearing word though, HMCA will be their opponents, waiting for them down there. But once more, Ascend get the job done. And they'll be waiting for either one of these teams to join them in the grand finals. Na'Vi look very good. Ascend just look better.
And what an amazing series that was. It started off in game number 1, a dominant win going towards Ascend. Game 2, a just as dominant win going towards Na'Vi. Then going into game 3, a 2-1 win where Na'Vi might have been just seconds away from coming out with the tie to force overtime, and then eventually a big 2-1 win, an oddball. But each and every one of those last 2 games were so close, and Na'Vi were like literally 1 or 2 plays away from coming out with the win and finally knocking Ascend out of the winner's bracket. But easier said than done. Ascend once again coming out on top. Shurzy, how do you feel after that one?
Well, I tell you, Ascend's crown, although it was a little bit crooked, has been straightened up once more. Dan, Lottie, we were separated only by 1 second here. What a series.
Yeah, it really was a huge series. I gotta really know, honestly, from Gaskin, what you make overall, because we said we wanted big things out of Na'Vi, and I gotta know what you made of the series so far. You know, overall, the battle between these 2 top dogs, it seems to be. But you know, what were your thoughts on it?
So close, but so far, very fine margins between these 2 teams, which I think says a lot for Na'Vi, and I think they'll be extremely pleased with how they are actually managing to go toe-to-toe with Ascend now, and they are matching them, but they just can't quite get over that final hurdle, and that's equally going to be frustrating. I think they'll be okay with it if they can get into the grand final and they can have another matchup against them, but last week they weren't able to do that. So they're going to have to try and find a little bit of extra oomph, extra firepower to take down HMCA in the lower bracket. Certainly, when you look at the end of that oddball game on Recharge, Na'Vi picked up the ball after it had been played, and they picked it up for 1 second to gain the lead for 1 second, and then they left the ball. I can't tell if someone killed them or whether that was a conscious decision. If that was a decision to throw that ball down after only having a 1 second lead, then I think it was a poor one, and I think you have to hold on to that ball and at least get a few seconds and give yourself the opportunity to try and bait that ball out. But either way, the fact that Snipe Drone was able to get into a position to pick up the ball himself, there was great commitment at the end for the Ascend roster, and they just ensured that they got those slays. Na'Vi maybe just a little bit too focused on watching that ball, and they left themselves vulnerable, and it's just those really tiny margins, these 1 or 2 kills that make the difference. One beatdown sometimes can be the difference between win or loss. I think that says more for Na'Vi and how much they've improved, and Ascend, they just need to be careful because Na'Vi, they're creeping in on them. They're getting closer and closer.
Margins for sure. I mean, it was the same kind of story on Bazaar CTF. I mean, there was a little bit of a flag fumble, but at the end there, I really felt like Na'Vi was so close to capping that flag and taking it to OT, and then potentially, who knows from there. But it was kind of difficult to watch that because they just couldn't quite find their footing in order to get that final flag cap in to continue on. And I kind of want to know what you thought of Respectful there. He went -9 there, but were you happy with how he was playing in terms of aggressive and trying to keep that pressure on Ascend?
Yeah, I don't think the stats we should worry too much about. Like, it sounds weird me saying that, right? I love my stats, but when you're in a game that close and it's Bazaar CTF, which often is just about map control and about when you get the slays, often the overall statistics don't matter as much. Instead, I'd rather see a heat map of when the kills happened in comparison to when the power-ups were coming up or when the flags were pulled, because it really is a matter of timing and a matter of knowing when to get those slays. It's all well and good just running around and getting the kills and doing as best as you can, but if you don't time those slays correctly and control the spawns and pull the flags when you need to, then you are going to leave yourself a little bit vulnerable to a team who has a bit more control. But there's the confirmation there of the bracket. It's Ascend who carry on doing Ascend things going into the grand finals. Na'Vi, they fall short once more. But what's interesting, Lottie, is HMCA are going to be their opponents in that lower bracket. Now, this is something that did happen prior to Raleigh. We saw HMCA finally take down Na'Vi on one occasion. So now we're going to see how these two teams match up a couple of months later.
Yeah, indeed. And obviously a lot of work has been done behind the scenes here. These two teams won't be the same two teams that have kind of battled against each other once again earlier on in the season. So that'll be really interesting to see how these two teams do stack up against one another and kind of what they've kind of done behind the scenes to grow and how they will face each other once again, which will be really, really interesting. So we'll have to wait and find out exactly what happens. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we have plenty more Halo Infinite action. We'll be finding out who is going to bump back up into that grand final soon enough. We'll see you after this.
built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS European Pro Series week number 3. Now before the break we had the winners final rematch of last week. A tale as old as time and the end of the story stays the same. Ascend remain the dominant team of the two, taking the best of 5 series 3-1. A close call throughout the match and Na'Vi are going toe to toe with Ascend and creeping up to them every single week. But Ascend find themselves in the grand final and Na'Vi fighting for their tournament life once again. An absolutely amazing series overall though, and I'm excited to see exactly how Na'Vi perform going through the elimination bracket, now finding themselves facing HMCA once again. However, this once again was quite a few weeks/months ago, and I'm excited to see where these two teams now kind of find themselves in terms of their footing against one another again. Gaskin, that being said, in terms of playstyles, in terms of how these two teams have grown, what do you kind of expect to be the matchup here in terms of how they kind of face off against one another and how they clash?
I think that Na'Vi should have the better of this HMCA roster purely because of the amount of game time that's been put in, the amount of scrims that have gone with these two teams, and how many times Na'Vi have come out on top. They kind of know how to play against HMCA and how to beat them. But in tournament play, they've not played each other since prior to Rally, and that was when HMCA were HMDA, and they had Clonely rather than Lunny. So this is a different roster. It is going to play a little bit different. These two teams have scrimmed though, and as I say, Na'Vi do come out on top. So I'd be expecting Na'Vi to have a nice structured game. It just depends on how their heads are feeling after the Ascend game. If they're kind of angry and they're maybe kind of discussing what went wrong and not focusing on this series, HMCA are going to be full of life, going to be full of momentum, because they've gone from the brink of elimination earlier on in the tournament to now being top 3, which is their highest placement in quite some time. And they have the chance to try and take down Na'Vi for the first time. They've not been able to do it since, it was Open Series 2 prior to Rally. So they need to be able to now show a little bit of grit, a little bit of determination, and maybe the game types will go in their favor.
Yeah, I think grit and determination for sure is a lot about what I think Team Na'Vi are about. I think for some reason, losing to Ascend, no matter how close, no matter how well fought they had that series, it does seem to get in their head and it does affect their gameplay going up against another team, no matter who that team may be. I got to ask you though, Shazi, Na'Vi obviously a little bit more well put together in terms of longevity, in terms of how the team cohesion is, and I feel like they've been improving week in, week out as a team with their synergy. And HMCA still trying to find their footing and still trying to figure out how they like to perform as a team. Is that going to affect, do you think, their gameplay coming up against Na'Vi today?
Well, what concerns me is not only the game time heavily favor Navi, is that these two teams scrimmed on Sunday during the Open Series. I was checking in back and forth, and the series score was 11-2 in favor of Navi. So in a best of 13, they're only winning 2 games, never mind a best of 5. So they're writing certainly on the wall for HMCA that they have to have some massive improvements since Sunday. And unfortunately, I just don't see it being there with how the tournament has played out so far.
Tony, is there a particular person on HMCA you're looking at to step up here, going up against Navi? Because Navi is obviously filled with some serious slayers, some aggressive players when they want to. So is there anybody right now that you're kind of calling out for to try and step up in terms of gameplay?
Yeah, I think all eyes are on Lenny. 3/4 of this roster was in Raleigh, and they got top 32, which is pretty darn good. But since they've brought in Lenny, this team has extended to another level. And now, this is not the same team that was at Raleigh, and they were already damn good. So I would say if there's any player to watch out for at HMCA, I'm going to have to go Lenny. Keep your eyes out for him, because clearly he's the X factor on this team.
Yeah, indeed. I got to say, I completely agree that he definitely brings firepower, as Gaskin said previously, and he for sure does. In terms of the series layout, Gaskin, is there a swing game in here for HMCA to be able to try and take that one and potentially, really go on with the rest of the series and bring it home?
If we can bring the series layout up again, I can answer that a little bit better. I think I saw it starts with Strongholds, though, which is usually going to be quite a fast-paced game type to begin any series, and it's going to be on streets. Okay, so this is a little bit different to the pace of Stronghold's Recharge, which we've already seen Na'Vi just have to play there against Ascend. And if Na'Vi can kind of match the pace that what they would just put up against, Ascend were just drilling them constantly with pushing them off spawn. If Na'Vi can find that same kind of pace, then they should be able to start the Stronghold streets. But Oddball Live Fire, I think, is going to be a somewhat weaker game type for HMCA. I think Na'Vi are going to be a little bit more comfortable on that one. So I think it's all down to that Slayer Recharge. I think if HMCA can win Slayer Recharge, gets them back in the series and gets them to Game 4 and Game 5, where maybe they've got a chance on Aquarius CTF. However, I feel like if that Slayer Recharge doesn't go in favor of HMCA, then we might be looking at a possible 3-0 here. But I'd love to be wrong. I always want to see a competitive and close series, and this HMCA roster certainly will be delighted with this now, because there would have been loads of questions asked when they were getting top 6 and top 4. But certainly top 3 is back where they should be. A roster like this deserves a position that's far higher than what they've been achieving beforehand.
Indeed.
It's important to note as well, right? Sorry to cut across you, Lottie, is that the last 2 times HMCA played on a Slayer in this tournament already, they've won 50-49. So if they can get the job done, they've also beaten Quadrant on Aquarius CTF. So it wasn't too long ago that Navi and Quadrant were on a level pegging. So they're definitely showing that they can get the job done. But it's just what team turns up here. Are Navi going to be a little bit deflated after the Ascend series like we've seen last week? And can HMCA capitalize on that?
Yeah, I think it's also down to getting across that Game 3 mark, isn't it? It's about those first 3 games that are in your way. Like you said, Aquarius CTF is a really strong one, clearly, for HMCA. Their objective efficiency is absolutely stellar. So if they can get past that, they can swing that Slayer in their favor there, right steps up, like we saw him do last week as he was lights out in the slaying department. That'd be absolutely amazing. But I'm pretty sure we're ready to go, folks. So Gaskin, Tony, let's get this elimination final underway.
Cheers, lot. And yeah, I'm excited for this one. I think I know which team I'm expecting to win, which is Na'Vi, but I hope the HMCA can make a series of this and maybe even give us another upset. Because Tony, you spoke about top 32 at Rally for what was HMDA at the time, or Bing Chilling, they called themselves at LAN. Even though from an outside perspective, top 32 looks all right, because you think of all those teams, the hundreds of teams that were at Rally. We have to remember that this was a team who was in pool play, so they automatically get an easy route past all of those open teams. And this was a team that lost to the first ever Australian roster, the first time we've ever seen a European roster lose to an Australian roster on LAN. They really dropped the ball when it came to their performance at Rally, and despite the fact that top 32, they look back and they'll be like, okay, well, we achieved something. There had to be the change. And that's why we saw Lunny come in, add a little bit of firepower. Maybe Clonely wasn't performing as well on LAN as they had expected. And that puts a lot of pressure on Lunny. And I think you're completely right to highlight him. He is going to be one of those key factors to make the difference. And if he can get firing alongside the likes of Riot, then I feel like they can actually turn up here against Na'Vi. But we've got to remember, Na'Vi are going to be out for blood here after that loss against Ascend.
You know what? I think you're right. I mean, if it's myself, I'm happy with top 32, but I didn't think about it. Like I said before, Ramirez, 2016 EMEA Halo World Championship. He was the #1 team out of it. Then even getting top 12 in the world in 2016. So clearly, top 32, he's not happy with. This team is trying to go the distance, and they belong here in the top 3. Ramirez, rocket launcher in hand. Maybe they could use it to secure themselves a trip into the grand finals.
This is what is important. Push in, take advantage. I was always a big advocate originally when the game first came out of holding on to A, holding on to B, and just leaving C, allowing the team to spawn in station. And then when they do so, you just wait for them to push out and you get the kills. But what people have realized over time is that leaves you very vulnerable to a 4-man flank and one of your players getting taken out of position, and then suddenly you have a player disadvantage. Instead, you spawn them in at C, you collapse on C. Then you spawn them at A, you collapse on A. And it's almost like a consistent rotational basis where you try and put as much pressure as possible on the opposition team.
Foxy doing a great job of securing A, swapping a few weapons out, kind of indecisive. They're finally going to go with the Bulldog and the BR combination. Ends up getting a beautiful double kill. Looks like Ramirez is stuck by himself over towards the red side of the base, and Foxy trying to make quick work of him. Lunny, now the final player live over towards bottom C, but not for long. Team Na'Vi are too strong in this opening run, getting themselves a trip captain, maybe down in points, but now they're here, holding on to the setup, holding on for this trip cap, and they are slaying out.
Yeah, you want to make as much of this trip cap as possible, force HMCA to have to try and put themselves in a difficult spot where they have to, like they are now, trying to claim B, but vulnerable to grenades. And what Na'Vi are doing very well is they've got one player who was anchoring C for a time. It meant that HMCA off spawn couldn't just simply run, take C, and then make a push afterwards. Instead, they were contested right from the bat and had to try and push upstairs, had to try and push round through the middle of the map. They were able to get B temporarily, but here comes Na'Vi straight back into it.
Kim will take a little bit of damage here. Despite having the rockets, he wants to prioritize his life. He does not want to waste these, as the slays are going to go in. And 2 down go HMCA, holding on to the CB setup and now going after A. And now the question is, will they get aggressive and go after C as well, hold on to the trip cap, or just hold on to what they have and simply not get greedy? HMCA now rotating over towards Purple Street and getting the backside and holding on to the double cap that they have. Rockets still in the hands of Kimbo, and he's making good use of them.
Na'Vi not quite predicting the spawns correctly there. HMCA spawning out towards Purple when they were able off spawn to join and finish off A. And all the meanwhile, Na'Vi weren't aggressive. They hadn't taken C at the time, so HMCA were able to capitalize because of that. I did notice, though, something that was very minor, and I loved what I saw. It was that Jimbo kind of jumped up, looked over the railings at top B, and checked that Kimbo was clear to push. Because obviously Kimbo, with those rockets in hand, if a player had pushed upstairs, it would have just been a trade for trade. You shoot him in the face and you lose the rockets. So just a clear example of how the Na'Vi roster are working in tandem right now.
That they are, and then the ninja comes in. That's gonna be Jimbo utilizing the thrust. Let me tell you, back in Halo 5, you can really use the thrust to get those ninjas. And it looks like we saw just that. Meanwhile, we saw a triple kill, at least the tail end of one on screen as well. So everybody really starting to warm up here in the second half of Strongholds on Streets.
Rami just using every single weapon that is available to him. Assault rifle, Bulldog, and now the battle rifle back in hand. And HMCA are really taking this game to Na'Vi. They're not allowing Na'Vi to slow down whatsoever. Both teams are really pressuring once they get the opportunity. It's the trip cap once more for HMCA, and Na'Vi spawning out towards Purple. How do HMCA deal with this one? Are they able to stop Na'Vi from getting into a position where they can take a stronghold?
Sentinel being in the hands of Foxy right now. Meanwhile, rockets are coming up. Excellent shots going towards Lunny, forcing him to back down, not able to secure the rocket launcher in hand. So despite him going after C, he's still being as efficient as possible, putting down the damage, and now his teammates are going to be able to get away with the rockets. So taking Charlie, also putting down damage, forcing the enemy team to back down. Beautiful plays coming out of Foxy, and because of that, Respectful now has the rocket launcher in hand.
It is worth noting that Na'Vi have got every set of rockets so far. HMCA, they tried to play for them, but perhaps play for them a little bit early. You certainly can set up for the rockets too early, and it leaves you vulnerable to those grenades and the battle rifles shooting across the map. It's just a little bit of a timing thing for HMCA, and even though they did have the lead, that lead is now quickly dissipating in front of their very eyes. And Na'Vi, still with this trip cap, are being relentless with their pressure onto HMCA.
Stalker rifle now in the hands of Respectful here. There is a player over towards PD. I'm not sure if he's exactly aware of it. That player actually rotating out and trading off kills. It's going to be Lunny now advancing forward over towards A, but he's going to be hunted down. Excellent awareness by Respectful, earning himself a killing spree and already putting work over towards the B side of the map. Perfect kill out of the Stalker rifle, and Respectful is now starting to up the tempo. He is clearing out B Street literally by himself.
Unfortunately, couldn't find Riot, and because of those couple of kills, HMCA are going to be able to take control of A, but with B now being in favor of Na'Vi, HMCA caught in one of those ruts where they're rotating around the map trying to take A or C, but then not scoring whilst they're doing so. They need to try and prioritize taking a fight here at B. If a couple of engagements go their way, they might be able to actually pick up B, but because at the moment it's just going an A and C swap, this is just going to be perfect for Na'Vi. Another set of rocks.
Once again, Na'Vi getting their hands onto the rocket launcher. Jimbo off the screen ends up getting a clutch double kill. And now they just make sure that they secure the AB setup as they're going in for C as well. So the pressure is coming in. That's going to funnel at least half of the spawns to come over towards Purple Street. And there's the rocket taking down Lunny. Respectful now looking for some more heads to click on as now they are holding on to the trip cap, Dan.
B's being taken, but you're going to be so vulnerable to splash damage when you are in arcade. There's going to be the first rocket, the assist comes through, it doesn't matter if the kill's not there, and B now has the ability to be reset. So this is going to be a big kill for Foxy if he can get it, which he will, gets the reset onto B, and scoring continues for Na'Vi. HMCA just not being able to get any of these rockets has hurt them. The kills have been very impactful when Na'Vi have been able to pick up those rockets, and now they're very close to taking this game 1.
Another 3 down go HMCA. Luckily, Lunny coming right off a spawn right there, being the only player alive, and ends up getting an equalizing kill, but he's going to be hunted down, and that's not going to be enough. A 250 to 112 win going in favor of Team Na'Vi, taking game number 1.
There were certainly moments where HMCA looked good, and they were matching Na'Vi. They were pushing Na'Vi to the brink of probably being a little bit worried, but as soon as Na'Vi were able to get real control, consistently get rocket after rocket, I think they were saying, all right, this one's going to be comfortable. We can forget about that hangover of the Ascend series. Instead, let's focus on this one. Let's try and get that rematch against Ascend. As we take a look at the statistics, when you look at the side of HMCA, Ramirez did struggle a little bit. The rest of the team able to get over 10 kills, but Rami down in just 5. But again, that's not always going to paint the entire picture. On the other side, though, for Na'Vi, they seem confident. All of them going positive, except for Kimbo, who just went neutral, but that's all right. And plenty of damage to be spread out from this Na'Vi roster. I just think they need to get this done in 3, if I'm honest with you. I think that if they allow this Slayer to go in favor of HMCA, then maybe you allow the belief to come back into the minds of HMCA. They would have been so confident with their lower bracket run, but that Na'Vi victory there should have taken the wind out of their sails.
Well, I mean, on top of that, the last time we actually seen Na'Vi playing Slayer was actually a 50 to 34 win over Team Ascend. So it just tells you how strong of a Slayer team Na'Vi is. And it really goes to the point where they, like we said before multiple times, they have no problem changing the pace of the game, slowing it down, and playing good fundamental Halo. And you saw that here in Strongholds, and I promise you, you will see it again here in Slayer on Recharge.
So Slayer Recharge is one of our slower game types in Halo Infinite. For those of you who are fans of old style Halo, I would compare this most similarly to Lockout. It's difficult, it's a stretch, but it is there, mainly because it can end up as a standoff where both teams are kind of watching from one BR side to the other BR side, or tower to gold, or red to blue, whatever you call it. There's so many different callouts at the moment. I'm sure that as a community we will come together and we'll get there. We will find the right callouts that work for everyone. But that, for me, suits Na'Vi. And I think I said this for the Recharge Strongholds game that they played against Ascend, that they do like to play a little bit more structured. The structure definitely applies to a Slayer more so than Strongholds. I think we know that. But now for HMCA, you've just got to try and match Na'Vi in those individual fights. There was a lot of individual fights that were being lost by the HMCA roster. Na'Vi were winning those 1v1 engagements. And because of that, naturally, that's going to just allow them to elevate, you know, different scenarios where you're in a 2 versus 1 rather than the 1 versus 1, because you've already won a fight and you have the player advantage. So HMCA have to be careful, A, not to take too many 1v1s, but if they are forced into them, you got to be winning them. You got to be hitting those shots.
And luckily for HMCA, there's no rocket launcher here on recharge, but I mean, you still have to treat the sandbox as such. You still have to control that camouflage, which can be just as influential as a rocket launcher. You have to make sure that the shock rifle doesn't go in the hands of Na'Vi players. Any one of them can easily go off with it. And then I always say, if you're going to grab that sword, if you're going to grab that mangler, combine it with the grapple so you can close the distance and really go off. So the same way they had to try to fight for the rocket launcher on streets, they have to fight over the entire sandbox here on recharge. And we know Na'Vi is very good at baiting the weapons, getting the slays, and then stealing it for their own.
Yeah, Na'Vi are a team that, you know, once they have the lead, and if they are in control of the camouflage and they're in control of, you know, the shock rifle, as you say, they're going to make it very difficult for you as an opposition. And the way to break that is to try and match them at their own game, really. You slow it down, you try and find some structure, and then once you realize where those Na'Vi players are positioning themselves, you take the initiative. You go for the push. You can't just allow yourself to be in a spot where Na'Vi are making all the decisions and dictating the pace of the game. Switch it up. You change the pace of the game yourself after matching it initially, and that's going to make Na'Vi a little bit more uncomfortable and maybe not expect the push to come from a certain area.
Well, we're going to see who can actually control this pace, control the dance or the flow of the game better. Will it be Na'Vi? Will it be HMCA? We are going into an oh so important game number 2.
It is worth noting, of course, that Na'Vi did beat HMCA earlier on in the tournament in the winners bracket. It was winners bracket round 2. It did happen off stream, so I wasn't able to catch as much of it as I would have liked. But I do remember HMCA finding a victory, and I think it was on Slayer Recharge. I can't quite remember, but I remember at one point Lunny hitting a shock rifle kill to win the game. So I'm fairly certain it would have been here on Slayer Recharge. So maybe that's something to go off here for HMCA. Perhaps they might be able to find that same success they did earlier. On in the bracket, but you know, that was 4 or 5 hours ago, maybe even 6. So things have changed since then. Na'Vi have heated up a little bit, and both these teams have been through a gauntlet. And Na'Vi, they have an early lead, but it's only up by a few.
2Foxy still having the camouflage in hands, now getting right behind enemy lines over towards back gold. Meanwhile, his teammates are going to go down here. So what does 2Foxy do? Slows things down and now waiting for his teammates to spawn up so they can coordinate a push together. Lunny, meanwhile, off the screen, taking down Jimbo. 2Foxy ends up getting spotted and taken down. So now HMCA are now going to take their first lead of the game.
Ramirez doing well to stay alive. I think that's something that he's got to focus on in this game. After Street Strongholds didn't really go his way, was caught out quite often. Difficult to survive there when you've been called out and there's such easy nades to pop there into Turbine. And now Na'Vi looking to take advantage of this extra player and try and pick up some more kills.
2 down, go team Na'Vi. Lunny trying to put down some damage over towards Long Haul, but the teamwork just too good for Na'Vi. Ends up putting him down. Meanwhile, 2Foxy on screen is currently 6-1. Make that 7-1 after taking down Ramirez and holding down the tower side literally by himself. Has the information that there's going to be multiple players over towards bottom A. Getting right behind Flux. I don't think Flux has any idea. Easy kill coming in. The man's making it look easy. That's going to be a killing spree. Ends up getting the double kill. Goes in for the triple kill. The overkill was near him, but I believe he's actually be taken down by his teammates. So not able to get the overkill, but still the triple, and the man is 10-1.
It was an overkill if Riot's was not in camouflage, I think. I think Na'Vi and 2Foxy would have certainly hunted him down and the over would have been there. Notice how he pinged it though. He pinged Bit, he said, look, Camo's here. And 2 members of Na'Vi rushed in to join Foxy to make sure they took Camo out of the game. They did give up map presence because of that, and off-spawn HMCA have got into some pretty powerful positions now. But I think Na'Vi really demonstrating there how impactful they believe the camouflage to be by ensuring that they wiped it out there and then. They do still have the lead. It's only by a couple of kills, but I do love witnessing the wolf pack from Na'Vi. They're very quick at reacting to call-outs.
Kimbo is going to take some damage in, but the bait and switch going to come in. Sadly, not enough. 3 out of 4 members are going to go down for Team Na'Vi. Flux getting right behind bottom tower, ends up having, wow, excellent awareness and excellent communication coming out of HMCA, and then without skipping a beat, utilizing that commando to put the cross map shots in. Now we have Flux and Lunny working a little 1-2 combo over towards Backbull.
Shots through Shuri, finished that kill with the melee, tries to go for something special with the shock rifle, but this one's very close, just as it was earlier on off stream. Still not 100% confident, but I'm fairly certain I already watched these two play this game type earlier. And the thing that does go against HMCA, I guess, is that even though, yes, they were able to win this, Na'Vi would have looked back at that and said, right, what went wrong? How did we allow them to win this game? And usually you'd see teams build from a loss, especially if you get to rematch that team at the same game type. But certainly at this moment in time, HMCA taking full advantage of a couple of players being up. They've got 3 kills to the good. Now they find themselves finally taking that lead, and now Na'Vi just really struggling off spawn. Have to be careful they don't give away too many easy deaths.
Ooh, Lunny coming out with the back smack. Riot's putting down some heavy damage onto Respectful over towards back C, so now Lunny knowing exactly where he is and having no problem getting aggressive because he has the camouflage. It'll be really hard to see. Mangler in hands. That player being oh so elusive. Flux is pinging. He's like, I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at. As that player gonna juke Lunny and waste all of his camouflage and then catch a nade coming from 2 Fox. He's gonna have to back down, currently going all the way down to 1 shot, and Respectful finally making his presence known by getting the double kill with the sword.
Eventually a teammate comes in to assist Flux there. He was hoping to try and get the triple, but now with the sword in the back pocket of Na'Vi, this changes the direction of the game ever so slightly, because HMCA will be reluctant to push in, knowing full well there could be a sword around any corner. They will definitely be keeping tabs on that kill feed and where Respectful positions himself, so he can play a major part in holding down one of these areas. Control is one of those areas where you can hold down with a sword, although you just have to be careful of the various angles you can be pushed from. Ideally, top A is where you want to go, and that's not the problem. Riot's not necessarily knowing he was going up against Respectful there. Didn't know a sword was going to be coming his way.
And finally, the sword is going to change hands. Ramirez able to get his hands on it, but currently going down to 1 shot, luckily getting right around the wall in the nick of time. Now is baiting, waiting for that player to push forward. Whips out the BR to put in the shots into Riot's going to be able to get the cleanup kill onto that one. And now a 2 can make that a 1 kill lead in favor of HMCA.
HMCA reacting to callouts well as maybe Na'Vi at this point. Riot's really has been capitalizing on a few weak players, but this is going to be another camouflage going to HMCA. They got no rockets on street strongholds. A camouflage seems to be much more of a priority for them. They seem to be able to position themselves far better. Bottom middle, of course, offering a little bit more cover than top middle on streets. And now Ramirez with the camouflage and with the Mangler can make a difference, but Jimbo spotted him out. Does get the trade, 41 and 40.
Lunny holding down the tower side. Meanwhile, 3 out of 4 members are going to go down. He has the information to throw some excellent nades over towards Kimbo, who ends up relocating right in the nick of time. Goes in for the challenge, but sadly not going to be able to get the kill. Multiple players from Na'Vi having his back. But Lunny doing a great job of putting down the damage and prioritizing his life. Meanwhile, HMCA were able to spawn up, and now the collapse is coming in. Ramirez over toward the goal side. The map has Kimbo right next to him. Shock rifle damage, forcing him down to 1 shot. Ramirez has to stay alive, but Kimbo making it very, very hard on him.
Kimbo getting aggressive to try and finish things off there, but Ramirez had assistance from Flux. Nice demonstration of baiting and switching there from the HMCA roster. Jimbo getting caught out by Riot, who soared through the sky. This one is going right down to the wire, just as it did in winners bracket round 2. I believe it's 50 to 48 in favor of HMCA in that one. So HMCA looking to try and do the same thing here.
And now HMCA are only 3 kills away from coming out on top. The Mangler in the hands of Riots, denying that angle from Longhorn, ends up getting the assist, but the trades are going to come in. And Riot does not want to take that individual gunfight. Instead, he's going to back down. Meanwhile, off the screen, Flux ends up getting a big kill. Flux now has the shock rifle in front of him. Riot ends up utilizing the Mangler, and that's going to be it. The 50th kill is on the board, and we are tied up in the series.
Well, Lottie asked me what the swing game type was going to be, and I said Slayer Recharge has to be won by HMCA, just as it was in winners bracket round 2. They've managed to do that. They are going to make a series of this, and it just seems like Na'Vi on Slayer Recharge, they can't seem to get hold of that camouflage. I don't know if it's that they don't necessarily think it's a priority to grab, or they feel like they can deal with it adequately once it's been picked up. For example, that time when Foxy got the triple and then almost the overkill, and they jumped on that camo guy to ensure that he wasn't going to stay alive. It does seem, though, there was some few very big kills that came out from the HMCA roster because of the camouflage they were consistently able to find. And, you know, it was only a 4-kill game. So you feel like maybe if Na'Vi had got a couple of those camouflages to themselves, it could have been a little bit different for them. And maybe this series would look entirely different. There's damage dealt for you, though. Foxy being the standout player on the side of Na'Vi. Flux and Riot's put another damage on the side of HMCA.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if my eyes are failing me in my old age, but I'm pretty sure I saw 2 Foxy dropping a big 19 kills in a Slayer, which is absolutely incredible for him, but sadly not enough to give Na'Vi the win. HMCA did not want to go down 0-2 in the series, and they clawed their way back into that one. And I agree with you. I think the saving grace, I think what was really big for HMCA was prioritizing every one of those camouflages, because everyone they had, they got maximum value out of it, and obviously kept it out of the hands of the players of Na'Vi. So we're gonna see if they can use that same prioritization with the camouflage going into Oddball and Live Fire, because it's a power up on this map as well, along with some other goodies. Obviously, the Heat Wave is an absolute banger. Repulsor as well. And don't forget about the drop wall. The drop wall, I see a lot of players forgetting about that drop wall, but you can really outplay the enemy team, especially on an objective like Oddball, just by utilizing that equipment. So plenty of goodies on the map. We're going to see who can control that better.
I do feel like that Na'Vi should have the upper hand over HMCA when it comes to Oddball Live Fire. They do have a little bit more structure and experience, it would seem, when it comes to this game type, but the momentum shift now heavily goes towards HMCA. And how many times have we said that Halo is a momentum-based game? It's very easy to get down on yourselves or pick yourselves up after a victory or a loss. So we'll see whether HMCA can now use that, maybe be confident taking some challenges, taking some fights that they wouldn't have previously. If you can win those 1v1 engagements, which is, as I said, what they need to do, then maybe they can push that into some objective time and make things difficult for Na'Vi here on Live Fire Oddball. Of course, that ball is going to be taken most likely towards tower. That's going to be your priority position of where you want to set up, but certainly garage setups and green setups are entirely possible too.
Starting on board now with Lunny able to grab off to the sniper rifle almost immediately. Beautiful shot to the body over to that player on pillars. Ends up getting the no-scope right to the dome of Kimbo. Easy slays coming in. And man, HMCA leaving off exactly where they left off on game number 2 and are starting off on fire here on game 3.
That's how much difference a sniper rifle can make in the right hands as well. Now we got the opening frags, but just that sniper rifle, those 2 body shots, allowing HMCA to equal those kills, get back into it, and not allow Na'Vi to get away with too much ball time. Now here, Lunny does have a chance to try and make a difference once more. Has to be careful and stay alive, which he does, because elsewhere, Kimbo's picking up a couple of kills himself. That makes things very difficult indeed to try and stay alive if you're getting pressured from every angle here in Garage.
Sniper rifle still in the hands of Lundy right now. Ends up getting an easy kill on to Foxy. The ball goes in the hands of Respectful. Just gonna barely miss the first one, but the second one is going to connect. That's gonna be a double kill. 3 out of 4 members of Na'Vi are gonna go down, and that means the ball is going to quickly change hands. But Lundy still has his hands on the sniper rifle and is putting damage down. Ends up bodying 2. Foxy gets the assist on the first one, but now 2 Foxy's gonna have a turn with the long gun.
Certainly Lunny being a nuisance with the sniper rifle, but coming up against Foxy, because Foxy been able to get those first couple of BR shots, he was more than confident to re-challenge that fight, knowing that Lunny was going to be a little bit at 6s and 7s as to where to aim. 16-10, so even though HMCA have been able to get quite a lot of slays in favor, they haven't been able to pick up that much ball time for what slays they've been putting on, as Flux now is the player who's been heating up a little bit for HMCA. That was his 8th kill here. Just got to make sure they don't allow Na'Vi to set up, because if Na'Vi do set up, that's when I think they're at their scariest, but it's HMCA who have got the first real setup here at Tower.
And now we're finally seeing Lunny pop that overshield in, and that's one thing we're going to see later on in the meta here for Halo Infinite, is saving that overshield until when you absolutely need it, getting maximum value out of it. Lunny trying to stay alive, but is going to be hunted down. 4 members of HMCA go down, and now Na'Vi have a turn to hold on to the same setup over here on the tower side of the map.
Crazy, really, that HMCA had overshield, they had setup, and then Na'Vi were able to break it so comfortably. Another demonstration of why Na'Vi is such a scary roster. They're very well drilled. They do have a lot of ways of being able to break those setups. Here comes Foxy just flying in, using the curb slides to get aggressive, but has to go up against a heat wave, which is never really where you want to be. I think for HMCA here, they want to make sure they play their game. They don't want to fall into a false sense of security and allow Na'Vi to be too comfortable, where it becomes very setup heavy. HMCA, they want this to be scrappy. Keep Na'Vi at a point where they never really know where this HMCA roster is going to be.
But it looks like Na'Vi want to make a trip back to the grand finals just like last week. They want a second go at Ascend. Sniper rifle and heat wave in the hands of Respectful, who ends up getting a beautiful headshot, and he's not done yet, not satisfied, going in for the second one, finally going to be taken down. But while all that happens, the ball actually rotating over towards the tower side of the map.
Eagle team halfway to victory.
Halfway to victory in this first and opening round. Power-up's going to be spawning soon, so there's a slight setup here for HMCA. Lunny just trying to get ahead of it so that he can make sure no one's going to be able to position themselves to do too much damage. He also wanted to try and pick the ball off there. Sometimes it's massive if you can get that free kill onto the ball before your team's pushed up. You just stop the other team from eating away at that time. Gain so much time just holding it back tower. Power up though was found by Na'Vi in the end.
Ball taken.
Great shots coming in out of Respectful, another assist, and that's going to allow him to grab onto that ball. Tower side being held for dear life, but it looks like they are receiving some pressure, so Respectful gonna quickly actually rotate back over toward the power side of the street. Great awareness coming out of Na'Vi, specifically Respectful, and now it looks like they're gonna hold on to an A side setup. Meanwhile, the Slays are coming in over toward the C side of the map, and finally Respectful is going to be taken down.
Ball taken.
HMCA, you've got to be really careful here because Na'Vi are so close, one setup away really from winning this round. And all it takes is one set of slays, and then suddenly that can be 20-odd seconds on the clock, 21 points. 2 minutes still remaining, so still plenty of time, and HMCA don't have to like panic as Na'Vi desperately trying to move that ball. Flux gets a triple kill, starting to heat up once more. 17 kills for him right now. He's been the difference maker for this HMCA roster, but they need to turn slays into objective time.
That they do. Lunny off of screen ends up getting a double kill. Meanwhile, Flux doing a great job of prioritizing his life. Player having no idea he's there, ends up getting the killing spree. Beautiful slays coming in, and now it looks like HMCA might be able to steal this lead back if they can hold on to the tower side. Heat wave comes in, and man, is it deadly.
Flux gets a double kill, and as you say, the heat wave doing the job. Trying to bank a couple of shots off. Eventually, Flux gets shut down. He was dangerously close to a killing frenzy there. And you can't allow players to heat up like that. 20 kills now. I've always been a fan of Flux. I've always thought he has the individual ability in him, and we're witnessing that now here on Live Fire. But they're still behind. Lunny and Flux, they've got the kills, and I'm sure they're trying to say to Riot and Rami, guys, we need full time. Let's get it on the clock. Let's get it going. Very easy to say that. You need the setup, and Na'Vi have not allowed HMCA to set up whatsoever. All four were temporarily dead there for the HMCA roster, so Na'Vi now looking to capitalize.
And now Kimbo is able to get away with the overshield and the sniper rifle as well. No pressure coming in over towards the garage side. He knows the pressure coming to top mid. Ends up getting the body shot, which leads to a headshot of remote detonation for Ramirez off the screen. And the shots are coming out of Kimbo, but HMCAs are just better, breaking that setup. And now we're seeing some good points being put on the board for the boys in blue.
That was a really good push by HMCA, especially when you've got a sniper rifle over at Nest. You're so vulnerable, and they were brave to push in when they did. Kimbo missed a couple of shots that allowed them the gap in the opening that they needed. With only 53 seconds on the clock here, and Na'Vi being one setup away, HMCA can't really afford to make a mistake. Because if they all die here, they probably lose to the time in the clock being gathered by Na'Vi. But also, if just a couple of them fall and that ball hits the ground, and that clock's going to start to tick away from them. So HMCA, they need to survive this push from Na'Vi right now.
That it is, and Lunny getting a big kill here. Jimbo comes in for the cleanup right over towards back tower, and Riot is going to answer back, but 2 down go HMCA. So once again, the assault rifle in the hands of Riot, but so are grenades coming in out of Na'Vi. And now we're back on board with Lunny. Trying to put some pressure over towards Sandbags, ends up, the strafe is coming in, and man, Jimbo giving him the wiggles right there as Foxy now going to try to grab onto this ball. Him and Jimbo working a little 1-2 combo over toward the power side of the map. Meanwhile, I believe the spawners are coming in over towards Alpha.
99 should to go over to 100, and first round's going to go to Na'Vi. Then Foxy just getting hold of that ball, holding his ground, knowing he just had to maneuver his way around those pillars to ensure that they got those final seconds. HMCA coming close, but not quite close enough. So for all the hard work that Flux put in, all the kills he was able to get, it all amounts to nothing now as the scoreboard's reset. And of course, round one going to Na'Vi.
That's right, round one going to Na'Vi. I ignored the observer mode at the bottom here. It looks like they only need one more round in order to take this game here. Meanwhile, HMCA would have to put in 2 back-to-back rounds, as Flux, well aware of it, trying to hold on to tower by himself. Respectful, going all the way down to 1 shot, forced to back down. Meanwhile, ends up getting a big kill, and Overshield is coming up, steals it away, and clicks it right onto his chest like Iron Man, and now he can get really aggressive with his extra health.
Trying to use that plasma pistol as a pea shooter to do a little bit of damage, knowing that if he had tried to go for the charge up, he leaves himself so vulnerable to just being taken out. Na'Vi and Jimbo at the moment in a pretty vulnerable state, but if he can get his shields back, he's going to be a scary factor on this map. A sniper rifle in the back pocket, and he's also in a position where he can take some angles.
Ball carrier kill. Ball take.
Jimbo somehow getting away with the sniper rifle. Beautiful headshot coming in, but all of his members of his team are going down, so that ball most likely is going to be played off of the map here. Luckily, he's able to do so, and I believe he even was able to throw the sniper rifle off the map as well. So ball and sniper are going to reset here, but Riot still having his hands on the heat wave and top mid control. Oh.
Looks like maybe we'll get a reconnect on that one. At the moment, it might have been the observer that actually disconnected, but we'll see what happens. But certainly at the moment, that one was very closely contested in that round, Tony, because both teams going at it, trying to get that ball set up, but not really working out for either. And that's mainly down to how good these players are at breaking setups. They are so quick off the spawn. They know exactly where they want to be. I mean, massive hats off to HMCA, who seem to look like a completely different roster than what we saw last week, where they were struggling against teams that they really shouldn't have been struggling against, to be honest. And considering how close this one was in winners bracket round 2, where it was 2-1 to Na'Vi, I'm not really surprised that even in a best of 5, we're also struggling to find a victor between the two of them.
Yeah, let me say, Na'Vi was playing great onto that round number 1, but HMCA was almost answering back every single one of their setups and were 1 or 2 plays away from stealing that round. And in round number 2, they were really going toe-to-toe with Na'Vi once again. So I would not have been surprised to know that HMCA having the capability to go on a run if they're able to put it to work. But, I mean, Na'Vi are who we thought they were. They're a solid squad. They continue to get better. They're amazing online and somehow even better on LAN. I'm really excited about this Na'Vi roster.
They really are better on LAN. I mean, it happens. It's always happened historically in Halo. I mean, you can always talk about connection and people not having a great internet connection at home and then going to LAN and suddenly they can actually kill people. On the other way, you've got some people who had really good internet connections at home and they wouldn't die because they'd just be able to escape, and then they go to LAN and they finally do die. But what's bigger of a factor is that Na'Vi have the experience when it comes to LAN performances. They very much know how to deal with that pressure that comes with people watching you or other people being sat across from you. It always adds to a LAN experience, and I think that you need to have those players who are capable of dealing with that, and that's something that HMCA, when they were HMDA, maybe lacked in Clonely. I mean, I think Clonely is a really good player. I think he showed great potential, but when it came to LAN, he was struggling a little bit, and that could entirely be down to pressure. Unfortunately, he wasn't given the time to show what he's made of because HMDA decided to make that roster. He did, however, make top 6 today. He was on that Who Knows roster that have managed to push their way into that top 6, so I think they'll be delighted, and I'm really happy he's landed on his feet. But at the moment, between these two, difficult to separate them, but of course, Na'Vi have that very minor lead right now.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened there. We're going to try to get some information as soon as we know. I promise you guys at home, you will know as well. But I love how you said that. You know, LAN is a different animal. You know, I would put myself out there. Like, I went to a local event over in Alabama, really close to me, and mind you, we're talking about just the local event. So I was playing on Octagon again, not even an 8s, not even a tournament yet. I'm just warming up, and just having multiple players behind me watching me warm up. I was missing a few shots. It is different. And mind you, I stream all the time. I put thousands upon thousands of hours into Halo 5 and also Halo Infinite. But it is a different game when there's somebody literally sitting right behind you, watching you play. So really happy you pointed that out. LAN is a different animal here going into online. But either way, the pressure's on all of these teams, whether it's online, whether it's on LAN. And I know that both of these teams want to make it into the grand finals.
And I've heard a few people saying like, well, why do people play in this Pro Series? What is there, like, what are the seeding points worth outside? If you're not the top teams getting the prize money, like, why are you playing? Well, LAN is on the line. LAN is there. Kansas City is what these teams are still playing for. I know that Anaheim is going to be the next LAN event, but that's a regional. That's just North American teams. So it was 4 teams that got put into pool play and then 2 extra teams sent over into open bracket for Europe. That's very much on the horizon for a lot of these teams that are competing. And if you're a fan of Halo and if you're a fan of playing the game, you know full well playing on LAN, nothing beats it. The connection is so crisp. The people who wouldn't usually die actually die. And you have so much fun. You get to see all your friends. That's why it's so important that you are consistently placing well in these tournaments so that you can get a good enough seed so that when qualifiers coming around, you can put yourself in a position to be one of those teams that gets funded to go over and play at LAN. And after Kansas City, of course, we've got Valencia, a regional for Europe, a chance for these teams to all battle it out. Even those teams who don't get funding to go to the American events, they can battle it out on LAN in Europe. And I can't wait. It's all going to be so exciting. But Na'Vi and HMCA at the moment, it seems like they've both found a little bit of a groove. And with HMCA losing that first round, they're going to be 1 round down jumping into this one.
Yeah, Na'Vi only needing 1 round to go to take this game here. Well, beautiful shots coming in. And sadly, that sniper rifle is going to end up on the ground. And it looks like the first setup is going towards HMCA, holding on to the tower side, but taking some heavy nades is London.
Snipe coming out again, this time unfortunately not able to stay alive with it. Similarly to what Lunny had done in the earlier rounds, Respectful trying to do something from bottom middle with the sniper, just go for those tags, get the body shots and do the damage. Hope someone's there to clean it up, even if you can't get your bat rifle out that quickly. Quite a frantic and clustered beginning to this one. Right, with the heat wave in hand, is trying to get some assistance from the rest of the team, but that's always the bad thing about shooting it horizontally instead of vertically. You do leave yourself vulnerable to some of those heat wave shots just missing ever so slightly and not necessarily doing as much damage.
Beautiful headshot coming in out of Kimbo, holding on to that sniper rifle, having it in his back pocket, and making sure the tower side is clear. Just gonna barely miss on the melee, but luckily ends up getting assist on the first player, taking out the second one, and the setup once again staying in the hands of Na'Vi. And he said, I can't hold on to this ball. I got some heads to click on.
Yeah, you take this, hold that for 1 second, and I'm about to go bang bangs. Kimbo is one of these players who is terrifying to play against, whether it be in competitive Halo, whether it be in just casual Halo. If you are up against him in matchmaking, he's going to have a sniper rifle in his hands and he's going to hit shots. There's another snipe. Goes for the no-scope. Needs to just try and stay alive. He's done a little bit of damage. Will hit another one. And Kimbo really starting to heat up.
Daddy is back on board here with Flux. Ends up getting a double kill. Still having the Mangler in hand, so Slay's now going to start to go in favor of HMCA. Meanwhile, the information's coming in. Kimbo actually holding on to Garage, but not able to handle the shots coming in out of Flux, who now tries to play for sandbags, and a little bit too greedy right there. Ends up being taken down, but 2 Foxy advancing forward into top mid and taking down Overshield does Na'Vi.
Sometimes when you see that Overshield, you've just got to go in swinging. Try and confuse them as much as possible. Help your teammate as well, who might be under a little bit of pressure, and that's exactly what Foxy did. I talk about these players who are down to get nitty and gritty and do the dirty work. Foxy can do just that, but also he puts up the slays, he puts up the numbers when he needs to as well. But it has been Flux who's impressed me most at the moment out of anyone in this entire lobby. He's really stepped up. He's really made a difference. Some really important kills that have changed the game. I think without him, this HMCA roster may have been struggling quite significantly, but as it stands, they are pretty much tied up in this second round. Remember, Na'Vi just need the 1, HMCA need to win 2 still.
That they do, and with a momentary forward down, it looks like Na'Vi are looking to take advantage of this one. Sniper rifle in the hands once again of 2. Foxy just gonna barely whip the first shot on Ramirez, but the nade does a bit of damage and luckily he has his teammate with him, so now he's going to go in for the weak side flank over here towards Garage, gets right behind Ramirez. Easy shots on him, but I don't think he's aware of the player right behind him over towards Rob, and all he can do is waste those sniper rifle shots as he's currently one shot and staying alive for a lot longer than I thought.
Maybe a lot longer than he expected. I mean, he might have been able to push top middle and go for a no-scope, but I guess he just felt like, you know, that sniper's been too much of an influence. I don't want to give it over to the HMCA roster. It's something we've seen historically throughout Halo, wasting sniper bullets, especially in a game that has 2 snipers on the map and you want to really dominate the other team. It's still a very small margin of a lead in favor of Na'Vi. But as long as they're leading, they'll be happy, but that lead may be overturned here. As I say that, the ball's going to be played. Na'Vi's still holding the lead, but they're going to have to retrieve that ball from bottom middle.
Ball ends up being taken very early here for Na'Vi. Kimbo going down to one shot, but still able to get his hands on it, and now is rotating over towards Sandbags. Little does he know he's going to see some resistance here. One player ends up going down. It's going to be Ramirez Jimbo making quick work of him, and now you're seeing 4 members of Na'Vi coming out towards back A, but back-to-back kills coming in. Ramirez going to go down once again, so 2 Foxy and Respectful getting back-to-back kills, but the final 2 players alive here. Excellent nade out of 2 Foxy. Can he play his life?
Maybe a slight miscalculation there from Kimbo. Perhaps could have just tossed the ball and stayed where he was. I know he would have given away his position, but might have been able to add some extra firepower there rather than just running with his back turned and being a free death. Flux gets the double kill, looks to try and make it a triple, will do so. And once more, it's this man on your screen, Flux, who is the difference maker for HMCA. Every single time they look like they're down and out, Flux does something, gets a multi-kill, and gets them right back into it.
Not this time, because it looks like Na'Vi just funneling players over towards multiple ones onto HMCA. That's going to be another squad wipe going in favor of the boys in blue. And Na'Vi are looking good right now. Again, they only need 1 more round to take this game and go up in a 2-1 in the series. Meanwhile, HMCA would have to put back-to-back rounds on the board. Flux going in for the challenge, but ends up going off the map, mining the gap, does Kimbo.
Kimbo just playing that perfectly. I thought the Flux knew that he had the repulsor there. He kind of baited it at one point, maybe assumed that Kimbo had already used it, but Kimbo was patient, bided his time. All the meanwhile, while Flux was being a nuisance, HMCA have been able to retrieve this ball and temporarily take the lead. Overshield will be coming up though. Na'Vi will be able to grab that one. So HMCA just need to be a little bit careful. Maybe just nade bottom middle and keep an eye on this ball. But Riot says, you know what? Screw nading it. Instead, I'm going to take it and get some time on the board.
Oh my gosh, Jimbo, right before he ends up getting that no-scope, the overshield ends up clicking in. Lunny with the high IQ player, and because of it, able to get the double kill as that sniper rifle is going to hit the ground. Respectful now trying to advance forward, tries to kill the ball carrier, but not able to do so. 3 out of 4 members going to go down here for Na'Vi and HMCA. Get a chance to hold on to the setup, but not as the nades are coming in. Na'Vi, beautiful nade placement coming out of them.
Kimbo's got hold of the ball. Rami's got hold of the sniper rifle. It's given away his position, so has to be a little bit careful. So only the way that Na'Vi are playing this ball at the moment is they're trying to get this scrappy time. They're trying to match the scrappy time that HMCA have been able to find in the more recent seconds, the more recent minutes. We've only got 1 minute left, and there's only a 6-second difference between the 2 teams. So this could come down to just 1 touch, 1 setup. HMCA have got their hands on the ball once more, but it's only a couple of seconds they find before a kill comes through. If Riots can find a couple of kills here, then maybe Na'Vi are in trouble. There's 3 down right now, Tony.
That it is. HMCA are looking to get aggressive here. Another 3 down. Go Na'Vi. So the setup going here toward the A side of the map. Riot's trying to hold down top mid, but Jimbo's shots are looking too good. And Jimbo not slowing down whatsoever. Tries to save it, but looks like he's not able to take down the ball carrier. So officially, we are tied up at 1 apiece here in Oddball. 1 more, and that's going to be it.
So both teams just need the 1 more round. Can't split the 2. These 2 teams who have been friends, enemies, teammates, they've all played together there or thereabouts in the past. They certainly know how they all work. They know the insides and outs. Usually it's Na'Vi who come out on top against HMCA. In fact, in every occasion but 1 in Open Series number 2, it has been Na'Vi coming out on top. In this best of 5, we're tied up 1-1, not only in the actual series, but also in this game.
Both of these teams are guaranteed top 3 here, but it looks like Kimbo is gonna go down, but so do 3 out of 4 members of HMCA, and Riot tries to stay alive with the sniper rifle, but sadly runs into the spawn of Na'Vi, who were able to grab onto that ball, holding on to the pillar side. But it looks like once again, Slay's going in, so both of these teams getting really scrappy over towards bottom mid control and not able to advance forward into the ball.
Good positioning from Flux, as he has been doing so all game. Been a real thorn in the side to Na'Vi, and just look at his confidence. I mean, the way he's throwing himself around the map and the way he's taking all of these fights, you know full well he's feeling it right now. And I'm hoping he's getting loud and proud in the comms, because sometimes you need that little bit of energy and adrenaline injected into the rest of the team just from some confidence. Some confident comms coming through, because you know full well when you're out BRing everyone, you screaming down that headset.
Great job by Flux, ended up playing the ball off the map. You said that he was going to be your player to watch, but man, Na'Vi swarming in. It looks like a 16-0 run going in favor of HMCA. And 2 Foxy holding on to the scoreboard. Respectful now going to advance that ball over, and Overshield is going to go in the hands of Na'Vi. So if there's any chance for them to steal away this lead and ultimately this game, it might be on the backs of that Overshield and this outside setup that you're seeing here.
Well, that's the thing. It's the poor man setup, right? It's been like that for both teams. This game has been kept so scrappy as Foxy eventually gets the beat down. At the double, will not get the chance at the triple because Flux's nades have just kept him at bay. And Na'Vi doing what they can to get ball time over towards the power-up, but neither team really been able to get that proper setup over towards tower. Very rarely been 3 or 4 dead to even position yourselves to get that opportunity of a setup. Instead, the ball's now been moved to garage, but it gets thrown right back out towards open field. This game is so scrappy right now, and HMCA, I think they're going to be the favorites when it comes to a scrappy game.
On board now with Riot out of HMCA. Excellent assist coming out of him, but he has 2 more players in front of him. Puts down the damage on Jimbo, then having the confidence to back down, ends up getting away with the sniper rifle, but forced to back down over towards bottom mid, and somehow Riot is still alive. Respectful right in front of him. Actually, the damage gonna go in, and beautiful plays coming out of HMCA. Unselfish and playing for each other. The teamwork is just too good, and now they're putting even more points on the board. 41 in counting here, and Riot still having an advantage over the power weapons.
Just think how different it could have been if some of those sniper headshots had connected as well. I know he still has it, so he still can make a difference, but it could have been even easier for the HMCA roster. That sniper now given up, but it's okay because Ramirez has been able to get into a position to watch over this ball. And that's what HMCA can do now. They can play this game in a way where they force Na'Vi out into uncomfortable positions, take the fights, do enough damage, make sure they're getting the trades. Just don't allow Na'Vi to set up properly. Na'Vi aren't able to get that ball into a position where they can get you on spawn, then they are going to be struggling.
Rise, the final player alive, had to bait out Overshield and almost was able to get the kill, but Respectful ends up sneaking away with it. Luckily for Riot, all of HMCA spawning over toward the A side of the map, so they're able to fight back here. Kimbo and 2 Foxy end up getting back-to-back kills. A wingman being earned here for Respectful, and Na'Vi are just too strong right now. They want the win, but they need to start adding some objective points on the board in addition to the slays that they're getting in behind the backs of the quick scope here coming out of Respectful.
Yeah, he lined that one up perfectly. Did Respectful. Baited out, played for it. Now he's positioned himself to try and do some more damage, but he's out of bullets. Thought that maybe he was going to be able to connect with that headshot, and that could have been the difference maker, but now he's the last player remaining. 4 were temporarily dead, now it's 3. Jimbo's going to be the first one on spawn, and he's going to opt to just take that fight straight away. Does need to be careful, giving information to the rest of the team. Na'Vi are all up. A little bit of ball time is going to be accumulated by HMCA here, and they are not too far away from taking this map number 2.
Riot's trying to stay alive over towards bottom mid, dropping down right when Heat Wave is coming up, so that's going to be really good for them to be able to break any setup or even hold one as well. Nade coming in, but Kimbo somehow able to get away with his life, and now Na'Vi have 4 players up, having the information that they need. They're starting to get aggressive and go onto the offense. Mangler in the hands of Kimbo. He wants to get to close quarters, right behind enemy lines, ends up getting the slay, but the ball is reset. So Na'Vi gonna have to once again go in for a second round of slays before they're able to hold on to the setup, but clearly that is no problem for them.
It was a nice play by Ramirez, and HMCA getting a good amount of time, but the only downside to them getting the ball over towards tower and getting a proper setup is now it will allow Na'Vi to get somewhat of a solid setup. They're a little bit all over the place at the moment. They're rotating the ball because of it, but look, they're just running into trouble. Jimbo having to take that fight against Ramirez, dying because of it. Riot's got the overshield as well, and now HMCA can pick up more of this scrappy time, and Na'Vi are all four dead.
HMCA do not want to go down here. They know they're firm believers in momentum. You can tell they want to take this game. They want to take this series here, but it's going to start right here, right now. Flux with the sniper rifle in hands. Easy kill coming out of him. The second one is in front, and it looks like that is going to be it. HMCA are taking that game and going the series.
HMCA one map away from their first grand final in Halo Infinite, and that really would be a statement and would be quite worrying for Na'Vi. Na'Vi, who were able to reasonably comfortably sweep aside this HMCA roster in pretty much every other series they've ever faced against one another in previous tournaments, and even in this tournament in the early stages of the winner bracket today, it was looking like Na'Vi were starting to really find a rhythm. They were going to be good. They looked great against Ascend. But maybe this Ascend hangover is starting to kick in once more as they are 2-1 down in this series. And we're going into Aquarius CTF, a game which we've already seen a lot of success for the side of HMCA. I'd be a little bit concerned if I'm a Na'Vi fan. I was expecting Na'Vi to quite comfortably topple HMCA here, but Flux, 35 kills, 22 deaths. He really was the difference maker. I'm so glad we got to see his POV for several different times there, because it always seemed like wherever we were on board, it was a double kill, it was a triple kill, it was something to make the difference. I mean, 8,600 damage, the most damage in the lobby. Hats off to that man.
In the first round of online qualifiers, we saw that EU was kind of top heavy, you know, in the hands of Quadrant and Ascend, but since then, Na'Vi has really stepped their game up, obviously going toe-to-toe with Ascend multiple times and showing that they are not afraid. They have teams like HMCA really stepping against one roster move, and they have really looked like an entirely different team here since Raleigh. We know Secret's a big one as well. I have my eyes on them, and the lads are finishing off second place just literally last week. So everyone has been stepping up here on the EU, and we are no longer top heavy. Now you can come up with a power ranking, but I promise you there's going to be one or two teams that completely break the mold, and we're seeing that week after week. And I think it's going to continue to happen as these teams continue to scrim, continue to grow, and continue to get better. Maybe, just maybe, there's going to be a team that can catch up to Ascend and knock them into elimination bracket, or dare I say, maybe even win the tournament.
I mean, the seeds have been changing every week. That's what's made these results so sporadic, is that, you know, we're not having the same winners bracket semis. We're not having the same winners bracket round 2 every single week, because the seeds are so up and down that, for example, Quadrant were playing Ascend in 1 week, but then Quadrant would have to play Mocket in the next week, and then Quadrant are playing Na'Vi in the week after, and it means you've really got to be prepared to go up against any of these European teams. It's not going to be a case of just an easy bracket every single time now. There's always going to be someone who's going to be there to try and take you down. And for Na'Vi, I mean, their bogey team was often Quadrant back at the start of Halo Infinite before we got to Rally, but then they were able to overturn that, topple that, when they were able to get onto LAN. HMCA, who were HMCA, didn't have the best of tournaments at Raleigh. They made a team change. They've lost to Na'Vi previously before, but now, for the first time since this roster has formed and since that change, they look to try and take down the yellow and black.
That they do. We have Aquarius CTF here, and man, I want to say it plays more towards Team Na'Vi, but man, HMCA have really surprised me. So we're going to see what happens here as a big kill going to go in the hands of Flux. This was your player in game number 3, and now we're seeing him start to go off here in game number 4.
Repping that new battle rifle as well from the shop. I see him getting the wallet out. Flux just putting on a little bit of a display for us. Maybe showing us his little blingy bling, and I'm okay with it. I like a man who has some style, but he's going to get pushed here. We'll be able to thrust away. Flux, of course, a very successful Halo 5 player, so not really surprised that we see him prioritizing that thrust time and time again. The flag was pulled, but it looks like it's in a position where they should be able to watch this one.
HMCA are now 1 win away from advancing forward into your grand finals here as Ramirez ends up getting the recov, going all the way down to one shot thanks to the dynamo grenades. And that's kind of going to be the hidden gem of Aquarius is those dynamo grenades, and also don't be afraid to use the thrust as well. The thrust will give you that advantage in all those individual gunfights. Although Flux doesn't need any of it to get the double kill, make that a triple kill coming out of Flux. Sadly going to be taken down before getting the overkill, but the damage has been done. Lunny's now running the flag off of the base.
I need a dietary assessment on Flux ASAP. What did he eat this morning? What has made this difference? Because he looks like a different animal compared to what I've seen in previous tournaments. Okay, fair enough. Maybe we've not seen as much of his POV, but I'm so glad we are now. He's been here, there, and everywhere, and making a massive difference time and time again. Na'Vi have managed to at least stop this flag for now. Foxy doing his best to try and get the read, but he's have to back off. He knows full well if he sits in that, he's just going to be naded, but there's the return finally coming through.
High IQ play coming out of 2. Foxy now going to be advancing forward over toward the enemy's utility. Meanwhile, Flux once again behind enemy lines. Beautiful slays coming in, taking down Kimbo, putting the shots on Jimbo, but that was 3 down. A bit of a fumble there. Finally able to get his hands on it. 2 still down for Na'Vi. It looks like Flux is still able to get that flag over toward the 50% portion of the map, but goes down to 1 shot. Can he make it behind the base?
I think Riot was in his base though. You saw that above. We saw that on the outlines, and yeah, the flag is going to be pulled. And now here comes the Na'Vi roster. Even though Riot was there to assist, Flux has got to be linking up with Riot. Riot does get 1 and might be able to get the re here. Someone needs to sit on it. Flux will tag it in, and Na'Vi go 1-0 down. HMCA look like a different beast. They were 1 kill away from being out of this tournament at top 12, may I add. And now it just seems like they've been brought to life because of that.
And my question is what is up with Na'Vi right now? I mean, this is now the 2nd week where they go toe-to-toe with Ascend in the winners finals, then get dropped to the elimination finals, and another team having them on their back foot. Can HMCA do exactly what the lads did last week and take down Na'Vi and get their rightful place here in the grand finals? They're looking good right now as a 4-down go team. Na'Vi Ramirez now advancing this flag forward, and we might just see a 2-0 lead going in favor of HMCA.
I mean, we should see a 2-0 lead. It's going to be popped right in. And my biggest question is, fatigue an issue? Is it this Ascend hangover? And Na'Vi just getting a little bit frustrated with how close they are to taking down Ascend, only to then fall to loser's bracket and have to play 1 more match? Is it because it's too late in the day? They've been competing since, I don't know, 3 p.m. and maybe they don't have the fatigue that perhaps some of these other rosters do. There's got to be something for it here, because Na'Vi looked so comfortable against HMCA in previous tournaments and even in the winners bracket earlier on, but maybe it's just down to HMCA popping off, and maybe it's this man, Flux, who hits another double, eventually gets taken down, but he's on 13 kills. He has really just shown up and demonstrated what he's capable of here, and he has been a huge part of why HMCA have the lead.
HMCA still have 2-0 right now. Luckily, Kimbo for Na'Vi does have the camouflage in hands. If there's any team that could bounce back from an 0-2 deficit, it's this team right here. These are professional players as Kimbo ends up getting a big double kill, takes a little bit of damage here. That 3rd player is going to be right in front of him, ends up getting the melee kill. Meanwhile, Lunny is going to go in for the challenge on Jimbo, but Jimbo going to quickly put him down. And now Jimbo actually going in for a double kill of his own, multiple players in front of him, and finally they're able to stop him short.
Still 7 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to work with for Na'Vi. Respectful at the moment, struggling. 3 kills, 12 deaths. Hasn't been able to get going as he make it a 13th death now. It's Flux again who's managed to take him out. Flux has constantly been pushing car and getting into the closet, and this is where you want to prioritize for flag. Always want to be on that car side. You get so much coverage. You also get the dynamo grenades every 30 seconds as well, and we know what an influence they can make. And then when you are running that flag, when you move it down towards car, again, you've got so much coverage, and you can move that flag either through the connector or you can slide down the stairs just for speed ability. But it's going to be HMCA pulling 1 more flag, this time just going for the direct route again.
3 down go to HMCA. Flux going to be the final player alive here on the map. Meanwhile, Jimbo trying to fly in and go in for the early recov. Already halfway done with it, but the spawners are coming in, and it looks like Respectful is actually going in for a counter cap, but they know they need a second round of slays if they want to secure this home. And those dynamo nades coming in, absolutely deadly. The audio ticks, the amount of slowdown that comes in, but the damage not going to be enough here. Ramirez now trying to fight over towards the card side. He wants the recov, but Na'Vi making it very hard on HMCA.
Camo in the hands of Lunny, and HMCA should be able to get this re. I can understand why Respectful turned back after running that flag. He assumed that he was going to be being chased, but a lot of HMCA had already overextended by that point, and they were ahead of the game. They were ahead of the flag. And because of that, Na'Vi have not only given up map control, they gave up camouflage, and they're all struggling again. Jimbo, the last player to make a difference, gets taken down by Lunny. And a third flag being moved. HMCA are on absolute fire.
Clearly, they're fans of Aquarius CTF here. That's going to be a beautiful play coming out of Lundy right there, able to end up taking down Jimbo. Let me tell you, they were both one shot, and if he would have went down, this flag would not have made it into the base. But here it is, doing most of the work. Flux going to come in for the cleanup of the cap, and they still have 3 players alive to defend off for the counter cap. But Kimbo ends up getting a double kill, and now we're going to see if Kimbo can still win the flag, but the whiff, the drop. Oh my, the curb slide comes in, but he whiffs on the pole. And so now we have to go for another round of slays.
Second time's a charm. Gonna run it pink. Always gonna be vulnerable when you run it pink side. Those grenades gonna come through. The fridge spawns are often quite popular as well as the flag too. And it looks like HMCA have done enough to delay that one. And if Flux gets the kill, which of course he will, he gets the perfect, hits the double. Flux is not missing. HMCA 4 minutes and 25 seconds or 2 flag caps away from reaching their first grand final in Halo Infinite.
Flux advancing forward right into a few nades. That's going to be an easy kill for Respectful, but the cleanups are going to go in favor of HMCA. The flag is going to be pulled, though. Ramirez has to stay alive, too. Foxy now advancing that flag forward over toward utility. Ends up going down to 1 shot, so an easy cleanup from Riots, who hops immediately on the return. 3-0 run going in favor of HMCA with 4 minutes on the clock. Na'Vi have to make something happen.
This is the thing, HMCA can play this defensive now, but you've got to be careful. If you turtle up and you do play too defensive, it just allows a lot of map presence and a lot of map control for the opposition team. Na'Vi running this flag despite 2 people being down, Respectful not getting hold of it, so having to just play his life. But Na'Vi know they need to get moving. Even though the flag can be taken across the map fairly quickly in Aquarius Capture the Flag, you've only got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get 3 flags across, as well as get those slays time and time again. And Na'Vi, even though they're moving this one, HMCA making it difficult.
Respectful utilizing the environment to get that flag across the map as quickly as possible, but the counter cap is going to be pulled. Can they get the return sitting up high? Is Respectful utilizing that height advantage? Excellent slay goes in. The return is as well. And finally, we're seeing Na'Vi on the board, but still currently down by 2. They have a mountain to climb.
Well, we're going to learn a lesson here. Either way, it's going to be about the resilience of Na'Vi and their ability to get back into a game when they're down and out, or we're maybe going to see HMCA just completely combust and not be able to hold on to their bottle when they are 3-1 ahead. But certainly I would rather it go a different direction. I want to see HMCA show us that they have the capabilities of reaching a grand final. They've got the players who have been there. They've done that. Riots has won titles. Ramirez has won titles. They need to stop this flag from being moved, though, because this gets a little bit more scary if it's 3-2.
Kimbo going all the way down to 1 shot, but still able to advance that flag forward. He's not going to die for this. He's going to play his life, get his shield back, and now going in for the pull. Can he slide this one in? The damage is going to come in from top mid. He avoids most of it, ends up diving in, and just like that, they're within striking distance, only down by 1 cap. But here comes Flux and the rest of HMCA. They're starting to get the slays, and they're 1 more way from pulling this flag.
Well, maybe this is going to be a kick up the backside for HMCA. We can't just sit back and allow Na'Vi to press us and pull these flags. We need to start getting a flag of our own moving here. Certainly nervy times for the HMCA roster, but they're running this 4th flag. Are under a little bit of pressure, though. Lunny's in a position to do a job. Gets the stick as well to make it a double. That might give enough freedom for the team to run the flag, but they're more concerned about what could be happening from behind. Rami's got camouflage, and you have to imagine if this becomes 4-2, it would be game over. Na'Vi doing what they can to stay in the game.
And Lunny somehow advancing that flag over toward the back of the base, but they still need the recov, which is looking good as the killing spree now going to be earned here by Lunny. Cross-map shots from flag to flag. The return is going to come in, and it looks like we're going to have a 4-2 lead going in favor of HMCA. Na'Vi now only have 1 minute to cap 2 flags. Gaskin, is it possible?
I mean, it's possible, but highly unlikely at this point. HMCA just have to play Slayer, kill the Na'Vi roster. Do not allow them to get any easy flag pulls. And even if they do get a flag pull, let it go. Just delay it ever so slightly to a position where you can then comfortably stop them from pulling a 4th one. But at the moment, Na'Vi haven't even got this one going. HMCA in touching distance from their first grand final and what would be a very historic victory for them in Halo Infinite.
Jimbo tries to go in for the challenge. If he wins that one, he would have been able to pull the flag, but sadly not going to be able to do so. It's Ramirez coming out on top of that individual gunfight. They've simply gone into full defensive mode, taking down Respectful. There's going to be another player sliding it over toward the flag. The melee's going to come in, making that player one shot. Lunny, the final line of defense, ends up getting the double kill. But that flag is still out. Either way, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, HMCA are going to the grand finals.
They've finally done it. For the first time in Halo Infinite, we see Flux, Riots, Ramirez, and Lunny get themselves into a position where they can take on Ascend to try and be the champions of the EU Pro Series week number 3. I mean, everything was against them. Na'Vi, I was assuming they were going to win. Na'Vi were probably assuming they were going to win. People watching probably assuming Na'Vi was going to win, and for good reason. Why wouldn't they? Na'Vi just came so close in the games they went up against Ascend. Na'Vi had already beaten HMCA in the winners bracket today. Historically, we've always seen HMCA losing to this Na'Vi roster. But there's one key difference for me. Lunny, he's jumped onto that roster instead of Clonely, but someone who we weren't speaking about previously, who's always been on this roster, Flux, 28 kills alongside Lunny's 28. He was a difference maker in this, and I think that Na'Vi are going to be so frustrated that they've lost this series. Again, coming close to beating Ascend, but then dropping down to the elimination bracket and losing out to a team who is a lower seed than them. Wow, I mean, I'm gobsmacked. I can't believe that that's happened, but Na'Vi have only got themselves to blame, I guess.
Dan, I have to reiterate what you just said and talk about the fact that this is back-to-back weeks that this has happened. They go toe-to-toe with Ascend in the winners finals. They look damn good while doing it and almost make you a believer that if they can make it out into the grand finals, maybe they can force a bracket reset and, dare I say, maybe even win the series. But back-to-back weeks, first it was last week with the lads, and now it's this week with HMCA. Are they running out of gas? Do they need some coffee? What? I don't know what's going on with Na'Vi because they look so good in the winners bracket, but them in the elimination bracket, I just aren't the same team, and something's just not clicking. And to be honest with you, Gaskin, I don't know what it is.
I think the saving grace for Na'Vi is that when it came to LAN, they were the best performing and best placing European team, and they did show a lot of grit and determination. And I do think that, you know, they're not going to do anything drastic. We're not going to see any team changes or anything like that. This is still a very terrifying roster, but just on the day, they weren't able to match HMCA. The game's got a little bit scrappy, and HMCA, I think they preferred that, and they really took advantage of it. And what I think is more mad is that HMCA were 1 kill away from being eliminated in top 12 by the 16th seed, and now they're top 2. And that shows how close, actually, this European region is on the day. And, you know, best of threes can go down to the wire. I think that Jersey's Angels, Jersey's brother, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit because they were 1 kill away from beating this team. They're going to have to play through open bracket again next week. And now they've watched them go on to get to the grand finals. It's mad how these things happen. But certainly, I think HMCA are going to be delighted with this one, Tony. But I will say, this is now the point where they've overachieved, arguably. When you go against their seed, they've overachieved by getting to the grand finals. Is this as far as they go? Are we going to now get a blowout in the grand finals where they're not going to be able to compete with Ascend? That's what worries me. Lottie, Jersey, I guess I pose that question to you because Ascend will be watching this saying, oh, we don't have to face Na'Vi again. That's good because they're the only team who seems to come close to us.
Yeah, I think obviously they're gonna love the kind of change in story there and facing a different team for once in the grand final. And I got to say, hats off to HMC, and we can definitely deep dive into that question, because I think that is the big question at this point. Is this just going to be a kind of learning experience for HMC, or are they really going to come out of the gates here and give Ascend an incredible game? I don't know the answer to that, because right now my question to Shirzi is, really, did that come down to the fact that HMCA really stepped up their gameplay there and their teamwork were on point? Or is that again just a mental block from Na'Vi, once again coming off a defeat from Ascend, and a close, cool defeat from Ascend, and they just can't quite get their heads straight coming into this elimination bracket and having to try and bounce back up again?
I think ultimately the plaudits have to land the defeat of HMCA. You can only beat the team that's put in front of you, and that's exactly what they've done. They've gone through the losers side of things, and listen, we all counted them out. I said they'd lost scrims 11-2 to Na'Vi. Well, that didn't seem to matter. The form book was thrown out the window, and they made sure they got the job done here. I think there's a real question mark around this Na'Vi roster when they play against Ascend, and they throw haymakers, and then all of a sudden they become a little bit punch drunk when it comes down to the losers finals, and they find themselves dipping out now. And like Dan and Tony have talked about, 2 weeks in a row, they've dropped down to seeds that they were better than. So mentally, they need to look at that and maybe digest it and say to themselves, what do we need to do better? Are we not resetting properly after that game against Ascend? Is it still a hangover? Are they still a little bit drunk? I don't know. But the issue is HMCA, they pushed themselves onto grand finals and they look good doing it.
Yeah, they certainly do. Damn, they looked absolutely amazing, to be perfectly honest. 3-1 against Na'Vi. They will bounce up into our winners bracket, and they will be facing Ascend in the grand final. Ascend obviously high up on the pedestal right now. They haven't dropped an online series so far. They have been absolutely lights out so far this season, and they won't go down without a fight, that is for sure. But HMCA, I've got to say, looking really good across the board here. I think we, previously questioned about their synergy and their cohesion as a team and their longevity, because obviously they've made changes, but those changes seem to be working really, really well. Gaskin, Flux was just lights out today. Absolutely amazing. I think we kind of said the same thing for Riots last week as well. What is it about teams and their teamwork and having that rotating Slayer consistently throughout a team? Like, you never know where it's quite coming from, but the fact that every single one of these players on the team can rotate to be a main Slayer is pretty dangerous.
I do think that the maps they played as well was really important, because they were able to play in that way. I mean, Aquarius, again, is a map where you can flank, whether it be down bottom P or whether you go car, and then you can get behind the base and you can be up close and personal. Riots, Lunny, Flux, they all love that. And then you've also got Ramirez, who loves getting behind the base and pulling flags. So you add it all together and it can be the perfect mix. I know there's questions that were asked, or maybe we posed the question of, is Ramirez the right fit for this squad? When they're playing like that and all three of them are slaying out their minds, then hell yeah, he is, because he's going to be that glue that they need, someone to just point them in the right direction and also to do that dirty work. And when you look at their names, when you look at on paper, HMCA roster is a top 2 roster, but then when you look at how they've been performing in Halo Infinite, you're like, oh, okay, well, top 4, top 6, that's about right. But now they're finally living up to their name, and it's about goddamn time that they do so as well, may I say. And I think that they'll all be happy about it and they can joke and laugh about it, but now they need to show what they're made of against Ascend here, because they don't want to go out just fizzling in the grand finals. They want to go out with a bang.
I think sometimes it just takes a little bit of time as a team to figure out how you want to play things, and going up against teams that are better than you and figuring that out one step at a time. And I think HMCA so far have done exactly that. They are performing very, very well right now. I really do hope that they give Ascend a pretty decent series. They do have to reset the bracket though. Remember, guys, it's going to be potentially 2 best of 5s if HMCA do want to take this Pro Series week number 3. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we do indeed have your grand final here, the EU Pro Series week number 3. We'll see you guys right after this.
built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster lunge. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Welcome back, folks, to the HCS European Pro Series. Now, before the break, we saw a huge series out of HMCA despite a tough map 1 against Na'Vi and their unending rocket control on streets. They had a huge change of the tides with, of course, the Recharge Slayer and turned the series on its head. Oddball came down to round 3, though, and HMCA proved to have a more efficient game, being able to deny setups to Na'Vi and pulling away with a round 3 win. And CTF Aquarius is the HMCA playground now, apparently, because they comfortably get 3 caps on the board off the rip, and they continue to keep a significant lead, with Flux showing us why he's on this team. Absolutely incredible performance out of HMCA all the way through that series, and Na'Vi unfortunately will go home with their heads pretty much in their laps. They're not going to be very happy about that performance, and hopefully they can take a look at things mentally and see exactly where they're at, because this team is pretty damn good, but they're just not quite showing it when they come to the elimination bracket. Now, HMCA, though, on the other hand, they are having their first grand finals. I have a big smile on my face. I'm very excited for them. I think it's really cool to see a team kind of work together and grow and be able to kind of hit benchmarks, and this one is going to be a big one for them going forward here with this grand finals. We need to quickly talk about a particular individual, though, on Ascend, because Ascend, obviously being the team to beat currently, I've got to say Seeker, with our AMD power performance, has been pretty lights out today. From today's winners finals versus Na'Vi on Stronghold's Recharge, he hit a 1.33 KD ratio and some pretty decent damage happening in that map as well. So incredible stuff from Seeker. The French Phenom as well. I've got to ask you, Gaskin, what does Seeker bring to his team in particular that really kind of aids into the cohesion?
I was more wondering what happened to his arm. Was he in pain when he took that picture? Or is he okay? I just want to check he's okay.
That's not his arm.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. He's a robot. That's what he brings to the team. He's got a robot arm, and that's why he's so good at aiming. But Seeker is one of those players who kind of has to be everywhere for this squad. Not only has he got an amazing individual skill and talent, he will do the job, he will do the objective work if he needs to, but he molds so well with Legend and Shady. They move as such a cohesive unit that they are terrifying, and often Seeker will be the one that leads that charge because he's prepared to die. He knows that, yeah, okay, he can do the initial damage, but he's going to have teammates who are going to finish up. He might not necessarily be the one who gets the top slays every single time, but he certainly does a lot of damage. That damage output is extremely important for the team. And I think, well, everyone on this Ascend roster we could sing and praise because they are fantastic, but it's always nice to highlight any of them because even though we focus Ascend as a whole quite often, we don't very often dive into the deep individual talents that actually are on that roster because they are brilliant. Like they deserve all the praise.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, honestly, if you do deep dive into the two teams that we're facing up in our grand final here, obviously Ascend, HMCA, what would you kind of look at in terms of kind of their play styles together as players? Because, like, would you, Shurzy, be kind of lining up maybe Riots and Lunny, or even Riots and Flux against the likes of maybe Snipe, Drone and Legend?
Yeah, I think Ascend are the only team, I think, in Europe at the moment that play at a specific pace that can match the likes of North America. I think the rest of the teams in Europe are very much trying to get touch tight with them and trying to match them stride for stride. And we're seeing Navi getting close to it now. And with HMCA matching them and looking at the play styles of things, I'm thinking I'd actually like to touch upon Ramirez, if that's okay. I think a player that had a bullseye on his back last week, put question marks over his place in the team and his spot. And isn't this just a testament to how, making team changes isn't always the right decision? They've gone from top 6 now to top 2 in the matter of a week, so they made serious progress and they didn't need to make that change in the end.
Yeah, indeed. I think, honestly, they have made some really, really significant progress. And it's not just in the results, but just in the way that they're playing. I did notice, though, on the series layout, Tony, that CTF Aquarius is up first, which I know HMCA is going to be very happy about. Obviously, a strong suit for them going forward right off the get-go. What can Ascend do here to really kind of counteract what HMCA like to do? Because they're very aggressive with their flag pulling, and it really does work for them in terms of the slaying ability and paving that path.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think Ascend have to do anything special to come out on top with CTF Aquarius. Because like HMCA and Ascend kind of have similar play styles to me. Just Ascend does what HMCA does and better. Like, I feel like they're both teams that don't mind playing in twos. They don't mind baiting and switching. They love to get aggressive on teams and make them as uncomfortable as possible. It's just that Ascend does the exact same thing. And when you get into gunfights with them, they will put you down every time. So that's why I was so excited about Navi, because I feel like Navi were a different team and like totally different than what Ascend plays. And like the complete opposite, where HMC are going to have struggles because Ascend will win those gunfights, and I think when they both go at it, that's going to be the difference maker. They're both objective efficient. They're both aggressive. They both have an advanced understanding of the sandbox. It's going to come down to those individual pivotal gunfights.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think feeding into that point as well, Tony, is like, I think it also comes down to comms to a certain degree as well. And Gaskin, like, I know it's really difficult because we can't hear what the boys are saying on the other side, but we can kind of dictate or understand what is going on in terms of communication and how on point that is based on the play style and kind of kills that they're cleaning up along the way. How difficult is it going to be for HMCA to get their comms on point, to be able to clean up those important kills, to get the number favor in their kind of camp in terms of Ascend? Because I feel like it really does come down to that efficiency with the teamwork if they do want to take down Ascend here.
Thank God you didn't ask me about Ascend's comms. I would have started to speak in French and give you an insight of how Snipe Drone feels. I think that HMCA, I mean, it all comes down to Ramirez being the vocal leader of that group. I do know that, I mean, I watched their streamed games earlier from Lunny's point of view, where he was streaming on Twitch. Probably still is. Go check him out. And I think that it's difficult because Ramirez is on a Discord on his phone, I think. His mic sounds dreadful. And that's always going to be a position where, like, you're not going to get as many clear and concise communications from him because of that. And when he is literally the IGL who's calling the shots, that would annoy me, if I'm going to be honest. So I would pray that HMCA sort him out, right? Get him a decent mic so he doesn't have to do it on his phone or whatever it is, or he's got his mic, I don't know, in another room. It sounds awful. But I do think that you've got to stay on top of it here. You can't allow the team to drop their heads when inevitably you're going to get hit with a wallop. We know full well that Ascend, they run at you, they fly at you. You can have 3 players facing you at one time. It's very easy to just say, all right, well, we got top 2. We've made it as far as we thought we're going to make it. We're not going to put up a fight against these. You need to have someone saying, look, we can actually do something against this Ascend roster. They're not unbeatable. We've seen them lose maps. Let's make sure we go out with something, or let's make sure we topple them. Let's get a reset. Why not? There's definitely the capabilities to do so on this roster. Like, they've got the experience, they've got the ability. It's just about playing in a right way on the day. It's not easy to match the pace of Ascend, but if you can match it, then I don't see a reason why they can't win it.
Indeed, and I tell you what, CTF Aquarius would be a damn good start for HMCA as well. It's a tall order, but we'll see if they can reset the bracket at least. So, gentlemen, without further ado, let's get into our grand finals. Gaskin, Jersey, it's over to you guys.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Dan, it's grand finals. Week 1, Na'Vi taken down. Week 2, the lads dispatched. Week 3, a new challenger, HMCA. Is it going to be the same old story? Ascend reigning supreme.
It's like when your friends come over to play a fighting game and they press the start button and you're like, hey, you're not going to have a chance here. Ascend are laughing it off. Ascend probably think that this is going to be a smooth operation, but I think Na'Vi probably thought it was going to be a smooth operation in those elimination finals as well. HMCA have demonstrated they've got a little bit of something this week, and if they can make that something even more of a something here against Ascend, then who knows, maybe we can see a difference. We can see Ascend maybe finally toppled. I know it is a very tall order, and it is a real stretch for anyone to take down Ascend at this point, but I'm hoping that HMCA can make a real game of this, and I do think Aquarius CTF is the perfect way to begin, because we've already seen them have an amazing game in that elimination bracket against Na'Vi. They looked a different class. They really showed up Na'Vi and demonstrated that if you just get behind enemy lines, you pull those flags and you work together looking for those spawns, you can find victories.
And HMCA then, they've inserted coin. They're going to go toe-to-toe with the best in the continent, Ascend. Game 1, Aquarius CTF for grand finals. It's underway, and it's already back and forth.
Snipedrone already going down. Now, Flux is going to be one of the players I really want to focus on throughout this game, because he had one of the best series in elimination finals I've ever seen from him. I always knew he was capable of a lot of things, Flux. He's got a lot of talent about him, but there was a lot of individual ability that he demonstrated, a lot of individual kills that he was picking up that made the difference for the squad. At the same time, though, there were times he was caught on his own. And if he gets caught on his own too much here against an Ascend roster who have such good teamwork, then he could be vulnerable. So he has to make sure he's winning those fights.
He pulls that flag out towards our side, gets a couple of shots in his back, and thinks, oh, okay, I'll bring it this way instead. Perhaps, maybe this is the safe route, but he backs down. He gets a kill in the enemy base. Flag's still out. We're seeing Snipedrone on the fridge area, and Seek is finally going to get that flagpole moving underway, and already after locking it in and killing spree, you can see exactly why we highlighted him before the game. He can be the difference maker.
Seeker with one flag, Flux with the other, and we speak of one difference maker, perhaps the other side of Flux getting a perfect, getting the kill, and saying, you know what, lads, someone else hold this flag. This shouldn't be my job with how I'm playing right now. Flag standoff's very difficult to play in Aquarius CTF. You have to time it. Make sure you're pushing out at the right times and making sure you're defending the flag as well as Flux. Even though there's a thrust, he tries to counter with a thrust of his own. Doesn't work out just yet, but Ascend just trying to keep the flag alive.
Seeker and Flux then, trading killing sprees with one another. But it still honors the even. Flag still out on the move though, and we could very well see Ascend take a 1-0 lead. Is that being stopped right at the flag pole though, just before he could lock it in. Snipedrone's going to be in position here to slide and knock it in, and that's exactly what he does. 1-0 Ascend, business as usual.
Notice how all the players now are starting to curb slide off that little drop down in the base as well. You run up it, crouch as you land after the sprint, and you just get that little bit of extra boost to be able to pick up that flag and get it slotted in and slotted home. But Flux is going to be trying to running a counter here. Of course, going the faster method through car, but it's about what assistance does he have. Have Ascend been able to overextend and get to a point to stop this flag? This looks fairly free. There's been so many fights happening elsewhere, Jersey, that Flux didn't even take any damage whatsoever.
Just like that, Flux sneaks in, slips away with the flag under the cover of darkness. 1-0, the score now. HMCA answer back almost immediately with a flawless run, and they've got another flag on the move here. They're trading flags again.
Bloody trying to be a nuisance at the moment in bottom middle. And notice how HMCA are trying to make this one scrappy, not allowing Ascend to necessarily have as much freedom as they would on other maps and against other teams. We have historically seen Ascend struggle in Aquarius CTF, I will say that. Quadrant were always taking them to overtime and always giving them a good game as Lunny gets another double kill. So if HMCA are going to take a map, any map, looking at the series layout, you feel like it has to start here. And if they do go 1-0 up, just think of the confidence that gives to the boys in blue.
Lovely awareness out of Lunny, making sure he clears his corners there. Shoots another couple of shots, trying to bank them off the walls so that heat wave can evaporate some players to dust. Unfortunately, though, 3 members do go down here for HMCA to Ascend too. So they will now gather a little bit of map control as a result of those slays. And we're seeing Snipe Drone just slow down a touch. But Shady has different ideas in his mind as he goes soaring front base and picks himself up a thruster pack to get himself out of dodge if he does so, please. And we'll go and battle now 1v1, and Shady doesn't lose them very often. He's not going to do it this time. 4 shots all connect cleanly. Ramirez dead.
Legend, by the way, 0 and 11. Not what I'm used to seeing out of the man. Maybe he might get his first kill. He will. So as soon as I say it, there you go. It's the opposite of a caster curse. You're welcome, Legend. He's back into the game. He does have 7 assists. I will say that he's probably been emitting quite a lot of damage, but at this period of the game, to yet to have a kill, you've always got to put a couple of question marks above it. Another camouflage going in favor of Ascend. That's always going to be a topic of discussion. How many camouflages are going to be picked up? HMCA did very well at picking up camouflages across their series, and Ascend have got the better of them on this occasion.
Lovely patience, and the Snipe Drone just stopped for a moment, delayed his push to catch Flux a little bit unawares, and as a result of that, Flux has fallen. Another player too is going to join him. Legend has now picked up 2 kills, so as Dan Gaskin does get his invoice ready to send over to Legend's direction and cash in on some of that caster encouragement. Flag has been sent home, and both flags for the moment are all the way home. Trading back and forth, Snipe Drone and Sika in the respawn screen, as is Fluxing into Riot. So now Ramirez has picked up those sizzle sticks and looking to clock in and go to work.
Still smiling because you said Flux has fallen, and my mind actually went to Olympus has fallen, as London has fallen, and then the trilogy is Flux has fallen. He's like protected the president, and I tell you what, with a BR like we've seen from today, he'd probably be able to do it as well. They're 1-1 at the moment, but the flag is moving. Ascend and Legend trying to get this one going.
Unlike Jared Butler, Flux unable to defend his home base, and as a result of that, Legend's got the flag and it's on the move, and he's brought it all the way over to Engine side. This one looks almost as clean as Flux's was in return, and it's a 2-1 lead to Ascend in our grand finals.
And I think if Ascend can make this a 2-flag lead, then this is when you start to worry a little bit for HMCA. When it's closely contested like this, we've still got plenty of time, and you know you're only 1 flag in it. You know there's always that opportunity, but my fear was that heads will drop if Ascend get a little bit too far ahead, not just in this series, but in any game as well. Flux going to take yet another fight top middle. It's the camouflage that is what people are fighting and scrapping over. But Ascend have got the better of HMC on that one, but Ramirez backs out of the fight, maybe thinking the play was going to be already dead. And that camo wasn't popped, so it's going to be somewhere bottom middle.
Only last man alive, and doing as best as he possibly can to withstand the pressure from the oncoming Ascend push. And Snipe Drone, some lovely bank grenades, spin up and blow up right in the visor. And that's going to mean all 4 dead now for HMCA, and the dreaded 2-flag cap distance. The distance between these 2 teams could be about to be extended, much to the dismay of Dan Gaskin.
And something that I always mention about this Ascend roster is the efficiency of their objective work, and in particular, their flag runs. They are so smooth. They hit every curve slide that they can on the route, and they make sure that it is flawless. You very rarely see a fumble, as I fumble my words for the flumble, from Ascend. They're very good at moving their way across the map. You take a 3-1 lead, HMCA down by 2 now, but Flux is pulling yet another flag. It's something that he's been doing consistently throughout this game, getting behind that base, getting behind the enemy team, and getting a flag on the move.
Flux trying to steal one away then. Positions and circumstances weren't really in his team's favor, but try as he might, he will fall, as does Riot. And something I want to highlight here, Dan, is Legend went from 0 and 7 or 0 and 11, and they were down by a 1 flag cap, and now all of a sudden he's 13 and 16. So there's a reason why we're seeing Ascend come back into this game and showing a little bit more dominance. It's because Legend started to play, he's remembered where his analog sticks are.
Yeah, maybe his arms weren't plugged in yet.
Yeah.
Now finally, he, as well as Seeker with their robot arms, are doing their job. And now 1 more flag is going to be moving, because HMCA are going to have to let this one at least go a little bit further. No, okay, there's 1 player to get some nades on it, so they've done well to slow that one down to a point where they can take the fight. Right's going to struggle to get a return, though, because in a position like that, you're so vulnerable to grenades. The grenade can be banked off both sides. Legend and Shady picking up kills, and the flag's going to move again.
HMCA then, they managed to just take the sting out of that run, but it was all in vain. 4-1 now the score. And after that hot start from HMCA, Ascend are really starting to click into gear.
I will say that when it comes to the slays, I mean, HMCA aren't struggling. Right is -3, Flux +2, +1 now. Lunny -1, Rami -5. It's not like they're getting massively outslayed and, you know, off spawn. They're constantly under pressure. They're winning engagements, but it's just Ascend have done far better at timing their slays and when they pull their flags. Rami with the camouflage might be able to do something though.
The thing that he's able to do is get 1 kill at least as he surveys the land in almost predator-like stealth. And I'll tell you one thing, he wants more than candy, but unfortunately for him, Snipe Drone's gonna send him away packing empty-handed.
We saw Na'Vi get a couple of flag caps back with only 3 minutes on the board, but it wasn't enough to get them back into the game. HMCA need to find 3 flag caps in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And that's going to be difficult to do when the other team is Ascend and they're relentless with their pressure. They don't just want to win 4-1. They will never be satisfied. Ascend are a roster who want to dominate as much as possible. I think Ascend will be annoyed that they even conceded a flag here, and they want to make it 5-1. Even though Ascend have been atop of Europe for Halo Infinite's entire lifespan, only a couple of months, a few months now, they are a team who want perfection.
They might just get it. Yeah, 2 members down. Flux and Ramirez. It's going to make this return all the more difficult task. And there's that man, Sika, getting tagged up by Riot's position bottom middle, but Sika will get that kill, but falls to a Lunny frag grenade. And then we're seeing another frag grenade and a nade shot come through, and Legend's going to push that flag all the way up towards this commando box. He's going to get that touch. No, he's not. He gets shut down, but Riot's the last man left on the map that can influence anything. Unfortunately for him, Sika's in the right position on hand to punch that flag home. Game 1 of Aquarius CTF, Ascend 5, HMCA 1. It's a Game 1 advantage, First Blood.
And we felt that that was maybe the best opportunity for HMCA to really get a map on the board and try and, you know, overturn this Ascend roster who still yet to lose a series throughout the entire Halo Infinite life cycle, and well, and prior to that. I know there's been changes to this Ascend roster over time, but the core 3 has always been there. And it's worrying just how good and how much further they seem to be above the rest of Europe at the moment with their consistency. I know that we've seen them drop maps here or there, but when it comes push to shove, they are always winning the series. 1-0 up in this one. It will be a Slayer, of course, as game 2. And I mean, I will always remind everyone that, you know, Slayers can go either way. And also, historically, the games that we naturally see Ascend lose more often than not is Slayer game types. So there is still something for HMCA. It's not over yet. They just can't afford to let their heads drop here, because that would be my concern, is that they just say, all right, well, we've managed to get to top 2. We're happy with that.
As we go through the highlights here, Dan, and we dissect exactly what we've seen in front of our eyes, was that flag game type a little bit of it? It was a game of 2 halves almost. We've seen HMCA having that hot start, going up by 1 flag to 0, and then it was a bit of a standoff during the mid game. But then all of a sudden, once Ascend did get the things moving, get things rolling, they never looked back.
Well, you were playing with, you know, you're playing in a situation where HMC have just come off winning a series. They're going to be hot, they're going to be warmed up, and Ascend, they've been waiting in the wings, right? They won their winners bracket final quite some time ago now, and they probably were a little bit cold. I know that some teams will go into matchmaking and they'll stay warm. I feel like Ascend are a roster where they're quite confident. They probably jumped off, they had some dinner, they watched the game with a cup of tea or a baguette, whatever you have when you're ever in France, I don't know. Some olives, maybe, frog legs. There's plenty of stereotypes there, I'm sure. But I know full well that Snipe Drone would have had a cup of tea because he's English and that's our stereotype. It's Ascend who were a little bit cold, but then they heated up. And once they had heated up, they didn't let anything go. And I think, unfortunately for HMCA, they weren't able to take that momentum from the early stages and re-project it to more than 1 flag cap. But coming into game number 2 here, it's another game type that HMCA have shown a lot of confidence on throughout today's tournament. They did beat Na'Vi on this, on Slayer Recharge, so perhaps there is some hope here.
And I can't shake the mental image now that you've brought up biscuits and tea, that maybe somewhere in France someone's dipping a baguette into tea and has replaced biscuits altogether, and it's a haunting task. But something else that's going to be haunting is, can HMCA bounce back in this series, particularly here in this Slayer on Recharge? Game 2 is underway. The scrap for camo begins.
Taste the soggy tea bread in, but just thinking, no, I don't like it. I can't. The fact that you've had that mental image and you've then projected that and given it to everyone else makes me very angry with you. 3-1 in the early stages in favor of Ascend, so they got the better starting strat. Again, I've always said as well that I think Ascend lack an amazing starting strategy on several of these maps, but they seem to have polished that up a little bit in recent weeks. Sword, though, in favor of Sika means that it's going to be a tough time for HMCA getting back into this one, unless Rami can... Rami's gone.
Rami could, but also Rami couldn't stay on the map as he gets repulsored off. He dealt with the sword pretty handily, but was not banking on the backhanded force push to throw him off to the map, and he goes splish splash, and he's taking a bath. 4 kills to 8 now. That's going to be in the favor of Ascend. They've had this start. They've had the better of the opening engagements between these two teams. Shady getting backed up and has to head down towards pit. He's going to be chased by Riot, who puts a couple of warning shots down towards back elevator. Shady going to get tagged up a couple of more times, but he's managed to round the pillar before ultimately getting taken down, and just being able to delay his life that much, not only delay his life down, but frustrate the life out of HMCA.
Ramirez hitting some shots here and leading the charge for the team at the moment with 4 kills. For all we say about him being the objective player, the player who does the dirty work, he's the one getting the slays at the moment, and it's something that the rest of the team haven't been able to achieve. Riot and Rami, the 2 Rs, going to do what they can, but Lunny and Flux struggling a little bit in the early stages, but of course that's not too much to worry about right now, as Legend gets the better of Lunny. As I said, it's not nothing to worry about. That's a kill you can't let get away.
As that kill does get away, it's not going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things. Certainly not right now, as it's only a 2 kill. Make that a 1 kill game, as Flux does draw blood from Sika. And make that 2, as he also is able to get his French compatriot in Shady. 1 member down a piece now between Ascend, and Riot's going to make sure that Snipe Drone will make no further inroads down towards bottom middle. Camouflage has popped, and no doubt someone has had an influence on it, but a killing spree for Flux, excuse me, and he was on 0 kills during the opening engagements here. As Lunny gets the camouflage, he turned it into a killing spree all of a sudden.
That's what you need. You need someone to be stepping up on this HMCA roster. Difficult game type to play against Ascend, because it's one of those game types that can really slow down, and we know full well that Snipe Drone can anchor, and then the rest of the 3 French players just roam as a unit, as a wolf pack, and make it so difficult for you as they take those engagements. As off the rack, Lunny manages to hit the first. They make it 2. Will challenge despite having the camouflage, because he knows it's a free kill. When you're stuck down there in blue tunnel, you've got nowhere to go, and you're so vulnerable, especially if you've been descoped. So Lunny quite rightly taking that fight.
That position in particular on this map reminds me of Guardian S1, when people are throwing nades from the likes of bottom middle, bottom green, as Sika and Lunny connect once more. Lunny hits the headshot, fries him to within an inch of his life. 1 clean headshot, and it's 20-21 now, and HMCA really making a game of this. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. It's all tied up.
HMCA just seem to have the right kind of energy when it comes to Slayer recharge. And they're not allowing Ascend to set up whatsoever. And HMCA kind of moving in 2, sometimes as a 4. And that can be perfect, because you can match up against the aggression that Ascend try and offer, but you can catch Snipe Drone off guard a few times. Snipe Drone, who's really been trying to slow this game down. He's only got 4 deaths at the moment, whereas it's 8 and 9 for a couple of his teammates. There's definitely a different pace going on between the Ascend roster. It was something that Snipe Drone had mentioned in interviews, that he really struggles to keep up with the rest of the boys when it comes to Slayer game types. And because of that, you feel like maybe he's not involved in as many fights, and HMCA might have the player advantage time and time again, and that's why they currently hold the lead.
A 2-kill game then, as Riot gets taken down to no shields, and Shady will not let him escape very, very easily, and Riot's doing a grand job of trying to stay alive, but ultimately will fall. It was for nothing in the end, but other than buying his teammates some more time on the map. Now Shady positioned over towards top control. We're seeing Sword is also ready and ripe for the picking. Flux and Ramirez positioned down there, and they might be able to get their hands on it just to further extend the lead, and using that Sword. We're seeing 2 members go down now, and Sword's been thrown off the map. It's a 1-kill game.
Really important they threw that Sword off the map. We know what a big difference the Sword can make when you put it in these close quarter areas like Control and Elevator. Sika managing to get the double kill onto Riot. He's under a little bit of pressure here, but Ascend just nipped the lead. Look how quickly there is support from the Ascend roster, but HMCA also answering back with aggression of their own. Ramirez gets a double because of it. And just hopping in so confidently was Ramirez, and you know, he's having a game at the moment. 10 kills, of course he's got 10 deaths as well, but if he can throw himself into fights like that, that's what you want from your captain, from your leader.
Sika with 14 kills, and it was him, the man that whiffed the final shot onto Ramirez, and boy oh boy didn't he make him pay, as Legend Fries another one off the rack and makes it 2 onto Flux. Only last man alive now. Position. The C spawns come through. Players positioned over towards bottom middle pit. Now to Flux trying to answer back and does just that. Shock rifle no longer in play, at least for the moment, a 2-kill game.
The best team that we've seen in Europe, the undefeated team, is currently being outslayed by HMCA, a team who were 1 kill away from being eliminated in top 12 earlier. I will keep reiterating that because I think it's crazy that they're now in the grand final. And they're doing this as well in a Slayer against the best team in Europe. A 2-kill advantage. Ascend just getting caught out in a couple of dodgy areas there and camouflage in favor of Lunny. All the tools are there for HMCA to win this game, but they've got to play it correctly.
Gonna be a trade then. Riots and Snipe Drone, but the 2 trades go once more and a triple kill. 4 dead now for HMCA. It's a 46 apiece game. Both teams needing 4 kills. It's down to the wire.
Snipe Drone, who'd not done that much in this game, just gets a triple kill to really give Ascend the chance of winning now. They were down by 2 in a situation where if Snipe Drone and his teammate had died there, they would have been down by 4 and probably lost the game. But now 46 to 46. Every little movement is going to count, and you've got to be careful with every push. Someone needs to trade this out. Why is there no one to trade out that kill?
No one to trade it out, only needing 2 more kills. The collapse is going to come through, and just like that, if you don't trade it out, the numbers advantage comes. A fresh 4 clean wipe. Ascend take game 2 after what can only be considered a bit of a wobble. But 2-0 in the series, they're on match series point.
Crazy. That game was just there. It was in the hands of HMCA. And then Snipe Drone just goes, I guess I'll get a triple kill. Well, I guess I'll help the French guys out. They've done enough throughout this game, and I'll get us back into it. Without that triple, that game's over. I think HMCA did everything right. They collapsed on the 2 players at gold. They had the player advantage. They came in swinging with the melees. Those melees didn't connect, and Snipe Drone took advantage of it. And even though he had only 8 kills there, 3 of those kills were the most influential ones of that game, in my opinion. Credit to HMCA, they really made that a closely contested game, and I think they'll want a couple of those opportunities back. At the end, I mean, you know, Flux got really aggressive to get that kill, maybe expecting someone to be assisting him from long haul. It's not easy when you're trapped in long haul. I think that was probably the worst spawn that they could have got. After that triple kill, if they had spawned over towards elevator, this could have been a completely different game. But sometimes it is down to those fine margins about spawns, and you know, Ascend just seemed to have the upper hand when it came to the final map positioning. But what a game 2 that was. That was so exciting. It had a little bit of everything, back and forth. The shock rifle kills from both sides impressed me. I do love Slayer Recharge. It does remind me of Lockout in a way when it slows down at times, but I used to love Lockout as well. But there's just a little bit of everything on that map.
Now our attentions do turn to what could possibly be the last game of the series, barring HMCA clawing their way right back into things. But Oddball Streets, Dan, talk to me about the do's and the don'ts and what way you expect it to pan out.
It's a difficult one, Oddball Streets. It depends how you want the game to play. Like, naturally, I think personally the best place to hold the ball is going to be back tower or over towards A if you're playing Stronghold, so you know where I'm talking about. But a lot of people will bring the ball down towards Station, down towards C, and then the game is an entirely different playstyle because it's a lot more fast-paced of constantly off-spawn, rush, get nades, take a fight, get nades, take a fight. Whereas if it's up at tower, it's a bit more of a structured game and becomes, okay, we need to plan our attack here, we need to be careful, and we need to be more patient. So I think if you are HMCA, who have been a team that have naturally favored a scrappier game throughout today's tournaments, then I'd be expecting them to take that ball down towards Station, try and make this game a little bit more difficult for Ascend. But Ascend are a roster who, when it does become fast-paced, they're amazing. When it becomes slow-paced, they're still amazing. So it's so difficult to try and decide. It's going to be probably just down to where those spawns are, where you can run that ball, and just making a decision in the time when it's actually presenting itself to you. You can't really make any prior decision. I don't expect them to do so. The worry for me is HMCA are now 2-0 down. Not only have they got to make a reverse sweep to get back into this grand final, they also then would have to win another best of 5 to become champions. There is literally everything that could possibly be against them is against them here. So that's very easy to get into your brain. It's like, well, yeah, okay, we could come back into it. We could win this map and then maybe we lose 3-1 or maybe we lose 3-2. But even if we do win this one and the next, there's so much to come afterwards. The mental power to to be able to consider that as even a viable option is very difficult because all the odds are stacked against you at this point.
So is it important then for HMCA, if they have ideas of grandeur, maybe going on to win this thing, just taking it one map at a time and not trying to look too far into the future, because they're finding it pretty difficult just to win the one game. So game by game definitely seems to be the philosophy to try and you know, eke out a win here.
Yeah, consider it like a scrim. Just say, okay, we're starting again. We are 0-0 in this series, and we need to win every map that we play in a scrim because we've practiced, we're good enough, we're going to play, well, possibly 8 games in a row here. Well, they have to play 8 games in a row, potentially even 10 games in a row if they're going to come back into this. So that needs to be a consideration for them that they need to prepare themselves for mentally, because it's not easy to play that many amount of games of Halo at a normal pace, especially at the highest competitive level as well, where you're going to have to be focusing every single time. So take it map by map, just say, look, if we can get one off them, great. At least we go out with our heads held high. If we don't, who cares? We got top 2, we've done our job, we can work on things and we can move, and we just accept that Ascend are a different beast. Because I think that is a point I heard Jimbo making on stream earlier when I was watching prior to this broadcast, that he was saying, like, realistically with seeding, you just want to avoid Ascend. You want to get into a position where you can get your highest placement possible before you face Ascend, then you get the inevitable of losing to them, and then you have to play through the losers bracket before then if you get to the grand final facing them once more. They are the final boss of Europe. Like, I mean that as the final boss, not the organization final boss, just in case of copyright issues. You know, the final gladiator, they're there, they're waiting. They've just got a little bit of extra about them, and they're a terrifying team to go against. And you might think that, oh, you know, I'm just favoring Ascend and I'm an Ascend fanboy. Well, why wouldn't you be? They literally haven't lost a series in over a year. Like, it's mad, the consistency from these guys. I love that we've got a different competitor every single time in the grand final, but it does surprise me that no one's been able to touch them so far.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you bring up. We've had different challengers after each and every single grand finals that we've gotten to, and nobody's really been able to make a dent on them. We've seen the lads last week take one game off them, and I know in the winners finals, Navi done a damn good job going to game 5, but ultimately everybody has fallen. Nobody has the answer to this Rubik's Cube, this challenge, this enigma that seems to be Ascend. And something you talked about Streets, in particular, you talked about, you know, game plans and strategies for victory, and something that I see on the blueprints is going to be the rocket launcher. That's going to be influential, Dan, to whoever wins this game.
And it's something that HMCA really struggled to do against Na'Vi, was pick up that rocket. They pick up those rockets. Now, I know it wasn't oddball that they were playing, but certainly if you don't have that prioritization for rockets, then you are going to leave yourself vulnerable to 2 deaths going against you and 2 kills going in favor of the other team. And that could be enough to get 10, 15 seconds on the ball. And that can make a huge difference when it comes to it. I mean, if Ascend play this game like they play Strongholds and like they play Slayer, then they just maraude around the map as a unit. If they've got the ball like just carried alongside them at the same time, like a little boombox, just celebrating as they're walking along and just killing everyone, like, it could be a complete blowout, this oddball game. But if HMCA don't allow that much structure for Ascend, don't allow them to roam around the map with that much comfort, then this one is going to be a lot closer, a lot tighter. And I would say one of the ways to stop Ascend doing that, picking up the rockets, because as soon as you pick up the rockets, Ascend know you've got rockets, they can't stay as tight, they can't wolfpack as easily, because they have to be at a certain distance away from each other, otherwise they leave themselves vulnerable to a double kill or a triple kill with those rockets.
Make it uncomfortable for them then. That is the challenge posed for HMCA. We're seeing Bulldog on the map, we're seeing some sushi, we're seeing that drop shield. All of these things can be influential, minus maybe the sushi.
I was going to say, how is the sushi influential? I mean,
Let me
if you
get
could
there,
pick
Dan.
it up and throw it at
Let
them,
me get there.
All right, you go.
I was getting there, all
Go.
right? Truth be told, I wasn't getting there. But rockets, they're
There's
going to be
pizza on the
important.
map.
There's an arcade. But here we go then, game 3 of our grand finals. Ascend on match point. Red gun already in the hands of Flux. Can he be useful with it?
I've only just realized this whole time why some people call that area of the map pizza is because there's a pizza sign. I thought it was because it was in the shape of a pizza slice, and now I look and sound very silly, but I should quite rightly be called out for that because I deserve to. There it is, there's a pizza sign.
Pizza!
I thought it was the sign. I thought it was the shape of a pizza. I'm really dumb. Anyway, Ascend managed to get those first set of rockets. This is exactly what I said HMCA shouldn't be allowing to happen. But starting strategy going in favor of the French roster plus Nitro.
3 kills then, make it 4. All 4 dead momentarily. Flux trading out though, and he's back on the map to be a factor, but unfortunately for him, he's going to have to wait for the rest of his teammates to spawn up before he can really get anything cooking. And
They
unfortunately,
were
they do
going there,
push.
by the way. That was the boombox. They had the ball. They got the kills. The boombox starting to blare. The ball's moving around the map. They're already leading by 20 points. They've got rockets. They've got a little bit of everything right now. HMCA on the back foot.
On the back foot, indeed. As well as that, Bulldog and Rockets have gone over to Shady, and he's going to make sure he gets that kill on Delunny. Secures that one. Locked and loaded. Momentum well and truly on the side of Ascend here, and the worst possible start for HMCA. They've got tower set up.
Boombox still blaring. Still got that ball in hand. Shady still hitting shots. Right, does manage to get the kill. Does the trade come through? Surely someone's there to at least get a nade, but it looks like now the ball's going to have to be played. One of the vital things you have to do in oddball on streets is throw that ball towards top middle if you're controlling it, whether it be on station or whether it be from tower. Make the ball be in a position where it's difficult and exposed, so the other team, when they try and pick it up, they're going to be vulnerable to those grenades. Ascend have done very well at doing that. They got in, they threw the ball out, they got the slays, and then they pick up that ball once more.
60 then. Make it 59. Unanswered points for Ascend, and really able to lock down this top portion of the map, but Rockets have just popped up. Snipe drone though with the Bulldog, and Rockets have gone tire side, so that's exactly where that push is going to come through. Flux picks up one on the Stika, but Riots has those rockets, excuse me, Flux does, and he comes sailing in with one left in the chamber with menace in his eyes.
Doesn't want to fire it unnecessarily, but at the same time, you don't want to give away that rocket. It was an unnecessary fire of the rocket, but at the same time, didn't want to give away that rocket, so it's okay. But at least they've got some ball time on the board now, a little bit of control. It was looking a bit dicey at times, and Snipe Drone was having the opportunity to roam behind them, and he's doing more of the same here. It's so scary when Mike's behind you, both in real life and in Halo, but he does manage to get that final kill, and it's going to be more time for Ascend.
Let me see then. Flux, the only man in the respawn screen just yet, but see a kill come through. And this whole time, Ascend just keep on scoring points. Ball has been played down towards bottom middle though, and we're seeing Snipe Drone under serious amounts of pressure. Lundy's going to come through with the old microwave. Fry him away. There we go. Cooking oil not required. He will be sizzled to ash. 79 points now to 10 in our first round of this oddball game 3. 3 dead momentarily for Ascend, but HMCA have it all to do.
Yeah, it's a huge gap to try and bring back from, isn't it, really, on oddball? Especially when you're going up against an Ascend roster who are so quick to pressure you as soon as you get any sort of setup. But Ramirez is doing his best to scrap a little bit of ball time. 2-0 down for HMCA, and this is the worry. As soon as you have the player advantage on Ascend, you know full well that they're going to be full sending it and committing to that fight. HMCA backs against the wall. Little 360 from Lunny, apparently. It didn't look completely convincing, but Rocket's going to be up once more. And the Ascend roster, look at them, just facing it, not allowing it easily picked up.
Absolutely no fear, and maybe Ascend should be renamed to Full Send. That's exactly how they like to play the game. We're seeing Lundy, though, pick up the Sentinel Beam. Rockets have transferred over to Snipe Drone, though, with relative ease. Ball's been reset, and the worrying thing here is Ascend have such a massive advantage in our round number 1 that they don't even need to pick up the ball. Snipe Drone bides his time, waits before firing that rocket so as not to get the splash damage onto his teammate. Microwave behind them, though. That's going to get the job done. Rockets are all out. Player down to no shields. 3 dead momentarily for HMCA. And 20 points required to close out round 1.
They don't have complete control of the ball, but they've managed to maneuver it to back tower. Although they do leave themselves vulnerable by doing so. Now, it's a case for Shady of just staying alive, trying to join the rest of the team, but HMCA doing very well to capitalize on their player advantage, making sure they do push up, get those kills. A reversal with the Bulldog from Riot. And now there is some time starting to tick over here for HMCA. They're not completely down and out just yet. A decent setup here will get them right back into the game.
We're seeing Riot's expertly trying to play his life. Ultimately does go down, though. We've seen Ramirez pre-nading that towards Cafe. Unfortunately, it does hit the lip, and that's going to do the damage to help Shady send him away. And Shady's got that back tower side and help of his teammate Stika to get the job done. 4 dead. And now some more ball time. 19 seconds required now to close out round number 1, and they've looked pretty dominant here on streets.
10 more points needed. And HMCA caught over towards PD, and oh my god, look at those nades. Could be a triple here. Will be a triple as well. Seeker, you know, we highlighted him before the series. He had a little bit of assistance for the first two, but just the nade placement was everything.
9 seconds then, after getting a fresh 4 dead. Lunny has the rockets, but all in vain. Unable to do much with them, and he's actually handed them straight back over to Ascend, who gracefully accept them with both hands. Here comes the push then. Players positioned over towards Nest. He will get the job done. Snipe drone will be eliminated. We'll see a player back, and we'll see Ramirez thinking that was going to be a frag grenade. Unfortunately for him, it was a brute. That's going to stick to the floor with extra blue tack. Legend, top tower, top Nest, excuse me. And with the help of Shady, they get the job done over Flux, who trades that out with Riots. And all this time heavily against the guys on HMCA. They've only got 45 seconds or so, and Ascend turning this into a Slayer.
Yeah, HMCA have got like, what, 1 setup left? Certainly helps. You've got the Bulldog. Oh, big nades coming through. Ascend now getting 2 frags on board. As soon as they get control of Station, this game is over, by the way. So HMCA, with 3 going down, this is probably going to be round over and us heading to the next.
See them passing the ball back and forward, playing a team sport. And that's going to be enough to get round 1 secured. 100 points in the bag, easy peasy, you might say. Ascend looking dominant in round number 1. But now that the spawns flip around, can HMCA get the better of them? Fortunately for them, they're going to spawn down the lower half of the map, and Seeka, positioned over here towards bottom L, gets shots down and gets the kill onto Riots. That's 2 dead. Rockets, though, did go over towards Flux, and what can he do with them? Answer is get 1 kill so far onto Seeka, but immediately back down for some frag grenades.
So HMCA doing at least job 1 better this time, not allowing those first set of rockets to go in favor of Ascend. It's been very difficult for HMCA to get across the map because Ascend have been holding down the tower side so successfully, watching both Street and Arcade with, you know, those grenades to follow up. They're always going back and picking up grenades whenever they spawn as well. One thing that always impresses me about Ascend is they're always very good at finding those resources, ensuring they've not only got the weapons, but also the nades to go alongside it.
Flux then. Bulldog will get a bite and also a melee to finish the job. That's going to be a killing spree for him, but all the while not being able to turn any of these frags into any significant points on the board. Either team, really. 4 points is all that's been scored over the last couple of minutes. We will see another set of rockets as well to go with it. What team will be able to get their hands on it after Lunny, or Flux, excuse me, was the first man to secure rockets in our round number 2.
I do think that when you look at this series layout and the game types that HMCA have had against Ascend here, this is probably the best game types they could have asked for in terms of being able to like keep close and have a respectful game, really, and not be outclassed and embarrassed. If it had started with Strongholds, for example, this could have been a very different series. This could have been a situation where maybe HMCA were bowing out a little bit earlier, but in this game type, you know, when it comes to Slays, they're matching Ascend. And in a game where you can keep it scrappy like this, then there's no reason why you can't just like get 1 setup that gets you the amount of ball time to get you back into the game. And I think that's what's good here for HMCA, is they are never out of it. They've done well at breaking the Ascend setups, even though Ascend have got the majority of the time. The fact that rockets have been going in favor of HMCA has very much helped them.
Ramirez then making inroads towards Station. Rockets positioned over towards this back Station side then. 2 members of Ascend top middle. Shady's going to get tagged up and Ramirez puts him away. Fumbling these weapons for himself. Forced to fire that rocket at the ground to kill both him and the opposing player. But that means no more rockets on the map. They will have no more influence, at least for another minute or so, when they spawn back up again. Legend going to be dispatched, as is Seeka. Double kill for Flux, but a nuke comes through on the top APTM position.
Ascend doing very well to make it awkward for HMCA as well by doing that jump up towards Trash. If you can go down that ramp and if you know how to do the jump, it takes a little bit of practice, but once you've got it down, it's fairly simple. It just adds an extra dynamic to being able to push into Station and make it difficult for the opposition who's trying to hold. Shady manages to work in tandem with Snipe Drone to make it a double for Snipe Drone. And this has been a great hold for HMCA. They've picked up some real time here. This is what I mean by very different games when the ball is on one side of the map rather than the other. For the first round, it was predominantly on the tower side. And Ascend were able to capitalize, but now HMCA have made this a game where Ascend have been flying in one by one, taking those fights maybe arrogantly, and they've been punished for it.
And perhaps the reason why we're seeing a little bit more success in round 2 for HMCA is look at the stats, and Seeker, unfortunately for him, for the moment in round number 2, is only on a breadstick. But as I say that, of course, I will also be invoicing him for picking up that second kill. That's probably a factor as to why they're seeing a little bit more success, as they're slowing some players down, and Riot has picked up a couple of kills along the way. Fortunately, he will be in the respawn screen. Shady trying to make an influence on this ball side. It'll be a bit of a standoff though, but it won't be Mexican.
Mind me, yeah, French standoff, and that's an entirely different thing. You draw baguettes instead out of your holster. I've gone for the baguette stereotype twice now.
You have.
I'm gonna have to apologise to the entire nation of France. I'm sorry. Sorry, everyone. I don't know how to say sorry in French, but if I did, I would. Ascend have managed to get a little bit more ball time, and this game has not been structured whatsoever. I'm gonna put it out there that this is... I mean, you could play this game 50 more times, and it wouldn't play this way, with how both of these teams have just been all over the place. And I think a lot of that is down to Ascend's confidence in winning this game, that they just feel like they can keep pushing off spawn. Like Snipe Drone there, on his own. Okay, no, he's got some help. I was a little bit worried, thought he was on his own. But still, both of them just rushing in, trying to get as many slays as they can, trying to not allow HMCA to set up in station. With 1 minute 18 left, it's still HMCA who hold the lead right now.
And now they've also gotten their hands on the ball to score a few more points. Bulldog back station once more, as Legend did deliver that straight to the doorstep of Flux, and he's made sure to make Ascend pay for his discretion. More points then. About to just pass over the 50-point threshold. 1 minute and 4 left in the clock, although it will stop dead while the ball's in possession of a player. Red gun up for spawn. We've seen Flux pick that up and looking to use it. Unfortunately for him, though, Sika says no.
Sika's grenades have been on point today. Rami, you don't want to take that fight, trust me. Not right now. Sika starting to heat up a little bit. He was struggling at the start of this round, but he's starting to pick things up. 52 seconds left on the board, and time now starting to go in favor of Ascend. So HMCA might have got some real time when the ball was in station there. These rockets could make a huge difference, and it's HMCA who get them again. So that's sometimes one of the benefits of not having control, is that you can pick up the rockets, maybe to a team that is more defensive and lining up to stop the ball being taken.
Rockets sent in then. It did secure at least 1 kill. That's going to leave this Ascend defense faltering. They're wobbling. Ball down then. Looking to chew up the clock here as they have a 4-second advantage, but HMCA now pick it up. And they have control of station after using those rockets, thanks to Lunny. 41 seconds left in the clock, and we'll be interested to see if they decide to drop this at any point. Here comes the push from Ascend down the Wiggles for Snipe Drone. He's making sure he secures that kill for his team. Flux backstation, picks up 1. Will Snipe Drone reach out? Yes, he does. Gets that kill, secured, locked and loaded. And now they've got the ball once more.
It's one of those moments where you are going to win the game quicker if you drop the ball than holding on to the ball, but you need to get a significant advantage whereby if the other team manages to get all 4 of you dead, you need to give yourself time to get back before they could then drop the ball after picking up the time they need. This is something we saw earlier when Na'Vi were playing in the game against Ascend, but 83 seconds on the board and Shady's getting aggressive just to give the rest of the team as much time as possible on that ball.
Flux to strafe, making my eyes go cross-eyed there. Such was the speed of it. Bobbing and weaving. Floating like a butterfly, but unable to sting like the bee that he requires to be. Snipe Drone gets a kill, but it's not going to be enough. And just like that, the points tally up, and 2-0 the score on Oddball. Ascend are your grand champions once more. The back-to-back for eternity seems to be in place.
Death, Taxes, and Ascend winning the European Grand Finals. They are unbelievable. The gap that we're seeing between them and the rest of Europe right now is just something that it blows my mind each time. I always think that people are going to get back in. I mean, Na'Vi came so close last week. They took them to games this week, but then Na'Vi drop out in lower bracket. And even though HMCA, I give them credit, right? They took them in close games. They were able to get in similar slays at times. as I say, Slays, I've just seen Snipe Drone went 45 and 21. I mean, he had a field day there on Oddball Streets. Very impressed with Ascend. That's my first comment. I don't even think I need to go more than that. Like, they are doing what we expect of them, and that is winning tournaments, that is continuing to be the front runners for Europe. And we know full well that they need to be tested by some North American teams to really see where their ceiling lies. HMCA, massive congratulations. Okay, they just got 3-0 in the grand final, but they got to the grand final for the first ever time in Halo Infinite by beating Na'Vi, a team that has consistently beaten them throughout these cups as well. Throughout Pro Series, throughout qualifiers, all of it. Really impressed with how far they've got, but now they need to build from this. But I feel like I've said that several times about other teams, right? Well, now you're at the grand final. Now you've got to build from it. And then we don't see them in the grand final again. It's crazy, really, the kind of fluctuation we've seen between teams from 2nd seed all the way down to, what, like 7th? Maybe 6th, I guess. But there's the final series layout, and, well, congratulations, Ascend, but I also really need to say what a very impressive day it was for HMCA.
As other teams struggle for consistency, Europe's flagship keeps on sailing clean. A straight sweep, discarding HMCA once more. What a performance it was from them. And like you say, massive congratulations to HMCA for making it to grand finals for the first time. So that's a huge improvement from them. Lottie, Tony, it's all over and it's an Ascend tournament once again.
Yeah, I've got to say, I called it. No, I honestly...
Look at you predicting the same thing that's happened 19 times before.
Like, I got to say, it was that was a really, unsure prediction. It really was. Yeah. I got to say, the odds were against me. No, I think Gaskin, Josie, you guys put it really, really well there. Congratulations to us, and I think it's absolutely incredible what they are able to achieve every single week, the consistency of this team. And they're also growing as a team, to be perfectly honest, because we're seeing other teams kind of get into that threshold and start to challenge them a bit. And despite the fact that they're not really able to learn from mistakes as much, they're still able to keep that consistent, dominant performance happening every single week, no matter who it is that comes against them. And that speaks volumes in itself. The fact that they have had different grand final opponents and they're still able to consistently play the way that they want to play and dominate the series every single time without really dropping a mat, to be perfectly honest, is pretty outstanding. But HMCA, they have to be so damn proud of themselves. I mean, the performance, not only to get to this grand final point, but to then, keep up a respectful game against Ascend, who have been really, really dominant all season long, speaks volumes in itself as well. I've got to ask you, Tony, how proud are you of the HMCA boys for, really their resilience going into this series?
Oh, for sure. I mean, HMCA, obviously they made it to the grand finals. They actually played that one hell of a series against Na'Vi, who were looking so strong, getting knocked down out of the winners finals. It looked like they wanted to go back into the grand finals and get their revenge. And obviously HMCA was in their path and did a great job of taking them out. Great job for them securing 2nd place. But to be honest with you, that's what it feels like every team going into these tournaments are playing for, and that's 2nd place, because Ascend at this point, they're getting a salary, they got benefits at this point. Like they're just taking every single one of these tournaments, and man, who's gonna be the one to step up and finally, forget winning the tournament, just knocking them into the elimination bracket just one time?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I don't see that happening honestly soon. And I'll tell you why, because I think, Shorzy, honestly, I'm looking at teams, in 2nd position right now. They're kind of battling for grand final spots with themselves. Ascend are a totally different level of competition right now. No one's really battling for that winning spot. We're just seeing teams battling for that 2nd place spot, that top 2 finish. That's kind of where I'm seeing the measurement happening here currently in Europe. And I think it's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take somebody consistently getting to that 2nd place spot, I think, to be able to compete with Ascending. Forgive me if I'm wrong, Shorzy, but is that kind of your mindset too?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a case that everybody else is playing for 2nd place. I don't know whether it's something that the rest of these teams are struggling for consistency, and that's why we're seeing so many different teams finishing in 2nd place, because it seems as though anybody can win on the day, and we're seeing 16 seed almost taking down 6 seed, and then that seed going on into get to grand final. So it just goes to show you although Cream does slowly start to rise to the top in Europe, it's certainly all, it's a cluster at the moment.
Yeah, it is. I'm desperate to see Ascend play NA once again. I really can't wait. The way that they play, just visually, it's very NA-esque. Obviously you're just making up words here, but Gaskin, like, isn't it? Even just small things like when they're running the flag, the speed at which they're running the flag, the speed at which they're playing the game, the aggression, the pace, the confidence that they're playing with, really visually comes across the board. So I'm eager to see how they would do against NA right at this point in time. If you had to guess, going to LAN, consistently playing against NA pro teams, where would you see them sitting currently?
I genuinely believe that Ascend have got what it takes to get into top 6. They got what? So they got top 12, they lost out to Sentinels, who were in a seed where they shouldn't have been. They should have never been there in the bracket anyway, because of what happened with Royal 2 and whatnot. So that was a complete outlier, and I think it was just amazing to see Ascend on LAN, because that was the first time we've seen Ascend on LAN, so top 12 wasn't so bad. They definitely could have achieved top 8. We know they could have. We saw Na'Vi get there as well. If Ascend had played Quadrant in their bracket, they would have been the team in the top 8. And they have performed well enough against teams who achieve top 6 to suggest that they could get to top 6 once they are a little bit better on LAN, once they're a little bit more comfortable and with enough practice. But they do need that practice. They need to get out to NA early before a tournament and scrim as much as possible. I know at the tournaments you get to play a little bit, but they need to boot camp just so they can get even more game time and be available to them. Just want to give a final shout out as well before we close the show to all the teams who competed in the Open and qualified into Pro Series, especially TYSK, who have actually qualified to compete in Pro Series again next week as an Open team. As far as I'm aware, they're the only Open team who were able to do that this week. So as long as we don't see any changes, this is a big shout out to all you guys who have actually achieved Pro Series, but then made a change, dropped out of Pro Series, and then not make Pro Series next week. I think that says volumes, right? Stick as a team. HMCA stuck as a team. They just got top 2. I love what the European scene are doing right now for Halo. Like, it's so competitive. It's so fun to watch. It's such a pleasure to be able to commentate it. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, indeed. Couldn't have said it better myself. Well, I'll tell you what, though, Ascend, congratulations once again. They're going to be taking this 3rd Pro Series week. Yet again, they reign supreme. They're that boss fight you just can't seem to win. They're that difficult level of a game that you just can't get over. But we'll have to see with the worthy opponent that does manage to bring them down. Until next week, folks, I hope you guys have enjoyed Pro Series Week 3 here in Europe. Thank you so much to all our wonderful casters and production for putting on one hell of a show. And we'll see you guys January 26th for week number 4. I hope you guys will join us. And until then, good night and see you soon.